Hey guys, welcome to Harry Course. This channel is dedicated to powerful Harry Potter water story. As you saw in today's title, what if Harry Potter was adopted by the light Yagami and demoted the world with Death Note magic? Every video is self-recorded and originally written and created for storytelling and entertainment. If you enjoy dark timelines and overpowered Harry, subscribe. Now let's begin.
Chapter 1 The Notebook in the Rain. The alley smelled like wet cardboard and old fish. Harry pressed himself against the damp brick wall, pulling his too large jacket tighter around his thin frame. The fabric smelled like Uncle Vernon's sweat, a scent he'd learned to tolerate because it meant survival. Rain dripped from a crooked gutter above, splashing against his glasses until the world became nothing but blurred lights and shadows. He'd run again, not because he'd done anything wrong this time, though that never mattered, but because Dudley and his gang had found him near the playground. 6 against 1. The usual odds. Harry had learned to read the gleam in Dudley's piggy eyes before the first punch ever landed. Today, that gleam had been particularly bright. So he ran. Through streets he didn't know, past shops with signs in languages he couldn't read, under bridges where the rain turned into curtains of grey. London had never felt so large. Or maybe London wasn't London anymore. The buildings looked different here, taller, narrower, with strange symbols and writing he'd never seen before. Had he gotten on a train? He couldn't remember. His head throbbed where Dudley's first punch had connected. The alley dead-ended against a chain-link fence, beyond which a train line cut through the city like a steel river. Harry sank down against the wall, pulling his knees to his chest. Water pooled in his trainers. His glasses fogged. For a moment, just a moment, he let himself imagine what it would be like to disappear completely. To become so small that no one could find him, hit him, yell at him ever again. That's when he saw it. A black notebook, lying in a puddle near a stack of wooden crates. It shouldn't have caught his attention. The alley was full of rubbish, newspapers, cigarette butts, a broken umbrella spinning lazily in the wind. But the notebook sat apart somehow, untouched by the filth around it. The rain beaded on its cover instead of soaking in. The pages, visible at the edges, remained crisp and white. Harry crawled toward it. His fingers touched the cover, and something passed through him, a cold sensation that had nothing to do with the rain. Not painful, just aware, like the notebook had been waiting. He lifted it. The cover was smooth, black leather, or something that looked like leather, with white letters pressed into the surface. English letters. He could read those. Death Note. Harry stared at the words for a long moment. His first thought was that someone had dropped a diary or a schoolbook. His second thought was that the title seemed odd for something a student would carry. His third thought was interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Harry tucked the notebook under his jacket instinctively, pressing himself deeper into the shadows. The footsteps approached slowly, deliberately, not running like someone chasing. Just walking. Calm. Measured. A figure appeared at the mouth of the alley. Even in the gray rain light, Harry could see he was young, maybe 17 or 18, with dark hair and sharp features that reminded Harry of the falcons he'd once seen at a zoo on a rare school trip. Intense eyes that swept the alley with surgical precision. He wore a school uniform, though not like any Harry had seen before. Crisp, clean, untouched by the weather, as if the rain simply chose not to fall on him. Their eyes met. Harry's breath caught. He'd been caught. The man would take him to the police, or worse, hand him back to the Dursleys with some story about a runaway. Harry had learned that adults always believed Dudley's version of events. Always. But the man didn't move toward him. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, a gesture of curiosity rather than accusation. His eyes dropped to the bulge beneath Harry's jacket, then returned to Harry's face. "That's not something you see every day," the man said. His English was perfect, though something in the rhythm suggested it wasn't his first language. A child in an alley during a storm, holding something he shouldn't. "I don't have anything." The words came out automatically, a reflex born of years of dodging blame. The man smiled. It wasn't a warm smile, more like someone observing an interesting insect and finding it amusing. "You're a poor liar. That's either a weakness or a choice. Given your circumstances, I suspect it's the former." He took a step closer. "May I see it?" Harry's grip tightened on the notebook. "It's mine. I found it." "I know. I saw you find it." The man stopped a few feet away, close enough for Harry to see the intelligence burning behind those dark eyes. I was watching from across the street when you picked it up. Do you know why I crossed over? Harry shook his head. Because most people would have walked past that notebook without a second glance. They would have assumed it was garbage. But you didn't. You crawled toward it through rain and filth as if something called to you. He paused. And something did, didn't it? The question hung in the air between them. Harry wanted to say no. He wanted to deny everything, run past this strange boy, and find his way back to the only life he knew, no matter how miserable it was. But something in those falcon eyes demanded truth. It felt cold, Harry whispered. When I touched it. Not bad cold. Just, aware cold. The boy's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. Interest. Recognition. Calculation. That's fascinating, he said softly. More to himself than to Harry. Truly fascinating. He extended his hand. I'm like Yagami. And I think you and I need to talk. 3 hours later, Harry sat in a small apartment with a cup of tea that had gone cold between his palms. The apartment wasn't large, but it was immaculate. Books lined one wall, arranged by height and then by color. Harry noticed this because the symmetry bothered him slightly, though he couldn't say why. A desk sat beneath a window overlooking the rain-soaked city, covered in papers covered in neat handwriting. The language was Japanese, Harry assumed, though he couldn't read a single character. Light had given him dry clothes, a sweater that hung past Harry's knees and sweatpants rolled up 5 times at the ankles. He'd also given him food. Real food. Not scraps or leftovers, but a proper meal of rice and fish and vegetables that Harry had eaten so fast his stomach hurt afterward. Now they sat across from each other, and Light was explaining. The notebook is called a death note, he said, his voice calm and measured, like a professor lecturing a promising student. I know this because I've seen one before. Used one before, actually. Though mine was different. Mine had rules written inside. He tapped the black cover. Yours likely does too. Can you read them? Harry opened the notebook carefully. The pages were white and thin, covered in handwriting that seemed to shift when he looked directly at it. But there, in the margins, in a language he could suddenly understand, were words. The human whose name is written in this note shall die. Asterisk. Harry read the line 3 times. Then he looked up at Light. Is this a joke? No. A trick? No. Then what is it? Light leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his expression utterly serious. It's exactly what it says. A notebook that can kill anyone whose name you write in it. Provided you picture their face when you write. Provided you follow the rules. He paused. I've used one for years. I know what they can do. Harry should have laughed. He should have closed the notebook, thanked the strange boy for the food, and run back into the rain. This was insane. Impossible. But the Dursleys had taught Harry one valuable lesson. The world was not kind, and it was not fair, but it was predictable. People hurt you because they could. Adults lied because they wanted something. And magic, if that's what this was, didn't exist. Except he'd made things happen before. Strange things. When he was very small, he'd once ended up on the roof of his school with no memory of climbing there. Another time, he'd made a teacher's wig turn blue during a particularly unfair punishment. He'd never told anyone about these moments. They frightened him. What would you do with it? Light asked. Harry blinked. What? The notebook. If it's real, and I assure you, it is, what would you do with it? The question was too large. Harry was 8 years old. He thought about dinner, about avoiding Dudley, about finding quiet corners where no one would bother him. He didn't think about power. Power was something other people had. I don't know, he admitted. Light nodded slowly. That's an honest answer. Most people would say something grand, save the world, punish evil, become rich. But you said you don't know. He stood, walking to the window. Do you want to find out? Harry's throat tightened. Find out, if it's real. Find out what kind of person you are. Light turned back to face him, and in the gray light filtering through the window, his eyes seemed almost to glow. I've been searching for someone like you for a long time. Someone who found the notebook by instinct. Someone who felt its cold awareness and didn't run. Someone who, he stopped, reconsidering his words. Someone who might understand what I'm trying to build. What are you trying to build? Light smiled again, that same not warm smile from the alley. A better world. One without the rot that infects it. Without criminals who escape justice, without wars started by greedy men, without suffering that could be prevented. He gestured at the notebook. This is the tool. But tools need wielders. And wielders need discipline. Harry looked down at the death note in his lap. The rules continued past that first line. This note will not take effect unless the writer has the person's face in their mind when writing the name. Asterisk. If the cause of death is written within 40 seconds of writing the name, it will happen. Asterisk. If no cause is specified, the person will simply die of a heart attack. Asterisk. Simple. Clean. Terrifying. What if I don't want to be a wielder? Harry asked quietly. Light considered this. Then you'll leave here, go back to whatever life you came from, and likely die young and miserable. Not because I wish it, I don't, but because that's what happens to children who carry secrets they don't understand. The notebook will call to you. It will whisper. And eventually, you'll write a name. Everyone does. He sat back down. The question isn't whether you'll use it. The question is whether you'll use it well. Rain tapped against the window. Somewhere outside, a train rumbled past. Harry thought about Dudley's fists, about Uncle Vernon's belt, about the cupboard under the stairs that smelled of polish and loneliness. He thought about all the names he'd whispered in the dark, names of people who hurt him, who he wished would just disappear. He'd never actually wanted them dead. Just gone. Just far enough away that Harry could breathe. But Light was right about one thing, the notebook called to him. Even now, sitting in this stranger's apartment, he felt its presence like a second heartbeat. What do I have to do? Harry asked. Light's expression didn't change, but something in his posture relaxed almost imperceptibly. First, you learn. You learn to control yourself before you try to control anything else. You learn patience, observation, deduction. You learn that power must remain invisible to remain effective. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small card, a business card, Harry realized, though it had no address, only a name and a symbol he didn't recognize. I have resources, connections, a place where you can stay while we begin. My aunt and uncle will not miss you. You said yourself they barely feed you, that they lock you in a cupboard, that their son beats you regularly. Light's voice remained calm, but something flickered beneath it. Anger. Disgust. I'm not rescuing you out of charity. I'm offering you an opportunity. What you do with it is your choice. Harry stared at the card. At the notebook. At the rain-streaked window. 8 years old, and already the world had taught him that adults only offered things when they wanted something in return. Light wanted something, that much was obvious. But maybe, for the first time, what he wanted aligned with what Harry needed. A way out. A way up. A way to never be small again. I'll stay, Harry said. For now. Light nodded once. For now is all I ask. That night, Harry slept on a futon in Light's study, the death note tucked beneath his pillow. He dreamed of names falling like rain, of faces he'd never seen crumpling like paper, of a world that grew quieter with every heartbeat. In the dream, he stood on a tall building overlooking a city, Tokyo, Light had called it, and watched as lights flickered out one by one. Each extinguished light was a life. Each life was a choice. When he woke, gray morning light filtered through the window, and Light sat at his desk, writing. Good morning, Light said without turning. There's food in the kitchen. Eat quickly. We have work to do. Harry sat up, rubbing his eyes. What kind of work? Light set down his pen and turned. In the daylight, he looked younger somehow, still intense, still calculating, but with a hint of something almost like warmth around the edges. The most important kind. We're going to test your limits. What limits? Your intelligence, your patience, your ability to think beyond yourself. Light stood, crossing to where Harry sat. The notebook is powerful, but power without intelligence is just destruction. I want to see if you're capable of more. Harry didn't fully understand what that meant. But as he followed Light into the kitchen and ate the breakfast prepared for him, real food again, enough to make his stomach sing, he felt something he hadn't felt in years. Hope. Or maybe that was fear wearing hope's clothes. Either way, it felt better than emptiness. By midday, Light had begun the first lesson. They sat at his desk, and he placed a chessboard between them. Have you played before? Harry shook his head. Good. You'll learn without bad habits. Light set up the pieces with quick, precise movements. Chess is about seeing patterns. Understanding that every move has consequences, immediate and distant. The best players think 10 moves ahead, not one. He pushed a white pawn forward 2 squares. Your turn. Harry studied the board. The pieces made no sense to him. Different shapes, different movements, but something in Light's explanation resonated. Consequences. Patterns. Thinking ahead. He reached out and moved a pawn at random. Light didn't comment. He simply responded with his own move, then waited. They played for hours. Light won every game, sometimes in 4 moves, sometimes in 20. But with each loss, Harry began to see the patterns Light had mentioned. The way pieces worked together. The way sacrifices opened opportunities. The way patience, waiting, watching, calculating, created victories that aggression never could. You're learning, Light said after the 10th game. There was no praise in his voice, only observation. Faster than I expected. Harry looked at the board, then at Light. Why are you teaching me this? Because chess is safe. The notebook isn't. Light began resetting the pieces. Before you write a single name, before you test the notebook at all, you need to understand consequence. You need to see that every action creates ripples. Kill one person, and 10 others shift to fill the space. Kill 100, and societies change. Kill 1,000, he paused. The world becomes something new. Is that what you did? Killed people. Light's eyes met Harry's. For a long moment, the apartment was silent except for the distant city sounds. Yes, Light said simply. And I'll keep doing it until the world I envision becomes reality. But I'm not asking you to follow my path. I'm asking you to find your own. The notebook chose you for a reason. I want to see what that reason is. Harry looked down at the chessboard. At the pieces arranged in perfect formation. At the king, vulnerable behind its defenses. When do I test it? He asked. Soon. When you're ready. Light stood, walking to the window. There's a man in this city who sells children to people who hurt them. He's been doing it for years. The police know, but they can't prove it. He's too careful, too connected, too wealthy to touch. He turned back to Harry. His name is Takamura Kenji. I have his photograph. I know his face. The implication hung in the air. Harry's heart beat faster. You want me to kill him? I want you to decide if he deserves to die. Light's voice was soft, almost gentle. That's the burden of the notebook. Not the act of writing, that's simple. The burden is choosing, living with the weight of every name you write. Understanding that you're playing God, and gods don't get to plead ignorance when things go wrong. Harry thought about the man Light described. Someone who hurt children. Someone who sold them to others who would hurt them more. He thought about Dudley's fists. About Uncle Vernon's belt. About the dark under the stairs. Yes, he said quietly. He deserves it. Light nodded slowly. Then tomorrow, we begin. Tonight, you rest. He crossed back to the desk and picked up the death note, holding it out to Harry. Keep this close. It's yours now. No one else can use it, the rules make that clear. But guard it anyway. The world is full of people who would take it from you. Harry took the notebook, feeling its weight, its cold awareness. It felt right in his hands. Natural. What if I can't do it? He asked. What if I write the name and nothing happens? Light smiled, and this time, it reached his eyes. Then we'll know the notebook chose wrong. But I don't think it did. The rain had stopped by evening. Harry stood at the window of Light's apartment, watching the city lights flicker to life below. Tokyo spread out before him like a mechanical garden, towers of glass and steel, trains threading between them, millions of lives playing out in apartments and offices and streets he'd never walk. The death note sat on the windowsill beside him. He'd read all the rules now. Studied them until they burned into his memory. The notebook could do exactly what Light claimed, and more. There were conditions, limitations, complications. But at its core, it was simple. A name, a face, death. Harry thought about his parents. He'd been told they died in a car crash when he was a baby. He didn't remember them. Didn't have photos, stories, anything except the occasional nightmare about green light and screaming. Would they still be alive if someone had found this notebook? Years ago, could he have grown up with a family instead of a cupboard? The questions had no answers. They only circled, hungry and unsatisfied. Behind him, Light worked at his desk, writing in his own notebook, a mundane one, filled with observations and plans. He'd explained his system earlier. How he tracked criminals, verified their guilt, ensured that each death served a purpose. How he'd been doing this for years without detection. Invisibility is survival, he'd said. The moment they know we exist, we lose. Not because they can stop us, they can't, but because they'll make the world so chaotic that our control becomes impossible. Order requires patience. Remember that. Harry remembered. He also remembered the way Light's eyes had flickered when he talked about his vision for the world. There was something in that gaze, something vast and hungry, that reminded Harry of the notebook itself. Cold, aware, waiting. Maybe that was what power did to people. Maybe that was what it would do to him. Or maybe he was just an 8-year-old boy, alone in a strange city, holding a weapon he didn't understand. The notebook pulsed gently against his fingers. Tomorrow, he would write a name. Tomorrow, he would become something new. For now, he watched the lights of Tokyo and wondered what his parents would think of the person he was about to become. The city offered no answer. Only light, only life, only the endless hum of millions of hearts beating, unaware that in a small apartment above them, a boy held their existence in his hands. Harry closed the death note. And somewhere in the city, Takamura Kenji slept peacefully, dreaming of profits, unaware that his name had already been spoken in the dark. Chapter 2. A different kind of father. The first month in Tokyo taught Harry that hunger had many shapes. Physical hunger he knew, the empty ache that came from skipped meals and stolen scraps. That kind faded after 2 weeks of regular food, though his body still flinched whenever a plate was set before him, half expecting someone to snatch it away. But there was another hunger now. A hunger for understanding. Light didn't teach like any teacher Harry had known. The teachers at his primary school in Surrey droned from textbooks and rapped knuckles when students failed to pay attention. Light taught through silence, through observation, through questions that circled back hours or days later, demanding answers Harry hadn't known he needed. "Watch the man at the corner," Light said one morning. They stood at the apartment window, looking down at the street below where a businessman waited for the light to change. "Tell me everything you can about him." Harry studied the figure. Dark suit, brown shoes, slightly scuffed at the toes. A briefcase in his right hand. His left hand kept drifting to his tie, adjusting it even though it looked straight. "He's nervous," Harry said. "Why?" "He keeps touching his tie. And he's checking his watch every few seconds, but the light hasn't changed in 30 seconds, so it's not about being late. It's something else." Light nodded slowly. "Good. What else?" Harry pressed his forehead against the cool glass. The businessman shifted his weight from foot to foot. His shoulders were tight, hunched slightly, like someone expecting a blow. When the light finally changed, he hurried across the street without looking, nearly getting hit by a bicycle. "He's scared of something," Harry said. "Someone. He's not just nervous, he's scared. But he's going toward it anyway. Whatever's on the other side of the street, he has to face it. Or he's being followed and doesn't want to show he knows." Light pulled back from the window. "Both interpretations are valid. Neither is confirmed. That's the point. You observe, you theorize, but you never assume. Assumptions kill." Harry stored the lesson away. By now, he'd learned to treat everything Light said as important, even when it seemed small. The notebook had taught him that small things, a name, a face, 40 seconds of writing, could change everything. The apartment became a classroom without walls. Light structured Harry's days with precision. Mornings were for observation, watching people from the window, cataloging their behaviors, building profiles from fragments. Afternoons were for reading, history, psychology, philosophy, all chosen to expand how Harry thought about the world. Evenings were for chess and discussion, where Light would challenge every conclusion Harry drew, forcing him to defend his reasoning or abandon it. "You have a tendency toward empathy," Light observed during one evening session. They'd been discussing a historical figure, some king whose name Harry couldn't pronounce, and Harry had argued that the man's cruelty stemmed from childhood trauma. "Is that wrong?" Harry asked. "Not wrong. Incomplete." Light leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled. "Empathy explains motivation. It doesn't excuse action. The king's subjects didn't care why he was cruel, they only cared that he was. Understanding someone doesn't mean forgiving them." Harry thought about the Dursleys. He understood them now, in ways he hadn't before. Understood that Vernon's violence came from fear of anything different, That Petunia's coldness came from jealousy of a sister who'd had magic while she'd had nothing, that Dudley's cruelty came from parents who'd never told him no. Understanding didn't make the bruises hurt less. Didn't make the cupboard warmer. The notebook doesn't care about reasons, Light continued. It only cares about names and faces. That's the hardest truth to accept, that justice is simpler than we want it to be. A murderer is a murderer. A child seller is a child seller. Their histories don't change what they are. But if we understood them better, maybe we could stop them before they become those things. Light's eyes flickered with something, surprise, maybe, or interest. That's a deeper thought than most adults reach. You're asking about prevention versus punishment. He stood, walking to the window. The answer is both. But prevention takes time, generations, sometimes. Punishment is immediate. The notebook gives us the power to punish. It doesn't give us the power to change human nature. Then what's the point? Harry's voice came out sharper than he intended. If people will just keep becoming criminals no matter how many we kill, what's the point of any of it? Light turned, and for once, his expression wasn't calculating. It was almost soft. That's the question, isn't it? The one every user of the Death Note faces eventually. He crossed back to Harry, crouching to meet his eyes. I don't have an answer that will satisfy you. No one does. But I can tell you what I believe, that even if we can't change human nature, we can shape human behavior. We can make the cost of evil so high that fewer choose it. We can protect the innocent long enough for them to build something better. It's not perfect. It's not final. But it's something. Harry held his gaze. Is that enough? It has to be. The second month brought a new phase of training. Light began taking Harry outside the apartment, short trips at first, then longer excursions through the city. Tokyo unfolded around them like a living organism, and Light taught Harry to read its rhythms. The way certain streets emptied at certain hours. The way homeless congregated near the train stations but vanished before dawn. The way businessmen in suits avoided eye contact while teenagers in colorful clothes sought it. Every city has rules that aren't written down, Light explained as they walked through Shinjuku. Neon signs blazed overhead, even in daylight, promising pleasures Harry couldn't name. The written laws are what authorities enforce. The unwritten rules are what people actually follow. Learn the unwritten rules, and you can move through any society invisible. Harry absorbed everything. He noticed how Light's posture shifted depending on their surroundings, relaxed in crowds, alert in quiet areas, deferential when passing police officers. He noticed how Light's eyes never stopped moving, cataloging faces, exits, potential threats. You're learning to see, Light said one evening as they rode the train back to the apartment. Most people move through the world blind. They see surfaces, faces, clothes, buildings, but not the connections between them. You're starting to see the connections. Harry leaned against the window, watching stations flash past. Is that what the notebook requires? Seeing connections. The notebook requires nothing. It's a tool. But using it well requires understanding consequence. Every death creates a vacuum. Something always fills it. Light's voice dropped lower. The man you'll write, Takamura, his death won't just remove him. It will disrupt his network. His partners will scramble. His competitors will move in. His victims will scatter or seek new protectors. You have to see all those threads before you cut the first one. How do I see them if I don't know his network? You research. You observe. You wait. Light turned to face him fully. That's the part most people never understand. They think power means acting. Real power means knowing when not to act. The train rattled on. Harry watched the city blur past and thought about patience. About waiting. About all the names he could write but wouldn't, not yet. The research took another month. Light had resources Harry hadn't imagined, files, photographs, records of conversations, financial documents. He never explained how he obtained them, and Harry learned not to ask. Some questions, Light had implied, were better left unexplored. Together, they built a profile of Takamura Kenji. He was 53. He owned several businesses, a hostess club in Kabukicho, a construction company that never seemed to build anything, a import-export firm that imported far more than it exported. His legitimate income was modest. His actual wealth, tracked through shell companies and offshore accounts, was considerable. His operation was simple and brutal. He identified vulnerable children, runaways, orphans, kids from broken homes, and offered them what they needed: food, shelter, money. Then he sold them. Some went to brothels. Some went to wealthy men who preferred young company. Some went to people Harry didn't want to think about. The police had investigated him 3 times. Each time, witnesses vanished or changed their stories. Each time, documents went missing. Each time, Takamura walked free. He has protection, Light said, spreading photographs across the desk. Higher up than local police. Possibly political. Possibly organized crime, the lines blur here. He tapped one photo, Takamura with a man in an expensive suit, both smiling at some event. This is Sugimoto Hideki, city council member. They've been photographed together at least a dozen times. Harry studied the faces. Takamura looked ordinary, gray hair, pleasant smile, the kind of face you'd forget immediately. Sugimoto was younger, sharper, with eyes that seemed to calculate even in still images. If we killed Takamura, Sugimoto might investigate. He might. Or he might celebrate and find a new partner. Light shuffled through more photos. Or he might be next. We don't know enough yet. That's why we wait. Harry's fingers traced the edge of a photograph. How long do we wait? Until we see the full pattern. Until we understand who else needs to fall. Until we're certain that removing him creates more order than chaos. Light's voice softened. I know you're ready to act. I can see it in you, that hunger to finally do something after years of having nothing done for you. But hunger makes mistakes. Patience makes precision. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to say that every day they waited, more children suffered. But he'd learned enough by now to know that Light wouldn't be moved by emotion. The only arguments that worked were logical ones. What if we can't ever see the full pattern? What if there's always more to learn? Light smiled, that rare, genuine smile that transformed his sharp features into something almost warm. Then we act on the best information we have and accept that we'll never know everything. Perfection isn't the goal. Improvement is. The night before the name was written, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay on his futon in the study, the death note beside him, and stared at the ceiling. Tomorrow, he would kill a man. Tomorrow, he would become something he couldn't undo. The thought should have terrified him. Maybe it did, underneath everything. But mostly, he felt calm. Focused. Like a chess player about to make the first move of a long game. Light had given him everything: knowledge, purpose, a reason to wake up each morning. But more than that, Light had given him belief. Belief that he could be more than the boy in the cupboard. Belief that his choices mattered. Belief that power, wielded carefully, could change the world. Was that love? Harry didn't know. He'd never had enough experience with love to recognize its shape. But it felt like something. Something important. Around midnight, footsteps approached. Light appeared in the doorway, silhouetted against the dim light from the apartment's main room. Still awake. Can't sleep. Light crossed to sit beside him. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Light said, I was awake the night before my first name too. Harry turned to look at him. What was it like? Terrifying. Exhilarating. Confusing. Light's voice was distant, remembering. I'd planned for weeks. Researched everything. Thought I understood consequence. But when I actually wrote the name, when I watched the news the next day and saw that he'd died exactly as I'd specified, I realized I understood nothing. The weight of it didn't hit until after. Do you regret it? No. The answer came immediately, without hesitation. I regret some of what came after. Mistakes I made. People I underestimated. But the first name. The choice to begin. No. That was necessary. Harry absorbed this. Will I regret mine? Light was quiet for a moment. That depends on why you write it. If you're writing for justice, for the children he's hurt, for the ones he'll never hurt now, then regret will fade. But if you're writing for yourself, for the power, for the feeling of control, then regret will follow you forever. The notebook magnifies whatever's inside you. Make sure what's inside you is worth magnifying. He stood, moving toward the door. At the threshold, he paused. You're not alone in this, Harry. Whatever happens tomorrow, I'll be here. Not because I need you, though I do, more than you know, but because you matter. Not as a tool, as a person. He disappeared into the darkness. Sleep well. Harry lay there for a long time after, tears he didn't understand sliding down his cheeks. Morning came gray and cool. Harry dressed carefully in clothes Light had provided, nothing remarkable, nothing that would draw attention. Dark pants, a plain shirt, a jacket. With pockets deep enough to hold the death note. He ate breakfast without tasting it, his mind already focused on what came next. Light joined him at the small kitchen table. He held a photograph. Takamura Kenji. Taken 3 days ago. He slid it across the table. Look at it. Memorize his face. Every detail. Harry studied the image. Takamura sat at a restaurant, laughing at something across the table. His teeth were slightly crooked. A small scar marked his left cheekbone. His eyes, despite the laughter, remained cold. I have his name written on this paper. Light placed a slip beside the photograph. Japanese characters and Roman letters. The notebook accepts both, but accuracy matters. Copy it exactly. Harry looked at the name. Strange symbols he couldn't read, followed by letters he could. Takamura space Kenji. When you write, visualize his face. Hold it in your mind. If your concentration slips, the note might not work, or worse, it might work on someone else with the same name. Light's voice was calm, clinical. You have 40 seconds after writing the name to specify cause and circumstances. If you don't specify, he dies of heart attack within 40 seconds of the name being written. Harry's hand trembled slightly. He pressed it flat against the table. I thought we'd go somewhere. Watch him first. We can. But you need to understand, watching changes things. Seeing him alive, seeing him as a person rather than a photograph, makes it harder. Light leaned forward. Harder isn't always bad. Sometimes the weight of what we do should be felt. But sometimes weight becomes hesitation, and hesitation becomes failure. You have to decide what kind of user you'll be. Harry thought about it. About seeing Takamura laugh, eat, walk, breathe. About watching him interact with waiters or colleagues or, God forbid, children. About having that image in his mind when he finally wrote. I'll use the photograph, he said. I need to see what he is, not who he is. Light nodded. Wise. They sat together for another hour, reviewing the plan. Takamura's schedule. The timing that would make his death seem natural. A heart attack during a routine business meeting, witnessed by dozens, impossible to trace. The aftermath they'd watch for. The ripples they'd track. At noon, Light opened the apartment window, letting in the sounds of the city. Whenever you're ready. Harry took the death note from his jacket. Opened it to a fresh page. Laid the photograph beside it where he could see it constantly. He picked up the pen. For a moment, just a moment, he was 8 years old again, small and scared and alone in a cupboard under the stairs. He was nothing. He was no one. He was a boy the world had forgotten. Then he wrote, Takamura Kenji. Asterisk. The letters formed cleanly beneath his pen. His hand didn't shake. His breath stayed steady. In his mind, Takamura's face burned bright. Every detail, every line, every cold flicker in those laughing eyes. 40 seconds. Harry wrote, dies of a heart attack at 2:47 p.m. during a meeting at his office, witnessed by at least 3 people. Asterisk. He set down the pen. The notebook felt different now, warmer somehow, as if it had absorbed something from him. Or given something back. Light watched from across the table, his expression unreadable. It's done. It's done. They waited. At 2:47, they watched a live news broadcast from a camera crew that happened to be near Takamura's building. The reporter was discussing an unrelated story when suddenly, chaos. Ambulance sirens. People running. A voice shouting for a doctor. Harry watched Takamura's body being carried out on a stretcher, watched the paramedics pump his chest, watched the moment they stopped and looked at each other and shook their heads. Dead. Just like that. A name. A face. 40 seconds. Harry closed the notebook. How do you feel? Light asked. Harry considered the question. Searched himself for fear, for guilt, for the weight Light had described. Found something else instead. Calm, he said. I feel calm. Light studied him for a long moment, and something shifted in his eyes, respect, maybe, or recognition. Good. That's good. Now the real work begins. What real work? Watching. Light stood, crossing to the window. Tonight, we track the ripples. Tomorrow, we adjust. The day after, we plan the next name. He looked back at Harry, and in the gray afternoon light, he looked almost proud. You've taken the first step. The rest is a lifetime of steps after. But you're not walking alone. Harry joined him at the window. Below, the city continued its endless motion, unaware that something fundamental had shifted. Somewhere in that chaos, a man's network was already crumbling. Somewhere, children who would have been sold tonight would sleep in safety instead. One name, one choice, one boy who'd decided to stop being small. What's next? Harry asked. Light smiled. Everything. Dash dash dash. That night, Harry dreamed of names again. But this time, the names weren't falling like rain. They were piled in careful rows, organized, categorized, waiting. And behind them all, a city spread out like a chessboard, waiting for someone who could see the patterns. When he woke, the death note lay beside him, and through the open door, he could see Light already working at his desk, planning, calculating, building something vast and invisible. Harry smiled. For the first time in his life, he knew exactly where he belonged. Chapter 3. The First Name. The news of Takamura Kenji's death spread through Tokyo's underworld like fire through dry grass. Harry watched it happen from the apartment window, though of course he couldn't see the actual spread, only its effects. The way certain men who'd walked tall now hurried with their heads down. The way police presence increased in Kabukicho for 3 days, then vanished. The way a small item appeared in a local newspaper, buried on page 12, mentioning the death of a local businessman from apparent heart failure. No investigation, no suspicion, no connection to anything larger. Exactly as planned. The first 48 hours are critical, Light explained during their morning sessions. They'd established a new rhythm now, discussion first, then observation, then planning. If there were going to be complications, they'd surface now. Witnesses who remember something strange. Associates who benefit from his death and act suspiciously. Police who dig deeper than expected. But nothing's happened. Nothing we can see. Light's voice carried a warning. That doesn't mean nothing will. Some ripples travel slow. Some take weeks or months to surface. We watch. We wait. We learn. Harry absorbed this. He'd expected, what? Confetti. A sense of victory. Instead, there was only this quiet vigilance, this endless cataloging of consequences. Is it always like this? Light considered the question. The first one is always strange. You expect the world to change. To recognize that something fundamental has shifted. But the world doesn't know. It keeps spinning, keeps breathing, keeps being itself. You're the only one who knows, you and anyone you've told. He paused. That's the loneliness of it. The isolation. You carry a secret that would shatter everything if revealed, and you carry it alone. I'm not alone. Light's expression softened almost imperceptibly. No, you're not. Dash dash dash. The second week after Takamura's death brought the first visible ripple. A man named Yoshida Tetsuya, Takamura's second in command, attempted to take over the child selling operation. Within 3 days, he was found dead in his apartment. Official cause, suicide. Unofficial cause, someone had gotten to him first. There's a power vacuum, Light explained, spreading photographs across the desk. Takamura held the network together through personal connections and fear. With him gone, everyone wants a piece. Yoshida tried to claim the largest piece. Someone else disagreed. Harry studied the photos. Yoshida's body. The apartment. A note left behind, supposedly confessing to crimes and apologizing to family. Was it really suicide? Almost certainly not. The handwriting analysis doesn't match his previous samples. The note's phrasing is wrong, too formal, too careful. Someone killed him and made it look like suicide. Light tapped another photo. The question is who, and what they do next. They spent the next week tracking possibilities. Light had sources, informants, contacts, people who owed him favors, and through them, they built a picture of the chaos spreading through Tokyo's criminal underground. 3 more deaths in the following weeks. 2 apparent accidents. 1 disappearance. Each time, Harry watched the news, read the reports, added to the growing map of consequence. It's working, he said one evening, staring at the web they'd created, names connected by lines, showing how Takamura's death had fractured his network. They're destroying each other. Temporarily. Light joined him at the map. Eventually, someone will win. A new leader will emerge. The operation will continue, maybe smaller, maybe more careful, but it will continue. Unless we remove them too. Light nodded slowly. Now you're thinking ahead. Not just reaction, anticipation. Takamura was the first domino. Now we watch the dominoes fall, and when they stop, we decide which ones need another push. Harry looked at the map. At all those names, all those faces he'd never seen, all those lives tangled together in violence and exploitation. How many? However many it takes. The third month brought a shift in Harry's training. Light began teaching him about the Death Note's deeper rules, the ones not written in the front pages, the ones discovered through experimentation and risk. If you write a cause of death, you have 6 minutes and 40 seconds to specify further details, Light explained. They sat in the apartment's small kitchen, the notebook between them. The details must be physically possible for the victim to accomplish. You can't make someone fly to the moon, but you can make them walk into traffic. Harry's brow furrowed. How do you know the limits? I tested them. Carefully. Over years. Light's voice carried no pride, only fact. Some rules I learned from the Shinigami who owned the notebook before me. Others I discovered through observation. For example, if you write a name without specifying cause, the victim dies of heart attack in 40 seconds. But if you write a cause that's impossible, they also die of heart attack. The notebook defaults to its base function. The Shinigami. Light's eyes flickered, the first sign of discomfort Harry had seen in months. The notebooks belong to creatures called Shinigami. Death gods. They drop them into the human world for their own amusement. The one who owned mine, Ryuk, followed me for years, watching, waiting, eventually writing names himself when boredom struck. Harry's blood chilled. There's a death god watching us. Not anymore. Ryuk grew bored and moved on. But others exist. The notebook you found belonged to one originally. They might appear eventually, if they're curious about the new owner. Light leaned forward. When they do, you negotiate. You don't threaten. Shinigami can't be killed by human means. You don't beg, they despise weakness. You offer entertainment. Boredom is their only weakness. Interesting human behavior is their only currency. Harry looked down at the notebook. Suddenly it felt heavier, more dangerous. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because you weren't ready. Because fear of Shinigami might have made you hesitate when you wrote the first name. Because now you need to know, so you can prepare. Light's voice softened. I'm not hiding things to control you. I'm revealing them when you're strong enough to handle them. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to say that he deserved to know everything from the beginning. But some part of him, the part that had survived the Dursleys by reading adults, by knowing when to speak and when to stay silent, recognized truth in Light's words. Okay, he said quietly. What else don't I know? The lessons continued, each one building on the last. Harry learned about the ideal, the trait offered by Shinigami to any human who possesses a death note. Half your remaining lifespan in exchange for the ability to see any person's name and lifespan simply by looking at their face. Don't take it, Light warned. Ever. No matter what. Why? Because your lifespan is finite. Because knowing someone's name isn't worth shortening your own existence. Because there are other ways to get names, research, observation, patience. Light's voice hardened. The ideal is a trap. A shortcut that seems tempting but costs everything. The humans who take it never last long. Harry filed this away. What about the lifespan I see? Could I use it somehow? The lifespans Shinigami see aren't fixed. They show what would happen if no outside force intervenes, but the Death Note itself is an outside force. You can kill someone who would have lived decades. You can spare someone who would have died tomorrow. Light shook his head. The numbers are distractions. Focus on what you can control, names, faces, circumstances. They practiced with hypotheticals. Light would describe a scenario, a criminal, a location, a set of constraints, and Harry would propose the optimal method of death. Natural causes that wouldn't raise suspicion. Accidents that couldn't be traced. Illnesses that would seem inevitable given the victim's history. You have to think like them, Light explained. Understand their habits, their weaknesses, their fears. A man who's terrified of flying won't die in a plane crash, he'd never get on a plane. A woman who swims daily could drown. A smoker could develop lung cancer. The death must feel like it belongs to their life. Harry absorbed this. Each scenario became a puzzle, a game of matching victim to method. But beneath the game, something deeper was forming, a framework for thinking about power, about consequence, about the weight of choice. The fourth month brought a new target. Light presented him with a file, thicker than Takamura's, with more photographs, more documentation, more evidence of suffering. Nakamura Hiroshi, age 47, runs a network of factories in Southeast Asia that employ children as young as 5. Conditions are brutal: 12-hour shifts, minimal food, beatings for anyone who slows down. Children die there regularly. He disposes of the bodies and recruits more. Harry studied the photographs. Nakamura was round-faced, smiling, the kind of man who looked like someone's favorite uncle. In one photo, he posed with politicians. In another, with celebrities. In a third, with children who stared at the camera with empty eyes. The governments know. Some are paid off. Others are intimidated. A few genuinely don't know. His operations are hidden behind layers of shell companies and local partners. Light tapped the file. This one is more complex than Takamura. More connections. More protection. More people who benefit from his existence. Then why him now? Because his network spans multiple countries. Because the children suffering today won't be saved by waiting. Because if we can dismantle this operation, the ripple effects could change how these factories operate across the region. Light met Harry's eyes. This is the next level. Not just removing one man, removing a system. But we have to be careful. One mistake, and we lose everything. Harry looked at Nakamura's smiling face. At the hollow-eyed children in the background. When do we start? Now. Research first. Planning second. Action third. The same process, expanded. Light stood. This will take months. Maybe longer. Are you ready for that? Harry thought about patience. About waiting. About all the children who would suffer in those months. Yes, he said. I'm ready. The research phase for Nakamura lasted 6 weeks. Harry threw himself into it with an intensity that surprised even Light. He studied every document, cross-referenced every name, built mental models of how Nakamura's network connected to banks, politicians, shipping companies, local enforcers. He learned to read financial records, to spot patterns in shipping manifests, to identify the difference between legitimate business and criminal front. You have a gift for this, Light observed one evening. They'd been working for 14 hours straight, and Harry's eyes burned with exhaustion, but he kept pushing. Just paying attention. More than that, you see connections others miss. You remember details that seem unimportant but later prove critical. Light leaned back in his chair. The Dursleys, they starved you of many things, but they didn't starve you of observation. You learned to watch because watching kept you safe. That skill is priceless now. Harry shrugged off the praise, but something in him warmed at it. Light didn't give compliments easily. When they came, they meant something. The profile they built was disturbing. Nakamura's operation touched 12 countries. His factories produced textiles, electronics, toys, products that ended up in stores across the world, sold to families who had no idea children had made them. His political connections included 3 cabinet ministers in 2 different countries. His financial network moved money through banks in Switzerland, the Cayman Islands, and Singapore. Removing him won't stop the factories, Harry said one night, staring at the web they'd created. Someone else will take over. The system continues. Correct. Light nodded. Which is why we're not just removing him. We're removing his entire senior management. Simultaneously. Harry's eyes widened. How many? 12. Maybe 15. Everyone who knows how the operation runs, everyone who could rebuild it after Nakamura falls. Light spread photographs across the table. If we do this right, the network doesn't just lose its leader, it loses its institutional memory. The factories will close. The children will scatter. And by the time anyone figures out how to restart, we'll have moved on to the next target. Harry studied the faces. 15 people. 15 names. 15 deaths. That's a lot. It's necessary. The first name was practice. This is strategy. Light's voice carried no emotion, only cold calculation. But it's also risk. 15 deaths in a short period will attract attention. We need to space them out, make them seem natural, ensure no pattern emerges. And we need to do it without losing momentum. Harry thought about it. About the weight of 15 names. About the children who would be saved. About the chaos that would follow. When do we start? 3 months. Minimum. We need to understand each target's schedule, health, vulnerabilities. We need to coordinate timing across countries. We need contingency plans if something goes wrong. Light met his eyes. This is the real work, Harry. Not writing names, planning. The names are the easy part. Dash dash dash. Those 3 months changed Harry in ways he didn't fully understand. He grew taller, the regular food and absence of stress allowing his body to finally catch up to its potential. His features sharpened, losing the soft roundness of childhood. His eyes, always observant, now held something deeper, a weight that made adults uncomfortable when they occasionally encountered him on the street. Light noticed the changes but said nothing. Instead, he pushed harder. More scenarios, more hypotheticals, more discussions about philosophy and consequence and the nature of justice. What makes a life worth taking? Light asked one evening. The question came out of nowhere, as his questions often did. Harry considered. Harm. If someone causes harm that can't be stopped any other way. Define harm. Physical, emotional, structural. Harry had thought about this extensively. Someone who hurts others directly, like Takamura. Someone who builds systems that hurt others, like Nakamura. Someone who protects those who cause harm, like the politicians on Nakamura's payroll. Light nodded slowly. And what about harm that isn't obvious? A businessman who pollutes a river, slowly poisoning thousands over decades. A general who starts wars for profit. A journalist who lies so convincingly that millions believe falsehoods that lead to suffering. Same answer. If the harm is real and can't be stopped otherwise. But who decides? Who judges what harm is severe enough to warrant death? Light leaned forward. This is the question every user of the Death Note must answer. Are you judge, jury, and executioner? Or are you something else? Harry had no easy answer. He thought about the Dursleys, their cruelty, their neglect, the way they'd shaped his childhood into something hollow. Did they deserve death? Part of him screamed yes. Another part, the part that remembered Vernon's rare moments of almost kindness, Petunia's grief when she thought no one was watching, whispered no. I don't know, he admitted. I don't think there's one answer. Light smiled, that rare, genuine smile. Good. Certainty is dangerous. Doubt keeps you careful. The moment you stop questioning whether you're right, you've already become wrong. Dash dash dash. The night before the first Nakamura network death, Harry dreamed of falling. He stood on a tall building, higher than any in Tokyo, and watched names drift past like snowflakes. Each name was a person. Each person was a choice. And below, the city spread out in perfect order, unaware of the hand that shaped it. When he woke, the Death Note lay beside him, and Light was already working. Today, Light said without turning. Nakamura first. Then his lieutenant in Bangkok, 48 hours later. Then the accountant in Singapore, 72 hours after that. He turned, holding a schedule. 15 deaths over 6 weeks. Each time to seem natural. Each witnessed by people who will confirm the cause. Harry took the schedule, studying it. Names, dates, locations, methods. Nakamura would die of a heart attack during a business meeting, just like Takamura. His lieutenant would fall from a hotel balcony while drunk. The accountant would suffer a stroke while working late. Each death tailored to the victim's habits, vulnerabilities, life patterns. They'll notice, Harry said quietly. 15 deaths connected to the same network, someone will see the pattern. Eventually. But not immediately. And by the time they do, the network will be gone. The children will be scattered. The evidence we've gathered will be leaked to authorities in 12 countries. Light's eyes gleamed. We're not just killing people. We're dismantling a system. The deaths are the hammer. The evidence is the chisel. Harry absorbed this. The plan was larger than he'd realized, not just removal, but exposure. Not just punishment, but prevention. When does the evidence leak? 6 weeks after the first death. By then, the network will be in chaos. The people who might bury the investigation will be dead or scrambling. The truth will come out, and the world will see what Nakamura built. Light paused. And they'll never know who showed them. Harry looked at the schedule again. 15 names. 15 faces he'd memorized over months of research. 15 lives he would end. Will it be enough? Enough to stop child labor in Southeast Asia? No. Enough to disrupt one network, save thousands of children, and send a message to others. Yes. Light's voice softened. That's all we can do, Harry. One network at a time. One system at a time. One world at a time. Harry nodded slowly. Then he picked up the pen. Dash dash dash. The first name went down at 9:47 a.m. Nakamura Hiroshi. Heart attack. Business meeting. 3 witnesses. Harry wrote with steady hands, visualizing the face he'd studied for months, the round cheeks, the smiling eyes, the hands that had signed orders condemning children to suffering. The pen scratched softly against the page. 40 seconds to specify cause. He used 32. When he finished, he set down the pen and looked at Light. Done. They waited. At 2:15 p.m., a news alert flashed across Light's computer. Businessman Nakamura Hiroshi had collapsed during a meeting and died despite paramedics' efforts. Heart attack suspected. No foul play indicated. Harry stared at the screen for a long moment. Then he turned back to the schedule. Next is Bangkok. 48 hours. Light nodded. We'll watch Nakamura's death ripple first. See who reacts, who runs, who tries to claim power. That information will help with the others. They spent the next 2 days monitoring news, tracking communications, building an ever-expanding map of consequence. 3 of Nakamura's associates immediately fled the country, useful information for future targeting. 2 more held emergency meetings to discuss succession, equally useful. By the time the Bangkok death occurred, Harry had added 4 new names to the potential target list. I thought we were only doing 15, he said, showing Light the additions. We are. For now. But this network has branches we didn't see before. People who were hidden until Nakamura's death forced them into the open. Light studied the new names. These become Phase 2. After we finish Phase 1, after the evidence leaks, after the chaos settles, then we decide if they need removal too. Harry looked at the growing web. At all those names, all those faces, all those lives tangled together in suffering. It never ends, does it? Light was quiet for a moment. Then, no, it doesn't. The world has infinite cruelty. We have finite time and power. All we can do is push the balance toward justice, one name at a time, and hope it's enough. Harry thought about that. About infinity. About finitude. About the weight of each name and the lightness of each saved child. Then we push, he said. As far as we can. Light smiled. Yes, we do. The Bangkok death happened exactly as planned. The lieutenant, a man named Somchai, fell from his 15th floor hotel balcony at 11:37 p.m. local time. He'd been drinking heavily, as he always did on Friday nights. Witnesses in the bar downstairs confirmed his intoxicated state. Security footage showed him stumbling to his room alone. The balcony railing was low, a known safety issue the hotel had been cited for twice. No suspicion, no investigation, no connection to Nakamura's death 3 days earlier. Harry watched the news reports from Tokyo, the death note closed on the desk beside him. 15 down, 13 to go. How do you feel? Light asked. Harry considered the question, searched himself for guilt, for fear, for the weight he'd expected to feel. Found only calm. Like we're doing what needs to be done. Light nodded slowly. Good. That's how it should feel. Now, the accountant in Singapore. 72 hours. We need to review his schedule one more time. They bent over the files together, 2 architects designing justice in the space between names. Outside, Tokyo hummed with its endless life, unaware that in a small apartment above the city, a boy was learning to reshape the world. Chapter 4. Rules of a God. The accountant in Singapore died on schedule. Harry watched the news report from Light's computer, a brief mention buried between stories about economic forecasts and celebrity gossip. Mr. Tan Chen Wei, 58, had suffered a massive stroke while working late at his desk. His body wasn't discovered until the next morning. By then, the stroke had been confirmed by medical examiners, and his death had been classified as natural causes. 3 down, 12 to go. But something had shifted in Harry during those 72 hours between deaths. A quiet settling, like sediment drifting to the bottom of a lake. The first name had been an experiment. The second a confirmation. The third was routine. And that frightened him. You're processing, Light said during their evening discussion. They sat across the chessboard, though neither had moved a piece in 20 minutes. The mind's way of adapting to new reality. Don't fight it. I'm not fighting anything. Harry's voice came out sharper than he intended. It felt normal. Writing Tan's name felt like writing any other name. Like homework. Like nothing. Light studied him with those falcon eyes. And that bothers you, shouldn't it? Killing someone shouldn't feel normal. Shouldn't it? Light leaned back, steepling his fingers. You're confusing two things, the act and the weight. The act of writing becomes normal because it's simple. A pen, paper, letters. There's nothing inherently dramatic about it. The weight, the knowledge of what those letters mean, that's what should remain heavy. That's what separates us from monsters. Harry considered this. So as long as I remember what each name means, it's okay that the writing feels normal. The writing is just a tool. Focus on the meaning, always. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Harry asked the question that had been building since Nakamura's death: how many names have you written? Light's expression didn't change, but something in the room shifted, a tension, a weight. Thousands. Thousands. I've had the Death Note for years. I've used it consistently, strategically, without pause. Light's voice remained calm, clinical. Criminals, terrorists, corrupt officials, people who built systems of suffering and hid behind wealth and power. Thousands of them. Harry's breath caught. He'd known Light was experienced, the way he taught, the way he planned, the depth of his knowledge about the notebook's rules, all of it pointed to years of practice. But thousands. Does it get easier? No. The answer came immediately, without hesitation. It gets harder in some ways. You see more patterns, more connections, more consequences. Each death isn't isolated, it's part of a web. The more names you write, the more you see how everything connects. The weight compounds. Then why keep doing it? Light was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice carried something Harry had never heard from him before: vulnerability. Because if I stop, all those names become meaningless. If I stop, the world goes back to what it was: chaotic, cruel, indifferent. If I stop, I admit that nothing I did mattered. He met Harry's eyes. I can't stop. Not until the world I envision exists. Not until justice isn't something I have to enforce, but something built into the fabric of society. Harry thought about that. About thousands of names. About a world reshaped by one person's vision. About the weight Light carried every day. Will I become like you? You'll become yourself. That's all anyone becomes. Light's voice softened. I can teach you methods, strategies, frameworks. I can't teach you to be me. And I wouldn't want to. The world needs different kinds of justice. Different approaches. You'll find yours. The fourth death came 2 weeks later, a factory manager in Malaysia who'd personally beaten children who fell behind quota. Harry wrote his name without hesitation. Visualized his face, cruel eyes, heavy hands, the kind of man who enjoyed causing pain. Specified a heart attack while walking to his car after work. Watched the news confirm it 3 days later. 4 down, 11 to go. But something else happened that week. Something Light had warned about but Harry hadn't fully understood until now. A pattern emerged. Not in the deaths themselves, those remained carefully spaced, carefully varied, carefully natural. The pattern was in the investigation. Someone was looking. Interpol, Light said, spreading documents across the desk. They've opened a file on Nakamura's network. The deaths caught their attention, not as murders, but as coincidences worth examining. Harry studied the documents. Interpol's interest was preliminary, a junior analyst noting the cluster of deaths among Nakamura's associates, flagging it for future reference. No active investigation. No suspicion of foul play. But the flag existed now. The seed had been planted. What do we do? Nothing. For now. Light tapped the file. If we accelerate the remaining deaths, we draw more attention. If we stop completely, the network might rebuild. We continue as planned, but more carefully. More slowly. And we watch Interpol's next moves. Harry absorbed this. The game had expanded. Not just names and networks now, but investigators. People paid to notice patterns. People who might, eventually, notice them. How do we stay invisible? By being more patient than they are. By understanding how they think, what they look for, where their blind spots lie. Light's eyes gleamed. Every investigator has a framework, assumptions about how the world works, what's possible, what's not. Our job is to operate outside that framework. To make the impossible seem merely improbable. Harry thought about the rules Light had taught him. About cause of death, about timing, about making each death feel like it belonged to the victim's life. That was the key, not avoiding patterns entirely, but creating patterns that looked like coincidence. That looked like the natural chaos of the world. Can I see Interpol's file? Their analyst's notes. Light smiled. that rare, approving smile. Already ahead of you. Dash dash dash. The next 3 months became an education in evasion. Light taught Harry about investigation techniques, how police and agencies built cases, what evidence they prioritized, how they connected seemingly unrelated events. He taught about forensic limitations, about the difference between what could be proven and what could be suspected, about the gap between suspicion and action. Most investigations fail because of resources, Light explained. There are only so many hours, so many analysts, so much budget. If you make your pattern subtle enough, it never rises above the noise. It becomes one of 1,000 coincidences that investigators note and then forget. They studied the Interpol analyst assigned to Nakamura's case, a woman named Marie Delacroix, based in Lyon. Mid-30s. Sharp. Ambitious. The kind of person who noticed things others missed. She's dangerous, Light said. Not because she's close, she's not. But because she's patient. She'll keep the file open, keep adding notes, keep waiting for more data. Years from now, she might see something no one else sees. Harry studied Delacroix's photograph. Brown hair pulled back, glasses, a face that looked ordinary but held something sharp behind the eyes. Could she find us? Eventually. Possibly. If we make mistakes. If we get careless. Light's voice hardened. That's why we won't. That's why we build systems, not just actions. That's why every name we write is planned months in advance, with contingencies for every possible outcome. Harry nodded slowly. What about after Nakamura's network? She'll keep looking. She'll keep looking. But by then, we'll be somewhere else. Someone else. Different targets, different methods, different patterns. Light leaned forward. The key to staying invisible is motion. Never stay in one pattern too long. Never let them predict where you'll strike next. Dash dash dash. The remaining 11 deaths stretched over 4 months. Each one required weeks of preparation, studying the target's schedule, health, vulnerabilities. Each required precise timing to avoid raising suspicion. Each required watching the aftermath, tracking who noticed, adjusting future plans based on what they learned. Harry became obsessed with the details. He learned to read medical records, to understand what conditions could be exploited, what causes of death would seem natural given a person's history. He learned about heart conditions, aneurysms, strokes, the body's vulnerabilities that the death note could trigger with surgical precision. The notebook doesn't create causes that don't exist, Light explained. It triggers existing vulnerabilities. A healthy heart won't fail just because you write, heart attack. But if there's weakness, a hidden condition, a genetic predisposition, the notebook exploits it. So we need targets with existing health issues. Or we need to be patient. Everyone has vulnerabilities, age, stress, lifestyle. The notebook doesn't just trigger immediate death. You can specify future dates. You can specify circumstances that create stress that triggers vulnerability. Light's eyes gleamed. A man who's terrified of public speaking could have a heart attack during a presentation. A woman who's been diagnosed with depression could suicide in a way that seems predictable. The notebook works with who people are. Harry absorbed this. The possibilities expanded endlessly. Not just death, but death that felt inevitable. Death that felt like the natural conclusion of a life. Is there anything the notebook can't do? Plenty. It can't affect anyone whose name you don't know. It can't affect anyone whose face you haven't seen. It can't create causes that are physically impossible for the victim to achieve. Light paused. And it can't bring anyone back. Once written, always written. No erasures. No do-overs. Harry looked at the death note, closed on the desk beside him. 15 names inside now. 15 lives ended. 15 families grieving, unaware that their loss was chosen, not fated. How do you live with that? He asked quietly. The knowledge that you've caused so much grief. Light was silent for a long moment. Then, I focus on the grief I've prevented. The children who weren't sold because Takamura died. The workers who weren't beaten because Nakamura's factories closed. The thousands of lives improved because thousands of criminals were removed. He met Harry's eyes. The grief I cause is real. But the suffering I prevent is real too. I weigh them every day. And every day, the scale tips toward continuing. Harry thought about that. About scales. About weighing. About the impossible math of judging who lived and who died. Will I ever be sure I'm right? No. And if you are, you've already lost. Dash dash dash. The The 15th death occurred on a Tuesday. A woman in Bangkok, Nakamura's regional coordinator, the last person with enough knowledge to rebuild the network. She died in a car accident, her vehicle crossing the center line and colliding with a truck. Witnesses said she'd been driving erratically, swerving, as if distracted or ill. The autopsy later revealed a minor stroke, not enough to kill, but enough to impair judgment at exactly the wrong moment. Harry watched the news report from the apartment, the death note open beside him. 15 names. 15 deaths. 15 lives ended by his hand. 6 months since he'd found the notebook in the rain. 6 months since Light had taken him in. 6 months since he'd become something more than the boy in the cupboard. How do you feel? Light asked. Harry considered the question, searched himself for guilt, for triumph, for the weight he'd expected to feel. Found something else, a quiet satisfaction, a sense of completion, a recognition that 15 deaths meant thousands of children who would never be sold, never be beaten, never die in Nakamura's factories. Like we did what needed to be done. Light nodded slowly. Good. Now, the next phase. Harry looked up. Next phase. The evidence leak. We have files on Nakamura's operation, names, dates, locations, financial records. Enough to shut down the remaining factories, arrest the remaining facilitators, free the remaining children. Light spread documents across the desk. We release it anonymously to journalists in 12 countries simultaneously. We watch the chaos unfold. And then, Light smiled. Then we find the next network. The next system. The next set of names that need writing. Harry looked at the files. At the photographs of children who would soon be rescued. At the names of facilitators who would soon face justice, human justice, this time, not the notebooks. How many networks are there? Thousands. Tens of thousands. The world is full of people who profit from suffering. Light's voice carried no despair, only determination. We can't stop them all. But we can stop some. And each one we stop changes the world a little. Each one makes the next one easier. Harry thought about that. About infinity. About finitude. About the weight of each network and the lightness of each rescued child. Then we find the next one. Yes. Light stood, crossing to the window. But first, we rest. We watch the aftermath. We learn from this operation, what worked, what didn't, what we could improve. He turned back to Harry. The death note is powerful, but power without reflection is just destruction. Take time to absorb what you've done. To understand how it's changed you. Harry looked at the notebook. At his hands, which had written 15 names. At the city beyond the window, full of millions of lives, none of whom knew what he'd become. Will I change more? You'll keep changing. That's what living is. Light's voice softened. The question isn't whether you'll change. It's what you'll change into. That night, Harry dreamed of falling again. But this time, the names weren't falling like snow. They rose, thousands of them, lifting from the city below, swirling around him in a vortex of faces and dates and causes of death. And at the center of the vortex, Light stood watching, his expression unreadable. You're becoming, Light said in the dream. But becoming what? Harry woke with the question burning in his mind. The apartment was dark. Through the open door, he could see Light working at his desk, as always, planning, calculating, building. The death note lay beside Harry's futon, its cover warm to the touch. He picked it up, opened it to the first page, the page where he'd written Takamura's name 6 months ago. The letters hadn't faded. They remained crisp and clear, permanent as the death they'd caused. 15 names. 15 lives. One boy who'd decided to stop being small. Harry closed the notebook and lay back, staring at the ceiling. Light's question echoed in his mind, becoming what? He didn't have an answer. But for the first time, he believed he would find one. The evidence leak happened 3 weeks later. Harry watched from the apartment as news outlets across the world published stories about Nakamura's network. The details were precise, damning, impossible to ignore. Governments scrambled to respond. Arrests followed within days. Factories were raided, children freed, facilitators hauled before cameras in handcuffs. The world was outraged. The world was horrified. The world had no idea who had shown them the truth. The children, Harry said quietly, watching footage of rescued kids being led from a factory in Thailand. What happens to them now? Rehabilitation, if they're lucky. Orphanages, if they're not. Some will find families. Some will age out of systems and struggle. Light's voice was matter of fact. We didn't save them from all suffering. Only from the worst kind. Is that enough? It has to be. Light turned from the screen. We can't fix everything. No one can. But we can fix some things. And those some things are real. Harry watched the children on screen, their hollow eyes, their thin bodies, their tentative smiles as aid workers wrapped blankets around their shoulders. 15 names. Thousands of children. The math wasn't perfect, but it was something. What's next? He asked. Light smiled, that rare, genuine smile. I have a file on a human trafficking network operating out of Eastern Europe. It'll take longer, different countries, different languages, different challenges. Are you ready? Harry looked at the death note. At his hands. At the city beyond the window, full of millions of lives waiting to be touched by justice. Yes, he said. I'm ready. The next morning, Light began teaching Harry about Eastern Europe. About the political landscape, the corruption, the networks of power that protected traffickers. About the specific challenges of operating across borders, across languages, across legal systems that ranged from functional to completely broken. This is the next level, Light explained. Not just one network in one region, a network that spans multiple countries, multiple criminal organizations, multiple layers of protection. Removing it will take years, not months. Harry absorbed this. Years. More names. More faces. More weight. Will we ever stop? Light considered the question. When the world no longer needs us. When justice is built into systems instead of enforced by individuals. When a child anywhere can grow up safe, fed, loved. He paused. That day may never come. But we work toward it anyway. Harry nodded slowly. Then he bent over the files, studying faces, memorizing names, building the mental map that would guide the next phase of their work. Outside, Tokyo hummed with its endless life. Inside, two architects of justice planned the next move in a game that would never end. And in the space between names, a boy became something new. Chapter 5, Magic Meets the Note. The Eastern European operation took 14 months. Harry learned to track targets across borders, to coordinate deaths that spanned time zones and legal jurisdictions, to make each name feel like it belonged to the chaotic fabric of a region where death often came unexpectedly. He wrote 37 names in that period: traffickers, corrupt officials, the men who financed and protected the network. Each death was carefully spaced, carefully timed, carefully designed to seem natural or accidental. By the end, the network had crumbled. Survivors scattered. Children were freed. And Interpol's Marie Delacroix had added another file to her growing collection of coincidences. But something else happened during those 14 months. Something Harry hadn't expected. He turned 10. And with that birthday came changes he couldn't explain. It started with small things. A glass that shattered when he looked at it wrong, or so it seemed. In truth, he'd been frustrated, staring at the glass while trying to solve a particularly difficult problem in Light's latest chess puzzle. The glass had exploded. Light had raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Then the dreams started. Not the falling dreams he'd grown accustomed to, different dreams. Dreams of green light and a woman's scream. Dreams of a castle floating in mist. Dreams of a boy with lightning on his forehead, staring at Harry from across an impossible distance. Your vitals are fluctuating, Light observed one morning, studying Harry with those falcon eyes. Heart rate, blood pressure, neural activity, all spiking at irregular intervals. Are you ill? Harry shook his head. Just dreams. Strange dreams. Describe them. Harry tried. The green light. The scream. The castle. The boy with the scar. Light listened without interruption, his expression growing more intent with each detail. These dreams started when? A few weeks ago. Around my birthday. Light was silent for a long moment. Then he stood, crossing to a bookshelf Harry had never seen him use. He withdrew a thick volume, Mythology, by the look of the cover, and began flipping through pages. Have you ever heard of magic, Harry? The question was so unexpected that Harry laughed, a short, surprised sound. Magic isn't real, isn't it? Light turned the book to show him an illustration. A castle. Floating in mist. The same castle from Harry's dreams. This is Hogwarts. A school for witchcraft and wizardry. According to legend, and according to sources I've cultivated over years, it's very real. Harry stared at the illustration. His heart hammered against his ribs. That's impossible. Many things are impossible until they happen. Light closed the book. I've known about the magical world for years. Kept my distance, their rules are different, their detection methods sophisticated. But I've always suspected there was more to you than met the eye. What do you mean? The day we met, you said the notebook felt cold. Aware. Most people who find death notes feel nothing. They pick them up like any other object. But you felt something. That suggested, Light paused, choosing words carefully. That suggested you might be sensitive to forces beyond the normal. Harry's mind raced. Magic. Wizards. Castles in the clouds. It sounded insane, the kind of story Dudley would tell to mock him. But the dreams felt real. The green light felt real. The screaming. My parents, he said slowly. They died in a car crash. That's what my aunt told me. Your aunt also locked you in a cupboard and starved you. Light's voice was gentle but firm. She may not have been truthful about other things. Harry sank onto the nearest chair. His legs felt weak, disconnected from his body. Magic. He might be magic. The strange things that had happened throughout his childhood, the rooftop, the teacher's wig, the glass that shattered when he stared at it, all of it suddenly made terrible, wonderful sense. What do I do? Light considered. First, we test. See if you can control whatever this is. Then we decide, do you engage with the magical world, or do you stay hidden? He leaned forward. If you choose to engage, everything changes. New risks, new opportunities, new ways the Death Note might be compromised, or enhanced. Harry looked at the notebook, always beside him. Could magic affect how the Death Note works? That's what we need to find out. The testing began that afternoon. Light cleared the apartment's main room, pushing furniture against the walls. Then he handed Harry a simple object, a pencil, and said, "Make it move." Harry stared at the pencil. How? However your magic works. Focus on it. Want it to move. The same way you wanted the glass to stop being in your way, that's when it shattered. Harry tried. He focused on the pencil, willing it to slide across the floor. Nothing happened. He tried harder, squinting, his face reddening with effort. Still nothing. Relax, Light instructed. The first time you did this, you weren't trying. You were frustrated, angry, even. Try accessing that feeling. Harry thought about the Dursleys. About the cupboard. About Dudley's fists and Vernon's belt. The anger rose naturally, easily, a familiar companion. The pencil shot across the floor like a bullet. It hit the far wall with a crack and fell to the ground, broken in half. Harry stared at it, breathing hard. Light watched with an expression of intense interest. Fascinating, Light murmured. Emotion triggered, but potentially controllable. Let's try again. They spent hours experimenting. Harry learned that anger produced the strongest effects, but other emotions worked too: fear, excitement, even intense concentration. The magic responded to his mental state, amplifying whatever he felt most strongly. You need control, Light said finally. Raw emotion is useful in emergencies, but dangerous as a primary mechanism. We need to find a way to channel this deliberately. They tried meditation, visualization, the same techniques Light used for Death Note planning, adapted for magical control. Slowly, painfully, Harry began to make progress. By the end of the first week, he could move small objects at will. By the end of the second, he could levitate them. By the end of the third, he could make light, actual light, flicker at his fingertips. I'm a wizard, Harry said one evening, staring at the golden glow dancing across his palm. I'm actually a wizard. Light smiled, that rare, genuine smile. It appears so. The question now is what you do with it. The answer came sooner than either expected. 3 weeks after Harry's magical awakening, a letter arrived. It appeared on the apartment windowsill one morning, despite the window being closed and locked. Cream-colored parchment, sealed with wax. Addressed in emerald green ink to Harry Potter. Apartment 4B. *33 Sakuragaoka-cho. Shibuya-ku, Tokyo, Japan. Harry stared at it for a long moment before picking it up. The seal bore a crest, a lion, a snake, a badger, an eagle surrounding a large letter H. Open it, Light said from behind him. Harry broke the seal. The letter was written on the same cream parchment, the same emerald ink. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sork, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he looked up at Light. An owl. They use owls for delivery. Light's expression was unreadable. It seems the magical world has found you. But how? We're in Tokyo. I've never told anyone I'm here. The letter found you anyway. That suggests, Light paused. That suggests your magical signature is traceable. Or that someone has been looking for you. Harry's blood chilled. Looking for me? Who? I don't know. But we need to find out. Light took the letter, studying it intently. Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore. I've heard the name. He's considered powerful, influential, possibly the most dangerous wizard alive. He looked up. If he's been searching for you, there's a reason. And reasons in the magical world are rarely simple. Harry thought about the dreams. The green light. The screaming. The boy with the scar who looked back at him from across impossible distances. What should I do? Light was silent for a long moment. Then, first, we research. I have contacts who know about the magical world, carefully cultivated, never used. It's time to activate them. He set the letter down. Then we decide. Hogwarts could be an opportunity, training, knowledge, connections. Or it could be a trap. We need to know which before you commit. Harry nodded slowly. And the Death Note. The Death Note comes with you. Always. But we need to test something first, how magic and the notebook interact. If your magic can obscure the notebook's traces, that changes everything. The testing took another month. Light's contacts proved useful. A former magical government official living in obscurity in Kyoto, a squib-whatever that was who ran a small shop in Diagon Alley's magical equivalent, a half-blood witch who'd married a muggle and now lived in London. Through them, they gathered information about Hogwarts, about the magical world structure, about the war that had supposedly ended the night Harry's parents died. The war. That was new. Your parents weren't killed in a car crash, Light said one evening, laying out the information they'd gathered. They were murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort. He targeted them specifically. Then he tried to kill you, and failed. The spell rebounded, destroyed his body, and left you with that scar. Harry touched his forehead. The scar had always been there, a thin, lightning-shaped mark hidden beneath his hair. He'd never thought much about it. Now it burned with significance. He tried to kill me. When I was a baby. According to every source, yes. You're famous in the magical world, Harry. The boy who lived. The one who defeated the darkest wizard in centuries. Light's voice carried something new, respect, perhaps, or calculation. That fame could be useful. Or dangerous. Probably both. Harry tried to absorb this. He was famous. For surviving. For something he didn't even remember. What do I do? Light leaned back, steepling his fingers. That depends on what you want. If you attend Hogwarts, you'll be surrounded by people who know your name, have expectations about who you are. You'll have to navigate that while hiding the Death Note and continuing our work. He paused. If you don't attend, you miss an opportunity to understand your magic, build connections, learn about a world that clearly has claims on you. Claims. The letter said you're accepted. That implies someone nominated you, or your name was on a list. The magical world expects you to attend. Refusing would draw attention, possibly unwanted attention. Harry thought about it. About a castle full of wizards. About children his own age who might actually want to know him. About the chance to understand who he really was. I want to go, he said quietly. But I don't want to stop our work. Light smiled. Good. Because I don't intend to let you stop. The question is how we continue while you're at Hogwarts. How we communicate. How you operate without detection. He leaned forward. And that brings us back to the most important question. Can your magic hide the Death Note's traces? The experiment was simple. Harry would write a name, a test name, someone already dead, just to see what happened, while Light monitored with every detection method they could access. Then they'd repeat, with Harry actively trying to obscure the magical signature of the act. The first attempt was uncontrolled. Harry wrote a name, a criminal who died 6 months ago, chosen for testing purposes, and felt nothing unusual. But Light's detection equipment, cobbled together from magical and muggle sources, registered a spike. Something happened, Light said, studying the readings. The energy surge, localized to the notebook. If someone was looking for magical activity, they'd have found you. Harry frowned. So the notebook itself is magical. Or the act of writing triggers something magical in you. Either way, it's detectable. Light considered. Now try again. This time, when you write, imagine a barrier around yourself. A shield that contains whatever energy leaks. Harry closed his eyes, visualizing. He'd been practicing magical control for weeks now, moving objects, creating light, even attempting simple shielding. This felt similar. He imagined a bubble around himself, silver and opaque, containing everything inside. Then he opened his eyes and wrote another test name. This time, the equipment registered nothing. Light stared at the readings for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry with something like wonder. You did it. You completely masked the signature. He stood, pacing excitedly. This changes everything. If you can hide the Death Note's use, you can operate anywhere, Hogwarts included, without detection. No one will know. No one will suspect. Harry looked at the notebook. At his hands. At the impossible thing he'd just done. I can use magic to hide the notebook. You can use magic to make the notebook invisible to magical detection. That means, Light stopped, his eyes gleaming. That means we're no longer limited to Muggle targets. We can operate in the magical world too. Harry's breath caught. Magical criminals. Magical criminals. Dark wizards. Corrupt officials. Anyone who uses magic to cause suffering. Light's voice was intense, focused. The magical world has its own versions of Takamura and Nakamura, people who hide behind power and wealth, who operate outside justice. With your ability to mask the notebook, we can reach them. Harry thought about it. About a world full of magic, full of danger, full of people who might deserve the notebook's attention. When do we start? Now. But carefully. Light sat back down, his excitement contained but visible. First, you need to master this shielding. Practice until it's automatic, until you can write names without thinking about the barrier. Then we plan. And then, Light smiled. Then we show the magical world that no one is beyond justice. The weeks before Hogwarts became an intensive training period. Harry practiced his shielding constantly, while eating, while walking, while sleeping. Light set up random detection tests, triggering them at unexpected moments to ensure Harry's barrier held under surprise. By the end of the first week, the shielding had become second nature, as automatic as breathing. They also planned how to continue their work from Hogwarts. We'll communicate through encrypted letters, Light explained. I'll send you targets, you research them using Hogwarts resources, the library, the contacts you'll make. When you're ready to write, you shield and act. No one will know. What about holidays? Holidays you return here. We'll work intensively during breaks. Light paused. And we'll need to discuss how much you reveal to anyone at Hogwarts. The magical world has expectations about you, the boy who lived. You'll need to manage those expectations without revealing the truth. Harry nodded slowly. I'll be careful. More than careful. You'll be strategic. Every word you speak, every friend you make, every enemy you create, all of it is data. All of it can be used. Light's voice softened. I'm not asking you to be cold, Harry. I'm asking you to be aware. The world is watching you, even when you don't see them. Harry thought about that. About a castle full of strangers who already knew his name. About the weight of expectations he'd never asked for. I'll be ready. The night before he left for Hogwarts, Harry stood at the apartment window, looking out at Tokyo's lights. 2 years since he'd found the notebook in the rain. 2 years since Light had taken him in. 2 years of learning, growing, becoming something new. The Death Note sat on the windowsill beside him, its cover warm against the cool glass. His Hogwarts trunk, purchased through Light's contacts, waited by the door, packed with robes, books, and the tools of his secret life. You're nervous, Light said from behind him. Harry didn't turn. A little. Good. Nervous keeps you sharp. Light joined him at the window. You've grown more in 2 years than most people grow in a lifetime. Not just physically, though that too. You've learned to think, to plan, to see the world as it really is. He paused. Hogwarts will test that. New environment, new people, new rules. But you're ready. Harry turned to face him. Will you be here when I come back? Light smiled. Where else would I be? They stood in silence for a moment. Then Harry asked the question that had been building for months. Are you my father now? Light's expression flickered, surprise, then something softer, then careful control. I'm whatever you need me to be. Teacher, partner, guide. He paused. If you need a father, I'll try to be that too. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. Then he picked up the death note, closed it gently, and placed it in his pocket, close to his heart, where it had lived since the day he found it. Tomorrow, he would enter a new world. Tonight, he was still Light's student. Still the boy who'd learned to write names in the rain. And somewhere in that balance, he would find himself. Chapter 6, The Dual Strategists. King's Cross Station swarmed with humanity. Harry stood at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, watching muggles rush past with suitcases and newspapers and children who screamed for no apparent reason. The station smelled of diesel and coffee and the particular mustiness of old train stations everywhere. He'd been standing here for 10 minutes, waiting for the right moment. A witch with a trolley loaded with cages and trunks approached the barrier. She glanced at Harry, smiled knowingly, and walked straight through the solid wall. Harry took a breath. He'd practiced this moment 100 times in his mind, the approach, the confidence, the moment of impact that never came. But practice wasn't reality. Reality was this wall, this trolley, this leap into the unknown. He pushed forward. For one terrifying second, the wall loomed directly ahead, red brick. Solid, immovable. Then he was through, emerging on the other side into a chaos of steam and voices and the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. The Hogwarts Express. Crimson steam engine, gleaming brass fittings, carriages stretching into the distance. Students swarmed the platform, some in muggle clothes like him, others already in robes, all of them talking, laughing, hugging tearful parents goodbye. Owls hooted from cages. Cats wound between legs. A toad escaped from someone's pocket and was chased by 3 red-haired children who looked like they'd been arranged by height. Harry stood frozen, absorbing it all. This was his world now. His people. His place. First year. He turned. A plump woman with bright eyes and an official-looking badge smiled at him. First year, Harry confirmed. Platform's a bit overwhelming, isn't it? Don't worry, you'll get used to it. She gestured toward the train. Find an empty compartment, stow your trunk, and settle in. The journey takes about 6 hours. Anything you need, just ask a prefect, they're the students with badges. Harry thanked her and made his way toward the train. His trunk, purchased through Light's contacts, was lighter than it looked, charmed, apparently, to reduce weight. The death note sat in his jacket pocket, close to his heart, shielded by the magical barrier he'd practiced for weeks. The train was already filling. Harry walked down the corridor, peering into compartments. Most held 2 or 3 students, chatting animatedly. A few were already full. Near the end of the carriage, he found an empty compartment and slid open the door. Mind if I sit here? The question was automatic, polite, the kind of thing Light had taught him to say to avoid drawing attention. But the compartment was empty, so the question hung in the air unanswered. Harry sat by the window, watching the platform continue its organized chaos. Families said goodbye. Students boarded. The train's engine hissed steam into the gray September sky. The door slid open again. Any room in here? A boy stood in the doorway, pale, dark-haired, with the kind of sharp features that immediately reminded Harry of Light. But where Light's sharpness came from calculation, this boy's came from something else. Wariness, maybe. Or hunger. Plenty, Harry said. The boy entered, stowing his trunk with quick, efficient movements. He sat across from Harry, not by the window, and immediately pulled out a book, something thick and academic-looking. I'm Harry, Harry offered. The boy looked up. His eyes were gray, piercing, older than his face. Ron Weasley. He paused. You're Harry Potter. Harry tensed. This was the moment he'd dreaded, the recognition, the expectations, the weight of a name he'd never asked for. That depends, he said carefully. Are you going to make a big deal about it? Ron blinked. Then he laughed, a surprised, genuine sound. No. Mum would kill me if I bothered someone famous. She says famous people need privacy more than anyone. He grinned. Besides, you don't look that famous. Just sort of normal. Harry relaxed slightly. Good. Normal's what I'm going for. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, Ron reading his book, Harry watching the platform through the window. Eventually, the train whistle blew. Doors slammed. The platform began to slide backward as the train pulled away. Harry watched London disappear, wondering when he'd see it again. Wondering if Light was watching from some window, tracking his progress. Wondering if he'd survive this new world without losing himself. The compartment door opened again somewhere north of London. A girl stood there, bushy brown hair, slightly bossy expression, a wand clutched in her hand like a weapon. Have you seen a toad? She demanded. A boy named Neville's lost his. Harry shook his head. Ron shrugged. The girl's eyes narrowed. Well, if you do, let me know. Neville's been looking everywhere. She hesitated, then stepped into the compartment. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. First years. You. Harry nodded. Ron grunted. Hermione sat down without waiting for invitation. I've read all the textbooks already. Have you? Hogwarts. A history is particularly useful. Did you know the ceiling in the Great Hall is enchanted to look like the sky outside? And the stairs move. That seems dangerous, but apparently no one's died in centuries, so I suppose it's fine. Ron stared at her like she'd grown a second head. You read all the textbooks. Before term even starts. Of course. How else will I be prepared? Hermione looked at him as if the question itself was absurd. Don't you want to be the best? Ron shrugged. I just want to pass. Harry stayed quiet, observing. Hermione was ambitious, driven, the kind of person who'd either be an invaluable ally or a dangerous enemy. Ron was laid back, comfortable, the kind who'd follow rather than lead. Both could be useful. Both could be liabilities. Where are you from? Hermione asked, turning to Harry. Your accent's not quite London. Surrey. Well, originally. I've been living in Tokyo for the past 2 years. Hermione's eyes widened. Tokyo. Japan. That's fascinating. What was it like? Did you attend a school there? Is the magical community different? Harry held up a hand. One question at a time. He'd prepared for this, a cover story that explained his absence from magical Britain without revealing anything important. I was adopted by a Japanese family after my parents died. They're muggles, so I didn't know anything about magic until I got my letter. Ron frowned. Adopted? I thought you lived with your aunt and uncle. Harry's expression didn't change. That didn't work out. My new family took me in, and we moved to Tokyo for my father's work. The lies came easily now, years of practice with the Dursleys, refined by Light's training. I only came back for Hogwarts. Hermione nodded sympathetically. That must have been difficult. Moving to a new country, learning a new language. The language wasn't hard. I picked it up quickly. Another truth wrapped in omission. He had learned Japanese quickly, from Light, from the city, from months of immersion. But yeah, it was an adjustment. They talked for another hour as the English countryside rolled past. Hermione dominated the conversation. She couldn't help it, Harry realized. Her mind simply moved faster than her mouth could keep up. Ron contributed occasional observations, mostly about Quidditch and his older brothers who'd attended Hogwarts before him. Harry catalogued everything. Names, relationships, dynamics. The Weasleys were purebloods but poor, an interesting combination that seemed to make them targets for some and allies for others. Hermione was Muggle-born, which apparently carried its own complications. Both would need careful handling. When the trolley witch came around with snacks, Harry bought enough for everyone, another habit Light had taught him. Generosity created obligation. Small investments now could pay large dividends later. You didn't have to do that, Ron said through a mouthful of pumpkin pasty. I wanted to. Harry smiled, a carefully calibrated expression, warm but not too warm. First day of school should be fun, right? Ron grinned. Right. Hermione looked at Harry with something new in her eyes, curiosity, maybe, or assessment. That's very kind of you. Harry shrugged. Just being friendly. But Hermione's gaze lingered a moment longer than comfortable, and Harry filed that away too. She noticed things she'd need watching. The train arrived at Hogsmeade Station as darkness fell. Harry stepped onto the platform, feeling the cold Highland air bite through his robes. A giant of a man stood at the edge of the crowd, holding a lantern and bellowing, "Furs, years. First year's over here. Hagrid, Harry remembered from his research. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Half-giant. Loyal to Dumbledore. Possibly useful, possibly dangerous, the kind of person whose emotions ran close to the surface. Harry joined the crowd of first years following Hagrid down a steep, narrow path. The castle came into view gradually, first as a collection of lights in the distance, then as towers silhouetted against the stars, then as the massive, impossible structure Harry had seen in his dreams. It was real. It was actually real. They crossed the lake in small boats, Harry sharing one with Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced boy who kept patting his pockets and muttering about a missing toad. The castle reflected in the black water, windows glowing gold, towers reaching toward a sky thick with stars. Beautiful, Harry breathed. Ron nodded. Dad always said it was. But seeing it, he shook his head. It's something else. Harry agreed. But even as wonder filled him, another part of his mind was cataloging. Entrances, exits, defensive positions. Light had taught him to see every new environment as a potential battlefield, and Hogwarts was no exception. They entered through massive oak doors, crossed a torch-lit entrance hall, and stopped before a door leading to what Harry assumed was the Great Hall. The older students had already gone in, they could hear the murmur of hundreds of voices through the wood. Professor McGonagall met them there, a severe-looking woman in emerald robes, her dark hair pulled back in a tight bun. She explained the sorting ceremony briefly, then left them waiting while she entered the hall. Harry used the time to observe his fellow first years. There were about 40 of them, from all backgrounds. Some looked confident, others terrified. A pale blonde boy near the front held himself like someone accustomed to attention. His clothes were finer than the others, his expression bored and superior. Malfoy, Harry remembered from his research. Pureblood family. Wealthy. Likely problematic. The doors swung open. The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily, McGonagall announced. Follow me. They filed into the Great Hall. Harry looked up and forgot to breathe. The ceiling was enchanted, just as Hermione had said, showing the night sky in perfect detail, stars wheeling slowly overhead. Hundreds of candles floated in midair, illuminating 4 long tables where students sat watching the first years with curious eyes. At the far end, a high table held the teachers, and at its center, a man with a long white beard and half-moon spectacles. Albus Dumbledore. Their eyes met for just a moment, and Harry felt something pass between them, recognition, maybe, or assessment. Then the moment passed, and Harry looked away, heart pounding. That man was dangerous. Harry knew it instantly, with the same instinct that had kept him alive in the Dursleys' house. Dumbledore saw too much, knew too much, would need careful handling. A stool and a tattered hat sat at the front of the hall. McGonagall began calling names, and one by one, students approached, sat, and were sorted into houses. Hannah Abbott. Hermione Granger. Gryffindor. The hat shouted after barely a moment's consideration. Hermione beamed and hurried to the table on the far left, where students were cheering and clapping. Draco Malfoy. The pale blonde boy strutted forward, placed the hat on his head, and was sorted into Slytherin almost immediately. He smiled, like he'd expected nothing less. Harry Potter. The hall went silent. Harry walked forward through a sea of stares. Whispers followed him, Potter. The Harry Potter. The boy who lived, but he kept his expression neutral, his pace steady, his mind focused. He sat on the stool. The hat descended over his eyes. Interesting asterisk, a voice said in his head. Very interesting. Been a long time since I've sorted a mind like this. Asterisk. Harry didn't respond verbally, just thought, I need to be in Gryffindor. Asterisk. Gryffindor. The hat sounded amused. You've got the courage, certainly. But there's more here. Ambition. Cunning. A willingness to do what's necessary. You'd do well in Slytherin. Asterisk. Gryffindor. Asterisk. Harry repeated. It's where I need to be. Asterisk. Need. Not want. The hat was quiet for a moment. You're hiding things, boy. Deep things. The kind of secrets that shape a person. Asterisk. Everyone has secrets. Asterisk. True. But not everyone has the weight you carry. Another pause. Very well. Gryffindor it is. But know this, the hat sees what you try to hide. And one day, you'll have to face it. Asterisk. Gryffindor. Harry pulled off the hat and walked to the cheering table, his face carefully blank. Inside, his heart raced. The hat had seen something, not the death note specifically, but the weight of it. The shadow it cast on his soul. He sat beside Ron, who'd been sorted just before him, and accepted the congratulations with practiced modesty. But his eyes found the high table, found Dumbledore watching him with those twinkling eyes, and he knew. This would be harder than he'd thought. The feast was extraordinary. Harry ate mechanically, his mind elsewhere, but he noted the food, the variety, the quantity, the way it appeared and disappeared magically. More information for Light's files. Hogwarts, capabilities. The wealth of resources available. After dinner, the prefects led them to Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady's portrait swung open at the password Caput Draconis, and Harry found himself in a common room unlike anything he'd ever seen. Overstuffed armchairs surrounded a crackling fire. Stained glass windows glowed in the torchlight. Students lounged on sofas, talking and laughing and generally being what Harry supposed normal teenagers looked like. He found an armchair near the fire and sat, watching. Ron joined him, still buzzing with excitement. Can you believe it? We're actually here. Gryffindors. My whole family's been Gryffindor, well, except for one uncle who got sorted into Ravenclaw, but we don't talk about him. Harry smiled appropriately. It's amazing. Hermione appeared, clutching a schedule. We have charms first thing tomorrow with Professor Flitwick. And transfiguration after lunch with McGonagall. And, she noticed their expressions. What? Don't you want to be prepared? Ron groaned. We just got here. Can we at least wait until morning to stress about classes? Harry laughed, a genuine sound that surprised him. Ron's right. One night off. Hermione huffed but sat down anyway, pulling out a book. Fine. But don't come crying to me when you're behind. They talked for another hour, about classes, about teachers, about the other students Harry had noted. Ron had gossip about everyone, it seemed, gleaned from his brother's years at Hogwarts. Hermione had facts about everything, pulled from her pre-reading. Harry listened and catalogued, building his mental map of this new world. When they finally went to bed, boys in one dormitory, girls in another, Harry lay awake in his four-poster bed, staring at the canopy. The Death Note was hidden in his trunk, shielded by layers of magic. No one would find it. No one would suspect. But the hat's words echoed in his mind. One day, you'll have to face it. Asterisk. What did that mean? What was coming that Harry couldn't see? He thought about Light, alone in Tokyo, planning their next moves. About the targets they'd identified, magical criminals this time, people who'd escaped justice for too long. About the work waiting for him, even here, even now. Slowly, deliberately, Harry reached out with his mind, not physically, but magically, and touched the shield around the Death Note. It pulsed back, warm and familiar. I'm here, asterisk he thought. I'm still me, asterisk. The notebook didn't answer. But somehow, Harry felt it listening. The next morning, Harry woke before dawn. He dressed quietly, careful not to disturb the other boys, Ron, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Neville Longbottom, who'd finally found his toad the night before and now clutched it like a lifeline. Then he slipped out of the dormitory and down to the common room. Empty. Perfect. He found a corner near the fire, pulled out a piece of parchment, and began writing. Light. Hogwarts is described. The castle is vast, the students numerous, the teachers variable. I've identified several potential assets and 2 possible threats. Full analysis attached. Asterisk. The Sorting Hat sensed something, not the notebook specifically, but the weight of it. I'm not concerned, but you should know. Dumbledore watched me closely during the feast. He'll need careful handling. Asterisk. Classes begin today. I'll write more when I have information. Asterisk. Your student, Harry. He folded the letter, addressed it to Light's Tokyo apartment, and held it in his palm. Then he focused, the same shielding technique he'd used to hide the Death Note, but reversed. A tiny portal, just large enough for the letter to pass through. The parchment vanished. Harry smiled. Light had taught him that trick, how to use magic to bypass normal delivery systems. The letter would appear on Light's desk within the hour, no owls required. The fire crackled. The common room remained empty. Harry settled back in his chair and waited for the day to begin. Charms class was chaotic. Professor Flitwick, tiny, excitable, and surprisingly competent, had them practicing the levitation charm on feathers. Ron's feather refused to move. Hermione's soared to the ceiling on her first attempt. Harry's rose steadily, controlled, exactly as he'd intended. Excellent, Mr. Potter. Flitwick squeaked. 5 points to Gryffindor. Harry nodded modestly, but inside, he was calculating. Flitwick was skilled, knowledgeable, and clearly fond of students who performed well. Useful contact. Potential ally. Across the room, Draco Malfoy watched Harry with narrowed eyes. His feather remained stubbornly on the desk. Transfiguration was more intense. Professor McGonagall swept into the room like a force of nature and immediately began transforming her desk into a pig and back again. The class watched in awe. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she announced. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. Is that clear? A chorus of, yes, Professor, answered her. They practiced matches, turning them into needles. Hermione succeeded on her third attempt. Ron's match caught fire. Harry's transformed cleanly, held its shape for 10 seconds, then reverted. Good form, Mr. Potter. McGonagall's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. Another 5 points. Harry noted the almost smile. McGonagall respected competence. Another useful data point. By the end of the first week, Harry had built a comprehensive picture of Hogwarts. The castle's layout, the teachers' personalities, the student dynamics, the hidden passages Ron's brothers had discovered, the places where privacy could be found, abandoned classrooms, secluded corners of the library. A room on the 7th floor that seemed to shift depending on what you needed. That last one interested him most. The room of requirement, some older students called it. A place that became whatever you required. Harry filed that away for future reference. He'd also written 3 letters to Light, each containing detailed observations. And he'd begun researching their next target, a wizard named Augustus Rookwood, who'd allegedly been a Death Eater but escaped justice by claiming he'd been under the Imperious Curse. The Ministry had believed him. Light's research suggested otherwise. Rookwood worked in the Department of Mysteries now, continuing his experiments with dark magic under the guise of official research. He'd never been punished for his crimes. Never faced justice. Harry intended to change that. But first, he needed more information. And Hogwarts Library, restricted section included, was the perfect place to find it. The second week brought Harry to the library after hours. He'd discovered that Madame Pants, the librarian, strictly enforced closing time, but she couldn't be everywhere at once. A well-timed distraction from a passing prefect, one of Ron's brothers, conveniently gave Harry the opening he needed. He slipped into the restricted section. The books here were different, older, darker, bound in what looked like leather but might have been something else. Harry moved carefully, scanning titles, searching for anything about the Department of Mysteries or Rookwood's research. Most ancient laws of magic caught his eye. He pulled it down, flipping through pages until he found a reference to Unspeakables, the wizards who worked in the Department of Mysteries. Their work was classified, their identities protected, their investigations hidden from public view. Perfect. Harry copied relevant passages onto parchment, his handwriting small and precise. Then he returned the book and slipped out of the library, unseen. Back in Gryffindor Tower, he added the information to his growing file on Rookwood. Then he wrote to Light. Rookwood's position in the Department of Mysteries gives him access to classified magical research. If he's continuing his dark experiments, he'd have the perfect cover. We need more information before acting, specifically, what he's working on and who else might be involved. I'll keep researching. In the meantime, I've identified 3 other potential targets at Hogwarts itself, students from families with dark histories. Not for immediate action, but for monitoring. The children of Death Eaters may become Death Eaters themselves. Harry. The letter vanished into the darkness. Harry sat back, staring at the fire. He'd been at Hogwarts for 2 weeks, and already he was deeper in than he'd planned. The research, the observation, the careful cataloging of threats and opportunities, it felt natural. Right. But sometimes, late at night, he wondered what Light would say if he could see Harry now. Surrounded by students his own age, laughing at Ron's jokes, helping Hermione with her endless questions, defending Neville from Malfoy's cruelty. Would Light approve? Or would he see it as distraction? Harry didn't know. And that uncertainty bothered him more than he wanted to admit. The third week brought an unexpected development. Harry was in the library, legitimately this time, during open hours, when a shadow fell across his table. He looked up to find Draco Malfoy standing there, flanked by two larger boys who looked like they'd been chosen for their ability to loom. Potter. Malfoy's voice was smooth, condescending. I've been watching you. Harry closed his book slowly. Have you? You're not what I expected. The boy who living with Muggles, adopted by some Japanese family. Malfoy's lip curled. It's almost sad, really. You could have been someone. Could have had power, influence, the right connections. And instead I'm talking to you. The larger boys tensed, but Malfoy held up a hand. Clever. I like clever. He leaned closer. I'm offering you a choice, Potter. My father is influential. He knows people. If you play your cards right, you could have a future in the right circles. Or you could keep hanging with blood traitors and Muggle lovers and see where that gets you. Harry considered. This was exactly the kind of situation Light had trained him for, a choice that seemed simple but carried long-term consequences. Accept Malfoy's offer, and he'd gain access to pureblood networks, valuable intelligence, potential allies. Refuse, and he'd make an enemy, but also signal his independence, his unwillingness to be controlled. I'll think about it, Harry said. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. Think quickly. My patience isn't infinite. He turned and strode away, his cronies following. Harry watched them go, then returned to his book. Inside, his mind was already calculating how to use this, how to play both sides, how to extract maximum value from Malfoy's interest without committing to anything. Light would be proud. That night, Harry wrote another letter, not to Light, but for himself. A journal, of sorts, where he recorded his observations and plans. Malfoy approached me today. Offer of alliance, thinly veiled as patronage. Useful development, gives me access to pureblood perspectives, potential intelligence on dark families. Will play along without committing. Let him think I'm considering, gather information, then decide. Rookwood research progressing slowly. Restricted section has limited materials on Department of Mysteries. May need other sources, perhaps through Malfoy connections, ironically. Dumbledore continues to watch. Said nothing directly, but his eyes follow. Need to understand his interest. What does he want from me? Why the attention? Ron and Hermione both useful in different ways. Ron provides social connections, family insights, loyalty. Hermione provides academic knowledge, research skills, access to information. Both trust me. Both are assets. Sometimes I wonder if that's all they are. Assets. Harry stared at the last line. It was true, he did think of them that way, at least partly. But was that wrong? Light had taught him to see people strategically, to understand their value, to never forget that relationships were transactions beneath the surface. But Ron's laughter was genuine. Hermione's concern was real. And Harry found himself caring. Despite everything. Despite all his training. He closed the journal and slipped it into his trunk, beside the death note. One day, he'd have to reconcile the two parts of himself, the strategist and the boy. But not tonight. Tonight, he had work to do. Chapter 7. The Investigator appears. The first snow fell on Hogwarts in late November. Harry watched it from the library window, his breath fogging the glass, while below in the courtyard students threw snowballs and laughed. He'd been at Hogwarts for 3 months now, 3 months of classes, friendships, and the slow, careful work of gathering information. 3 months since he'd last seen Light. Their correspondence continued weekly, letters that vanished into thin air and reappeared on Light's desk in Tokyo. Harry sent observations about Hogwarts, about the magical world, about potential targets. Light sent analysis, strategy, and increasingly complex puzzles designed to sharpen Harry's thinking. But something had shifted in the last few weeks. Light's letters had grown, not distant, exactly, but more urgent. More focused on a single topic that Harry didn't fully understand. An investigator. Someone in the Muggle world had begun noticing patterns. Not the deaths themselves, those remained carefully disguised, but the connections between them. The way certain types of criminals kept dying in certain types of ways. The way networks crumbled just when they seemed most powerful. She's getting close, Light wrote in his most recent letter. Not to us specifically, not yet. But to the idea that something is causing these deaths. That they're not coincidence. Her name was Naomi Masora. Former FBI agent. Currently working as an independent consultant for law enforcement agencies across the globe. She'd been hired by Interpol to review cold cases, and had noticed that a suspicious number of those cases involved criminals who'd died before they could be prosecuted. She's brilliant, Light continued. The kind of mind that sees patterns others miss. If anyone could eventually trace the deaths back to a source, it's her. Harry read the letter 3 times, memorizing every detail. Then he wrote back, "How do we stop her?" Asterisk. Light's response came the next day, "We don't. Not yet. Stopping her would confirm there's something to find. For now, we watch. We learn. We adapt. And we make sure our next operations are even cleaner than the last." Asterisk. But eventually. Asterisk. Eventually, we may need to make a choice. Be ready. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. Naomi Masora became Harry's obsession. He researched her through every channel available. Light's contacts, his own observations, even the limited information in Hogwarts' library about Muggle investigative techniques. He built a profile. Age, 28. Born in Osaka. Joined the FBI at 23, youngest in her class. Left after 3 years, officially to pursue independent work, and officially because she'd grown frustrated with bureaucratic limitations. Fluent in 4 languages. Known for an almost photographic memory and an ability to spot connections that trained analysts missed. Married, briefly, to another FBI agent. Divorced after 2 years, the job had come between them. No children. Few close friends. The kind of person who poured everything into her work because she had nothing else. Dangerous, Light had called her. Harry understood why. People with nothing to lose were always dangerous. He studied photographs of her, dark hair pulled back, serious eyes, a face that looked ordinary until you noticed the intelligence behind it. In every image, she seemed to be looking at something just beyond the frame. Searching. Always searching. "What are you seeing?" Harry whispered to her photograph one night, alone in the Gryffindor common room. "What patterns are you finding?" The photograph didn't answer. But Harry felt, with a certainty he couldn't explain, that one day they would meet. One day, she would look at him with those searching eyes and ask the questions he couldn't answer. He needed to be ready. Dash dash dash. December brought colder weather and the approach of Christmas holidays. Students buzzed with excitement about going home. Ron talked constantly about the burrow, his family's home, and the massive Christmas feasts his mother prepared. Hermione was staying at Hogwarts, her parents traveling to Peru for archaeological research. Harry had told everyone he was staying too. His family in Japan couldn't afford the trip. In truth, he was returning to Tokyo. Light had summoned him. "There's something you need to see," the letter said. Something about Masora. Come home. So on the last day of term, Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express with the other students, rode to London, and then, instead of heading to King's Cross, slipped into a deserted corridor and used the transportation network Light had arranged. Portkeys were illegal for underage wizards. But Harry had never cared much about laws. The portkey deposited him in an alley 3 blocks from Light's apartment. Tokyo in December was cold but dry, the air sharp with the smell of grilled food from street vendors. Harry pulled his coat tighter and walked quickly, checking for tails out of habit. Light met him at the door. "You've grown," Light said, studying Harry with those falcon eyes. "Taller. Sharper. Hogwarts agrees with you." Harry shrugged off his coat. "Hogwarts is useful. The information I'm gathering. Later." Light held up a hand. "First, Masora." They sat at the familiar desk, now covered in photographs, documents, and maps connected by red string. Harry recognized the technique, Light's way of visualizing patterns, of seeing connections that others missed. "She's been busy," Light said, gesturing at the web. 3 months of independent investigation, and she's already linked 17 deaths across 12 countries. Not as murders, she's not that far yet. But as anomalies. Deaths that shouldn't have happened given the victim's health. Deaths that occurred at suspiciously convenient times. Harry studied the web. 17 deaths. He recognized most of them: Takamura, Nakamura, the Eastern European traffickers. All carefully chosen, carefully timed, carefully made to seem natural. She's good. Very good. Light tapped a photograph of Masora, taken candidly as she left an Interpol building. She's also methodical. She's building a timeline, cross-referencing victim locations, looking for geographic patterns. So far, she's found nothing. The deaths are too spread out, too varied. But eventually she'll notice they're all criminals. Exactly. And once she notices that, she'll start asking why. Who benefits? Who has the motive to remove these specific people? Light leaned back. That's when it becomes dangerous. Harry absorbed this. What do we do? For now, we watch. I've planted sources near her, people who'll feed me information about her progress. But I wanted you to see this. To understand what we're facing. Light's eyes met his. This is the first real threat to our operation. Not to us personally, she's nowhere near identifying individuals. But to the idea that the deaths are natural. Once that idea cracks, everything changes. Harry looked at the web. At Masora's photograph. At the 17 names that connected them all. Can we stop her without killing her? Light raised an eyebrow. You're asking if we can avoid writing her name. I'm asking if there's another way. Harry's voice was steady. She's not a criminal. She's not causing suffering. She's just doing her job, trying to find truth. If we kill her for that, what's the difference between us and the people we remove? The question hung in the air. Light studied Harry for a long moment. Then he smiled, that rare, genuine smile. You've been thinking about this. About the moral lines. Good. That's exactly what you should be doing. He stood, walking to the window. The answer is yes, there are other ways. Misdirection. False trails. Making her doubt her own conclusions. If we can derail her investigation without harming her, we should. But, he turned back. We have to be prepared for the possibility that it won't work. That she's too good, too persistent, too committed. And if that happens, then we make a choice. Yes. Light nodded slowly. Then we make a choice. The Christmas holidays became an intensive strategy session. Harry and Light spent every day analyzing Masora's investigation, mapping her progress, identifying potential intervention points. They built scenarios. What if she found this document? What if she interviewed that witness? What if she connected these two deaths, and planned countermoves for each? She's focusing on geographic distribution, Light noted one evening. Plotting deaths on maps, looking for clusters. So far, she's found nothing. The deaths are too spread out. But if she shifts focus to victim profiles, then she'll see they're all criminals. Exactly. So we need to give her something else to focus on. A different pattern. A false lead. Light pulled out a file. I've been researching other unsolved deaths, ones we had nothing to do with. Natural deaths, accidents, suicides that happened near our operations. If we can make her see those as connected too, the pattern becomes too broad to be meaningful. Harry studied the file. Dozens of deaths, carefully selected to blur the lines between their work and random chance. Plant evidence. Subtly. Anonymously. Just enough to catch her attention. Light's eyes gleamed. She's brilliant, but brilliance has a weakness. It wants to solve puzzles. Give her a puzzle that leads nowhere, and she'll waste months chasing it. They worked late into the night, refining the plan. By Christmas Eve, they had a strategy. Feed Masora information about unrelated deaths that happened near their operations, creating the illusion of a pattern too large and random to be meaningful. Make her doubt whether the criminal deaths were actually connected. Introduce chaos into her elegant theory. It might work, Harry said, reviewing the final plan. It might not. Light nodded. That's all we can ever do, try. The universe doesn't guarantee success. Only the opportunity to attempt. Christmas morning brought snow to Tokyo. Harry woke to find a small package beside his futon, wrapped simply, with a card in Light's precise handwriting, for my student. Asterisk. Inside was a watch. Not magical, not expensive, but beautiful in its simplicity, clean lines, dark face, a second hand that swept smoothly around the dial. Harry turned it over. Engraved on the back, time is the only thing we can't control. Use it wisely. Asterisk. He wore it to breakfast. Light was already at the table, reading a newspaper. He glanced up as Harry entered, noted the watch, and smiled slightly. It fits. Thank you. Harry sat, pouring tea. I didn't get you anything. You gave me something better than a gift. You gave me proof that my methods work. Light set down the paper. You've exceeded every expectation, Harry. Not just in skill, in judgment, in wisdom. Most people with your power would have become drunk on it by now. You've remained sober. Harry didn't know what to say. Praise from Light was rare, and when it came, it meant something. I had a good teacher. You had the potential. I just recognized it. Light returned to his paper. Eat quickly. We have work to do. The work that day was different. Instead of analyzing Misora, Light took Harry to a part of Tokyo he'd never seen. A district of narrow streets and old buildings, far from the glittering towers of Shinjuku and Shibuya. They walked in silence for 20 minutes before stopping before a small shrine tucked between two apartment buildings. Why are we here? Harry asked. To remember. Light gestured at the shrine. This is where I came after my first death. After I realized what I'd become. He knelt before the shrine, bowing his head. I needed to remind myself that the world was more than names and notebooks. That there was still beauty. Still meaning. Still reasons to continue. Harry knelt beside him. The shrine was simple, a stone statue of a fox, offerings of rice and sake, the smell of incense. Old women came and went, paying their respects, ignoring the two strangers in their midst. What did you learn? Harry asked. That power isolates. That the more you know, the less you can share. That the weight of what we do never goes away, it just becomes part of you. Light turned to face him. You'll feel it eventually, if you haven't already. The loneliness of carrying secrets no one else can know. Harry thought about Ron and Hermione. About the laughter in Gryffindor common room. About the moments when he almost forgot who he really was. I feel it sometimes, he admitted. When I'm with my friends. When they talk about their lives, their families, their normal problems. I sit there and think, if you knew what I've done, you'd run. Light nodded slowly. That's the burden. Learning to carry it without letting it crush you. He stood, brushing dust from his knees. Come, there's one more thing I want to show you. They walked to a different part of the city, a neighborhood of apartment buildings and small shops, ordinary in every way. Light stopped before a building no different from its neighbors and pointed to a window on the 4th floor. Naomi Misora lives there. Harry's breath caught. He stared at the window, curtains drawn, light glowing behind them, and tried to comprehend that the woman who threatened everything was just there. Living, breathing, probably eating breakfast or reading a book, unaware that two of the people she sought stood watching her building. Why did you bring me here? To see her as human. Light's voice was soft, not as a threat, not as an obstacle, as a person, a woman who gets up every morning and drinks tea and goes to work trying to make the world better. The same thing we're trying to do, just differently. Harry stared at the window. Somewhere behind those curtains, Naomi Misora was living her life. And Harry was planning how to derail it. Do you ever wonder if we're wrong? He asked quietly. If the world would be better without us. Light was silent for a long moment. Then, every day, that's what keeps me honest. He turned away from the building. Come, we've seen enough. They walked back through the quiet streets, leaving Naomi Misora to her unknowing life. That night, Harry wrote in his journal. I saw her today. Naomi Misora. She lives in a small apartment in an ordinary building, just like millions of other people. She has curtains with a floral pattern. She leaves her light on until late, I could see it from the street. Asterisk. She's just a person trying to do what she thinks is right. Asterisk. And I'm planning how to stop her. Asterisk. Light says that's the burden, carrying the weight of what we do. But sometimes I wonder if the weight is warning. If the guilt we feel is trying to tell us something. Asterisk. I don't have answers. I don't know if I ever will. Asterisk. But I know one thing, if it comes to choosing between her life and our work, I don't know what I'll decide. Asterisk. And that terrifies me. Asterisk. The holidays ended too quickly. Harry returned to Hogwarts on New Year's Day, stepping through the portkey into the same deserted corridor and making his way back to the castle. Snow covered the grounds. Students were still arriving, their laughter echoing through the halls. Ron found him in the common room that evening. There you are. Thought you'd gone missing. He flopped into an armchair. Good holiday. Harry nodded. Quiet. You. Brilliant. Mum cooked enough food to feed an army. Fred and George set off dung bombs at dinner and blamed Percy. Ron grinned. Standard Weasley chaos. Hermione joined them, looking well rested and slightly smug. I finished all my holiday homework. And started on next term's reading. Ron groaned. Of course you did. Harry laughed, genuinely, easily, and for a moment, the weight lifted. For a moment, he was just a boy with friends, sitting by a fire, enjoying the simple comfort of company. Then his hand brushed against his pocket, where the Death Note always rested, and the weight returned. He carried it always. The weight, the secret, the knowledge of what he really was. But sitting there with Ron and Hermione, he let himself pretend, just for a while, that he was ordinary. January brought new classes and new challenges. Professor Lupin joined the staff as defense against the dark arts teacher, a shabby man with kind eyes and a haunted expression. Harry liked him immediately, though he couldn't say why. Lupin looked at students like they were people, not problems. Dark creatures, Lupin explained in their first class, are not inherently evil. They're dangerous, certainly. But danger isn't the same as evil. The key to defending against them is understanding what they want, what they fear, what drives them. Harry thought about Naomi Masora. About understanding one's opponent. Same principle applies to dark wizards, Lupin continued. Understanding doesn't mean forgiving, but it gives you options. It lets you predict. And prediction, he smiled. Prediction is half the battle. After class, Harry lingered. Professor, can I ask you something? Lupin nodded, packing his bag. Of course. How do you understand someone who's trying to hurt you? Someone who's done terrible things but, Harry hesitated. But who might have reasons you don't know? Lupin studied him with those kind eyes. That's a heavy question for a first lesson. I think about things clearly. Lupin set down his bag. The answer is complicated. You try to learn their history, their motivations, their fears. You try to see the world from their perspective, not to excuse what they've done, but to understand why they did it. And then you use that understanding to stop them from doing more harm. Harry nodded slowly. And if understanding doesn't change anything, if they're still dangerous, then you do what you have to do. But you do it with open eyes, knowing exactly what you're choosing. Lupin's voice softened. The worst people in history weren't the ones who did terrible things. They were the ones who did terrible things without ever questioning whether they were wrong. Harry held his gaze for a long moment. Then, thank you, Professor. Lupin nodded. Anytime, Harry. That night, another letter arrived from Light. Masora has found something. Asterisk. Harry's heart stopped. He read on. Not about us, about the deaths. She's discovered that several victims had connections to the same shell company. A company we didn't know about. It seems Nakamura's network was more extensive than we realized. Asterisk. She's following the money. If she traces it far enough, she might find patterns we can't explain. Asterisk. I'm watching. I'll adapt. But you need to be ready for anything. Asterisk. Light. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he burned it in the common room fire, watching the flames consume Light's careful handwriting. Naomi Masora was getting closer. And Harry still didn't know what he'd do when she arrived. February brought more snow and more news. Masora's investigation had stalled, temporarily. Light's false leads had worked, distracting her with unrelated deaths that consumed weeks of research. But she was persistent. She'd eventually realize the distraction and return to the original pattern. She's like a dog with a bone, Light wrote. She won't stop. Ever. Harry understood. Some people were built that way, driven by something deeper than ambition or duty. Masora was one of them. She'd keep searching until she found answers, or until something stopped her. The question, the only question that mattered, was what that something would be. March brought the first hint of spring. Harry sat by the lake, watching the ice melt, the Death Note hidden in his robes. He'd been at Hogwarts for 7 months now. 7 months of friendship and learning and pretending to be normal. 7 months of watching Naomi Masora's investigation creep closer. A letter had arrived that morning. Light's handwriting was different, sharper, more urgent. She's found a connection. Not to us, to a witness. Someone who saw something they shouldn't have. A man named Yamamoto who worked for Takamura and survived. Asterisk. He's agreed to talk to her. Asterisk. If he tells her what he knows, that Takamura had enemies, that his death was too convenient, she'll have confirmation. Not proof, but confirmation. And confirmation is enough to change everything. Asterisk. I need to know, what do we do? Asterisk. Harry stared at the lake, the letter burning in his pocket. Yamamoto. A witness. A man who could destroy everything. Harry thought about Light's question. About the choice they faced. About the lines they'd drawn and the ones they hadn't. Then he thought about Naomi Masora. About her curtains with the floral pattern. About her light burning late into the night. About her relentless search for truth. He pulled out a piece of parchment and began to write. Chapter 8, The Moral Divergence. Harry's letter to Light took 3 hours to write. He filled pages with analysis, with options, with the careful weighing of consequences that Light had taught him. But beneath all the strategic language, one question pulsed like a heartbeat. Should we kill Yamamoto? Asterisk. The man was a witness, nothing more. He'd worked for Takamura, yes, but as a low-level clerk, not as a participant in the crimes. He'd seen things, meetings, documents, names. Nothing that directly implicated the death note, but enough to make Naomi Masora suspicious. Enough to give her a thread to pull. If Yamamoto talked, the thread would lead nowhere, not to Harry, not to Light. But it would confirm to Masora that something was wrong. That the deaths weren't coincidence. And once she had that confirmation, she'd never stop searching. So the strategic choice was clear: eliminate Yamamoto. Remove the thread before it could be pulled. But Yamamoto wasn't a criminal. He wasn't causing suffering. He was just a man who'd happened to work for the wrong person, who'd happened to survive, who'd happened to notice things he shouldn't have. If we kill him for that, asterisk, Harry wrote, what's the difference between us and the people we remove? Asterisk. He stared at the words. They'd asked the question before, but never with such weight. Never with such immediacy. Light's response came the next morning. The difference is intent. We don't kill for pleasure or profit. We kill to protect the greater good. Yamamoto's death would prevent Masora from derailing everything we've built. It would save thousands of future victims who would suffer if our work stopped. Asterisk. Is that worth one life? Asterisk. You have to decide. Asterisk. Harry read the letter on the shores of the Black Lake, the morning mist rising from the water. He'd come here to think, away from the castle's noise, away from Ron's jokes and Hermione's questions and the constant press of students who thought they knew him. One life. Thousands of lives. The math should have been simple. Light had taught him to weigh consequences, to calculate outcomes, to choose the path that minimized suffering. By that logic, Yamamoto should die. But Harry couldn't stop seeing him as a person. As someone with a family, a history, a future that didn't deserve to end because of a terrible coincidence. You're thinking with emotion, asterisk, Light would say. Emotion clouds judgment, asterisk. Maybe. But maybe judgment without emotion was just calculation. And calculation without humanity was what created monsters. Harry pulled out his journal and wrote. I can't do it. I can't kill an innocent man to protect our work. There has to be another way. Asterisk. We need to talk. Face to face. This isn't something I can decide in letters. Asterisk. Harry. Spring break came 2 weeks later. Harry told Ron and Hermione he was visiting his family in Japan, a lie that felt heavier each time he told it. They accepted it without question, which somehow made it worse. Their trust was so complete, so unearned. The portkey deposited him in Tokyo on a gray March afternoon. Light met him at the apartment, his expression unreadable. You've lost weight, Light observed. Hogwarts food. I eat plenty. Harry set down his bag. We need to talk. They sat at the familiar desk. The Masora investigation files still covered its surface, photographs, documents, maps connected by red string. Yamamoto's face stared up from a candid shot, ordinary and unknowing. Tell me your reasoning, Light said. Not your feeling, your reasoning. Harry took a breath. If we kill Yamamoto, we become what we fight. Not in method, in principle. We'll have killed someone who doesn't deserve death, just to protect ourselves. And once we cross that line, where does it stop? At the next threat. And the next. Light's voice was calm, clinical. That's how protection works. You remove dangers before they become dangers. But Yamamoto isn't a danger. He's a witness. He hasn't done anything wrong. He just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Harry leaned forward. If we kill people for that, we're not delivering justice anymore. We're just surviving, protecting ourselves at any cost. Light was quiet for a long moment. Then, you're not wrong. Harry blinked. What? You're not wrong. Light stood, walking to the window. I've been doing this for years. Thousands of names, thousands of deaths, and somewhere along the way, I stopped questioning whether every name deserved to be written. He turned back. You're still questioning. That's not weakness, it's strength. Then you agree. We don't kill Yamamoto. I agree that killing him would change us. The question is whether that change is acceptable. Light's eyes were piercing, because the alternative, letting him talk to Misora, also has consequences. She'll have confirmation. She'll dig deeper. Eventually, she might find something that leads to us. And if that happens, everything stops. Every future victim we could have saved dies anyway. Harry absorbed this. The math again. The impossible math. Is there another way? Light smiled. That rare, genuine smile. I was hoping you'd ask that. He crossed to a cabinet and withdrew a file. I've been researching Yamamoto. His history, his habits, his vulnerabilities. And I found something interesting. He spread documents across the desk. Bank records. Medical reports. A photograph of a woman and a child. His daughter has a rare medical condition. Expensive to treat. Yamamoto has been embezzling from his current employer to pay for it. Small amounts, nothing that would be noticed quickly. But if someone reported it, he'd be investigated, arrested. Harry's mind raced. He couldn't talk to Misora from prison. Exactly. Light's eyes gleamed. We don't kill him. We expose his crime, anonymously, of course. The resulting investigation will consume him for months. By the time it's resolved, Misora will have moved on. The thread is cut, and Yamamoto lives. Harry stared at the documents. At the photograph of the daughter, young, pale, but smiling. He was stealing to save his child. Yes. Which makes him sympathetic. Which also makes him vulnerable. Light's voice softened. I'm not offering you a clean choice, Harry. There are no clean choices. But this is better than killing him. This gives him consequences without execution. Harry thought about it. About the daughter. About the care she'd lose if her father went to prison. About the impossible web of consequences that surrounded every decision. She'll still suffer. His daughter. If he goes to prison. She'll suffer either way. If her father is executed for witnessing something he shouldn't have, she suffers more. Light leaned forward. I'm not saying this is perfect. I'm saying it's the least bad option. And in our position, that's all we get. Harry looked at the photograph for a long time. At the daughter's smile. At the father's desperate love. Okay, he said quietly. Do it. Light nodded. I already started the process. The anonymous report will reach his employer tomorrow. By the end of the week, he'll be under investigation. He paused. You made the right choice. Did I? Harry's voice was hollow. I just condemned a child to losing her father. You saved a child from losing her father forever. Prison sentences end. Executions don't. Light's hand rested on Harry's shoulder, a rare gesture of comfort. You're learning the hardest lesson of this work. There are no right answers. Only less wrong ones. That night, Harry dreamed of scales. He stood in an endless void, watching as names appeared on one side, thousands of them, faces he recognized from Light's files, from his own hand. On the other side, faces he didn't know, victims saved, children spared, futures rewritten. The scales tipped one way, then the other, never settling. In the center of the void, Light stood watching. The scales don't balance, Light said. They never do. You just have to decide which way you want them to lean. Harry woke with the words echoing in his mind. The next morning, they received word. Yamamoto had been arrested. Light's anonymous report had triggered an audit, which had uncovered the embezzlement. Yamamoto was in custody, awaiting trial. His daughter's medical care was in question, but Light had already arranged for an anonymous donation to cover it. She'll never know, Light explained. But she'll get her treatment. Her father will serve time, probably 2 or 3 years, and then return to her. It's not perfect, but it's something. Harry nodded slowly. And Misora, she's already moved on. Without Yamamoto's testimony, her thread went nowhere. She's chasing other leads now, all of them dead ends. Light's expression was satisfied. We bought ourselves time. How much time? Months. Maybe longer. Long enough to plan our next moves carefully. Light paused. But eventually, she'll find another thread. She's too good not to. And when she does, we'll face this choice again. Harry thought about that. About the endless cycle of threats and choices. About the weight that never lifted. Will it always be like this? Yes. Light's voice was gentle. That's what it means to carry power. The choices never stop. The weight never lifts. You just learn to carry it better. Harry returned to Hogwarts changed. Ron noticed immediately. You all right, mate? You seem, I don't know, different. Just tired. Long flight. Harry forced a smile. Japan's far. Hermione studied him with those sharp eyes. You look like you've been thinking too hard. Your forehead's all scrunched. Harry laughed, genuinely, surprisingly. That's just my face. But alone that night, he sat by the common room fire and stared into the flames. Yamamoto's face haunted him. The daughter's smile. The weight of a choice that had no right answer. He pulled out his journal and wrote. We saved him. Sort of. He's in prison, but alive. His daughter will get her treatment. It's the best we could do. Asterisk. But I keep thinking, what gives us the right to make these choices? Who made us judges of who lives and who dies, who suffers and who's spared? Asterisk. Light says the power itself gives us the right. That if we have the ability to act, we have the responsibility to act wisely. But wisdom feels different when you're the one holding the pen. Asterisk. I don't know if I'm becoming something good or something terrible. Maybe both. Maybe that's the point, that good and terrible aren't opposites. They're just different directions on the same map. Asterisk. And I'm the one choosing which way to go. Asterisk. April brought warmer weather and new complications. Malfoy's interest in Harry had intensified. He approached Harry in the corridors, at meals, even once in the library, always with the same offer: alliance, patronage, access to pureblood networks. You're wasting your time with them, Malfoy said, gesturing at Ron and Hermione across the Great Hall. Blood traitors and mudbloods. They can't give you what my family can. Harry kept his expression neutral. And what's that? Power. Influence. Protection. Malfoy leaned closer. There are things happening in the magical world, Potter. Things you don't understand. When they come to a head, you'll want to be on the right side. Harry filed that away. Things happening. Dark things, probably, the remnants of Voldemort's followers regrouping, planning. Useful information for Light. I'll think about it, Harry said, his standard response. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. You've been thinking about it for months. How long does thinking take? However long it needs. Harry met his gaze steadily. Rushing into decisions is how people make mistakes. For a moment, something flickered in Malfoy's eyes, respect, maybe, or recognition. Then it was gone. Don't think too long, Potter. Opportunities have expiration dates. He strode away. Harry watched him go, then returned to his dinner. Inside, he was already composing the letter to Light. Malfoy's father is planning something. Need to investigate. Asterisk. The something became clearer by May. Harry had been using his evenings to research the Malfoy family, their history, their connections, their suspected activities during the war. The library's restricted section yielded little, but conversations with Ron, whose father worked at the Ministry, and Hermione, who could find anything in books, filled in gaps. Lucius Malfoy was a former Death Eater who'd claimed the Imperious defense and escaped Azkaban. He was wealthy, influential, and deeply involved in Ministry politics. And according to Ron, he'd been seen meeting with known dark sympathizers in recent months. He's up to something, Ron said one evening in the common room. Dad won't say what, but he's worried. Keeps muttering about old names resurfacing. Harry absorbed this. Old names. Death Eaters. A resurrection, perhaps, or an organization rebuilding. He wrote to Light that night. The magical world is stirring. Former Death Eaters are meeting, planning. I don't know what yet, but it feels significant. If Voldemort's followers are regrouping, they'll target Muggles and Muggle-borns. That's millions of potential victims. Asterisk. We need to watch this. If it escalates, we may need to act. Asterisk. Light's response came quickly. Agreed. Focus on information gathering for now. If these people are planning violence, we need to know who, when, where. The notebook can stop them, but only if we have names and faces. Asterisk. Be careful. These are dangerous people. Light. The danger became personal in June. Harry was walking back from the library late one evening when he heard voices in an empty classroom, low, urgent, conspiratorial. He stopped, pressing himself against the wall, and listened. Potter needs to be watched. Dumbledore's invested too much in him. The Dark Lord's return. Nothing's confirmed, but the signs are there. If he does come back, Potter will be a target. And anyone close to Potter will be a target too. Harry's blood chilled. He recognized the voices, older students, Slytherins, connected to families with dark histories. They were planning, watching, waiting. He slipped away silently, heart pounding. That night, he wrote in his journal. They're watching me. Death Eater's sympathizers, or their children. They think Voldemort might return, and if he does, I'm a target. I always knew my fame was dangerous. But this is different. This is real. I need to be ready. Not just for the notebook's work, for survival. If dark wizards come for me, I need to fight. Light taught me strategy. Hogwarts taught me magic. Now I need to learn how to use both together. The end of term arrived with its usual chaos, exams, feasts, goodbyes. Harry performed well in his classes, though not at the top. He'd learned to moderate his performance, to avoid drawing too much attention. Hermione topped every subject, as expected. Ron scraped through with Harry's help and Hermione's tutoring. On the last night, they sat by the lake, watching the stars reflect in the dark water. I'm going to miss this, Ron said. The castle, the freedom, even the homework, a bit. Hermione snorted. You won't miss the homework. Maybe not. Ron grinned. But I'll miss you lot. Harry smiled, genuinely, warmly. We'll be back in 2 months. It's not forever. Feels like forever. Ron leaned back on the grass. What are you doing this summer, anyway? Going back to Japan. Harry nodded. My family's there. I should visit. Hermione studied him with those sharp eyes. You never talk about them. Your Japanese family. They're private people. Harry kept his voice casual. And it's complicated. Complicated how? Just, complicated. Harry looked at the stars. They're not like regular families. They have expectations, responsibilities, things they expect me to carry. Ron frowned. That sounds heavy. It is. But it's also, Harry searched for words. It's also mine, my burden, my choice. They sat in silence for a while, the weight of Harry's words settling between them. Then Hermione said quietly, you know you can talk to us, right? About anything. Harry looked at her, at Ron, at the two people who'd become his closest friends, who had no idea what he really was. I know, he said. And I will. When I can. It wasn't a lie. Someday, maybe, he would tell them. Someday, when the weight was too heavy to carry alone. But not yet. The train ride back to London was bittersweet. Harry watched the countryside roll past, cataloging every moment, the laughter, the conversation, the easy warmth of friendship. He'd miss this, more than he'd expected to. At King's Cross, he said goodbye to Ron and Hermione and watched them disappear into the Muggle crowd. Then he slipped away to the same deserted corridor, pulled out the portkey, and let it carry him home. Light met him at the apartment. You look tired, Light observed. Long year. Harry set down his trunk. What's the situation? Light's expression shifted, something careful, something assessing. Sit down. We need to talk. Harry sat. I've been thinking about our conversation. About Yamamoto. About the choices we make. Light leaned against the desk. And I've realized something. We're approaching this differently now. You and me. Harry's stomach tightened. How so? You're still weighing each life. Still questioning whether the math justifies the action. That's good, I meant what I said about questioning being strength. Light paused. But I've stopped questioning. Not because I don't care, because I've moved past caring in that way. I see the big picture now. The thousands of lives saved. The systems dismantled. The future we're building. And I don't. You see it. But you also see the individuals. The Yamamoto who's just trying to save his daughter. The Masora who's just trying to find truth. Light's voice was soft, not accusatory. That's not wrong. It's just different. Harry absorbed this. Are you saying we can't work together anymore? I'm saying we need to be honest about our differences. About where we draw lines. Light sat across from him. I'll always choose the greater good. The maximum reduction of suffering. If that means killing an innocent to save thousands, I'll do it. I'll carry that weight. And I won't. I don't know yet. That's what you need to decide. Light's eyes were piercing. Not tonight. Not this summer. But eventually, when the choice is real, when it's not Yamamoto but someone closer, someone whose death would save more, you'll have to choose. And whatever you choose, you'll have to live with. The words hung in the air. Harry thought about the death note in his pocket. About the names he'd written. About the lives he'd ended and the ones he'd saved. I don't know what I'll choose, he admitted. Light nodded slowly. Neither do I. That's what makes this interesting. That night, Harry dreamed of two paths. One led to light, to cold calculation, to maximum efficiency, to a world reshaped by numbers. The other led somewhere else, to individuals, to mercy, to a justice that considered each life sacred. Between them, a boy stood holding a notebook, unable to choose. When he woke, the dream lingered. And for the first time, Harry wondered if the path he was on would eventually force him to choose between the two people he'd become, Light's student, and himself. Chapter 9, Global Silence. The summer of 1992 was the quietest in recorded human history. Not literally, of course. Wars still happened in places Harry couldn't name. Accidents still claimed lives. Disease still crept through populations too poor to fight it. But the pattern of death, the predictable rhythm of violence and corruption and cruelty that had defined human civilization for millennia, shifted in ways that experts noticed but couldn't explain. Crime rates plummeted, not in one country, or one region, but everywhere. Simultaneously. As if someone had flipped a switch. Tokyo saw its first month without a murder in recorded history. London's Metropolitan Police reported a 70% drop in violent crime. In New York, the mafia families that had controlled the city for decades suddenly found themselves leaderless, bosses dying of heart attacks, underbosses suffering strokes, consiglieres walking into traffic with blank expressions. The news networks didn't know what to make of it. Experts are baffled by the sudden global drop in crime rates, a CNN anchor reported while Harry ate breakfast in Light's apartment. Some attribute it to economic factors. Others point to improved policing techniques. But the sheer scale of the decrease has no precedent in modern history. Harry watched the report with detached interest. He'd written 43 names since returning from Hogwarts, criminals Light had identified, networks they'd been tracking for months. Each death was carefully spaced, carefully timed, carefully made to seem natural. 43 names. Thousands of lives changed. The media is calling it the Great Peace, Light said, joining him at the table. Governments are taking credit. The UN is planning a conference. No one knows what's really happening. No one except us. Exactly. Light poured tea. But that's about to become a problem. Harry looked up. Why? Because silence attracts attention. The more successful we are, the more people will wonder why. Light sat across from him. Masora's investigation stalled, but she's not alone anymore. Other analysts are noticing the patterns. The coincidence of so many criminals dying in such a short period. Harry absorbed this. He'd been so focused on the individual operations, the names, the faces, the careful planning, that he hadn't considered the cumulative effect. How bad is it? Manageable. For now. Light spread documents across the table. I've been tracking the analysts who are tracking us. There are 7 now, 3 in Interpol, 2 in the FBI, 1 in Scotland Yard, and Masora independently. None of them have connected the deaths yet. But they're all asking the same question, why are so many criminals dying? And if they compare notes, then they'll see the pattern. And once they see the pattern, they'll start looking for the cause. Light's eyes were serious. We need to slow them down. Misdirect them. Keep them chasing shadows while we plan our next phase. Harry studied the documents. 7 analysts. 7 threats. 7 opportunities for intervention. What do you suggest? First, we give them something else to chase. A false pattern that leads nowhere. Light pulled out another file. I've identified a series of natural deaths, unrelated to us, that we can connect artificially. If we leak information suggesting those deaths are connected, it'll draw attention away from our work. And second, we change our methods. Fewer deaths. More selective targeting. We've been operating at maximum efficiency, but maximum efficiency creates maximum visibility. Light leaned forward. We need to slow down. Spread our operations over longer periods. Make the pattern harder to see. Harry nodded slowly. And the analysts themselves. What about them? Do we target them? If they get too close. Light held up a hand. No, not yet. They're doing their jobs, not causing harm. We don't kill innocent people just because they're inconvenient. He paused. That's your influence, by the way. A year ago, I might have suggested eliminating them preemptively. Now, he shrugged. Now I see the value in restraint. Harry felt something warm in his chest. Praise, yes, but more than that. Recognition that his choices mattered. That he was shaping not just the work, but the worker. Thank you, he said quietly. Light nodded. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when we're still free in 10 years. The Great Peace continued through July. Harry watched from Tokyo as news reports grew more bewildered. Crime rates stayed low, impossibly, inexplicably low. Governments scrambled to take credit. The UN scheduled an emergency session to discuss global security cooperation. Conspiracy theories bloomed on the internet's early fringes: UFOs, government mind control, a secret cabal of billionaires reshaping the world. None of them came close to the truth. The irony, Light observed one evening, is that they're looking for explanations in the wrong places. Aliens, conspiracies, new world orders. No one thinks to ask, what if someone is just killing the right people? Because it's impossible, Harry said. One person can't kill thousands without being caught. Exactly. The impossibility is our best protection. Light smiled. The human mind rejects explanations that seem too simple. Too elegant. They'll chase complicated theories forever rather than accept the obvious truth. Harry thought about that. About the 7 analysts slowly circling the truth, unable to see it because it was too large, too simple, too impossible. How long before one of them sees past the impossibility? Years, maybe. Decades. Or tomorrow. Light's expression sobered. That's the uncertainty we live with. We can plan, adapt, misdirect, but we can't control everything. Eventually, someone will get close. And when they do, we'll face another choice. Yes. Light met his eyes. And you'll have to decide what kind of person you are. August brought a new development. Light received a message from one of his contacts, a low-level clerk in Interpol who'd been feeding him information about Masora's investigation. The message was short, urgent. She's found something. A name. Asterisk. Harry's blood chilled. What name? I don't know yet. The contact couldn't get details. Light was already pulling files. But if she has a name, she has a thread. And threads can be pulled. They spent the next 3 days tracking Masora's movements through every channel available. Phone records, credit card transactions, witness reports from people who'd seen her. Slowly, painstakingly, they built a picture of her investigation. The name was Yamamoto. Not Yamamoto the witness, Yamamoto the criminal. The one who died of a heart attack 18 months ago. Masora had found a connection between Yamamoto and another victim, a connection that shouldn't have existed, that proved the deaths were related. She's linking them, Light said, his voice tight. Not all of them, not yet. But she's building a chain. Yamamoto to Tanaka to Nakamura. 3 deaths, connected. Harry stared at the chain. 3 names he'd written. 3 deaths he'd caused. Can we break the chain? Maybe. If we introduce doubt. If we create evidence that the connection is coincidence, not design. Light was already planning. But it's risky. Anything we do at this stage could draw more attention. They worked through the night, building scenarios, weighing options. By morning, they had a plan. Feed Masora information about another death. A natural one, unrelated to them, that seemed to fit her pattern. Make the pattern too broad, too inclusive, to be meaningful. It might work, Light said. It might not. It's all we have. Yes. Light leaned back, exhaustion visible in his eyes. It's all we have. The false lead worked. For 3 weeks, Masora chased a death that had nothing to do with them. A man who died of a heart attack in completely natural circumstances, but whose connections to Yamamoto seemed significant until investigated. By the time she realized the lead was empty, she'd lost 2 months of progress. She's frustrated, Light reported, reading updates from his contact. Chasing dead ends. Starting to doubt herself. Harry felt a twinge of something, pity, maybe, or guilt. Masora was brilliant, dedicated, committed to truth. And they were systematically undermining her, feeding her false leads, wasting her time. Is there another way? He asked. A way to stop her that doesn't involve manipulation. Light looked at him sharply. You're feeling sympathy. Yes. That's natural. She's impressive. Dedicated. The kind of person who would be an ally in another life. Light's voice softened. But she's not an ally. She's a threat. And threats need managing. I know. Harry's voice was quiet. I wish it didn't have to be this way. Light was silent for a moment. Then, so do I. Every day. September brought Harry back to Hogwarts. The castle felt different this year, charged with something he couldn't name. Students whispered in corridors. Teachers wore strained expressions. Even the portraits seemed to watch more closely. What's going on? Harry asked Ron their first night back. Ron's face was serious. It's the Chamber of Secrets. Someone's opened it. Harry stared. The Chamber of Secrets. That's a legend. A myth. It's real. Ron's voice dropped. Someone petrified a student. Filch's cat too. They're saying it's the monster from the chamber, whatever's inside, waking up, attacking. Harry absorbed this. A monster. Attacks. Students in danger. Who opened it? No one knows. But there are whispers. Ron hesitated. Whispers that it might be you. Harry's blood chilled. Me? Why would anyone think that? Because you're the heir of Slytherin. Because you can talk to snakes. Because, Ron met his eyes. Because you're Harry Potter, and weird things always happen around you. Harry wanted to argue, to deny, to explain that he'd never even heard of the chamber until today. But something stopped him. The whispers were dangerous, but they were also useful. If people thought he was the heir, they'd watch him. And if they watched him, they might not watch whoever was really responsible. Let them whisper, he said finally. I know the truth. Ron nodded slowly. Yeah, I know you do. The attacks continued through autumn. Colin Creevey was petrified. Justin Finch Fletchley. A ghost named Nearly Headless Nick. The school spiraled into fear and suspicion. Dueling clubs formed. Curfews tightened. Students moved in groups, never alone. Harry watched it all with detached interest. The attacks weren't his work, but they created chaos, and chaos created opportunity. He used the distraction to continue his research. The restricted section was less guarded now, the librarians distracted by fear. He found documents about the chamber's history, about Salazar Slytherin, about the monster supposedly hidden within. None of it helped identify the attacker. But it gave him context. History. Understanding. Whoever opened the chamber is pureblood, he wrote to Light. Slytherin's heir, or claiming to be. They're targeting Muggle-borns, students whose parents aren't magical. This is ideological, not random. Light's response was immediate. Ideological attacks are the most dangerous. The attacker believes they're justified. They won't stop until stopped. Asterisk. Can you identify them? Asterisk. Not yet. But I'm watching. Asterisk. Watch carefully. And be ready. If this escalates, you may need to act. Asterisk. Harry read the letter 3 times. Act. Use the notebook. Kill someone at Hogwarts. The thought should have been easier by now. He'd written dozens of names. Ended dozens of lives. But those were strangers, faces in photographs, names on paper. Killing someone he knew, someone he might have passed in corridors, someone with a history and a future. That was different. That was crossing a line he wasn't sure he could uncross. October brought a new development. Harry was in the library when he heard it, a whisper from the next aisle, voices low and urgent. Know who it is. The heir. I've seen the signs. Who? Potter. It has to be. He was there when Colin was attacked. And Justin. And. The voices faded as they moved away. Harry sat frozen, heart pounding. The whispers were getting louder. More specific. If this continued, someone would act, accuse him publicly, demand investigation, maybe even attack. He needed a plan. That night, he wrote to Light. The suspicion is growing. If it continues, I may be exposed, not for the notebook, but for something I didn't do. The irony is bitter. Asterisk. I need options. How do I deflect suspicion without drawing more attention? Asterisk. Light's response came the next morning. You don't deflect. You redirect. Find the real attacker and expose them. The hero who solves the mystery can't be the villain who created it. Asterisk. Focus on investigation. Use your resources, Ron's family connections, Hermione's research skills, your own observation. Find the truth, then reveal it at the right moment. Asterisk. This is an opportunity, Harry. Not just to clear your name, to build trust. To become indispensable. Use it. Asterisk. Harry read the letter and felt clarity settle over him. Light was right. This wasn't just a threat, it was an opportunity. A chance to cement his position, to earn trust, to become someone people relied on. He began investigating the next morning. The investigation consumed November. Harry interviewed students, studied attack sites, pieced together timelines. Ron and Hermione helped without fully understanding why. They thought he was just curious, just trying to help. They didn't know about the whispers, about the danger, about the calculus driving every move. But they were invaluable. Ron knew the castle's secrets, passages, rooms, hidden places his brothers had discovered. Hermione knew the library, every book, every reference, every obscure fact about the chamber and its history. Together, they built a picture. The attacker was someone who could move unseen. Someone who knew the castle intimately. Someone with access to places students shouldn't go. The girls' bathroom, Hermione said one evening, excitement in her voice. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. It's been flooded for years, but there's something there. I've felt it. Cold. Wrong. Harry filed that away. The bathroom. Myrtle. A ghost who died 50 years ago, when the chamber was last opened. Let's check it out. They went that night, Harry, Ron, Hermione, sneaking through dark corridors, avoiding prefects and teachers. The bathroom was cold, damp, abandoned. Water dripped from broken pipes. A single toilet gurgled ominously. And on one sink, a snake was engraved. Harry approached it slowly. The snake seemed to move in the torchlight, not really moving, but suggesting motion. Suggesting life. Open, he whispered in Parseltongue. The word came naturally, instinctively, as if he'd always known it. The sink shuddered. Then it sank into the floor, revealing a dark tunnel. Hermione's face was pale. Harry, you're the heir, Ron breathed. You really are. No. Harry's voice was sharp. I'm not. But I can talk to snakes. It's just a skill. It doesn't mean anything. He looked at the tunnel. The real heir is down there. And I'm going to find them. You can't go alone, Hermione said. I'm not alone. You're with me. Harry met their eyes. But you don't have to come. This is dangerous. If something happens, we're coming. Ron's voice was firm. That's what friends do. Harry felt something shift in his chest. Warmth, gratitude, the weight of trust he hadn't earned. But he pushed it aside. There would be time for feelings later. Now, there was a mystery to solve. The Chamber of Secrets was exactly that, a chamber, vast and ancient, hidden beneath the school. Harry walked through it with Ron and Hermione at his side, their footsteps echoing on stone. Columns rose into darkness. A massive statue of Salazar Slytherin loomed at the far end, its face stern, its eyes watching. And at the statue's base, a figure stood waiting. Tom Riddle. Not really, a memory, a projection, a diary given form. But real enough to speak, to gesture, to explain. You're Harry Potter, Riddle said. The boy who lived. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Harry's hand moved instinctively toward his pocket, toward the death note, always present. But he stopped. Not here. Not now. Not in front of Ron and Hermione. You're the heir, Harry said. You opened the chamber. I am. Or rather, I was. This is just a memory, a piece of my soul, preserved in this diary. Riddle smiled, charming, dangerous. The real me is elsewhere. But soon, I'll be everywhere. Harry studied him. Young, handsome, confident. The kind of person who'd always gotten what he wanted. Why are you telling me this? Because you're going to die here. And I want you to know who killed you. Riddle gestured, and something moved in the shadows, a serpent, massive and ancient, its scales gleaming in the dim light. The basilisk. The monster of Slytherin. It obeys only me. Harry's mind raced. The basilisk. A snake that killed with a glance. Hermione had already turned away, closing her eyes. Ron was frozen, staring. Ron, look away. Don't meet its eyes. Harry's voice was calm, controlled. Hermione, the diary. Destroy it. How? Hermione's voice was tight with fear. Basilisk venom. Or, Harry remembered something. Fang. A basilisk fang. It can destroy anything. Riddle laughed. Clever. But too late. The basilisk struck. Harry moved, not thinking, just reacting. Years of Light's training, of observation and anticipation, flowing through him. He dodged, rolled, came up with something in his hand, a sword, appearing from nowhere, from the sorting hat that had fallen from somewhere. The basilisk struck again. Harry swung. The sword bit deep into the serpent's flesh. Black blood sprayed. The basilisk screamed, a horrible sound that echoed through the chamber, and collapsed. Harry stood over it, breathing hard, the sword heavy in his hand. Riddle's expression had changed. Impossible. Nothing's impossible. Harry advanced on him, the sword still dripping. You're just a memory. A piece of soul. And I'm going to destroy you. Riddle laughed again, but it was strained now. With what? The sword killed the snake, but I'm not the snake. I'm. Harry stabbed the diary with the basilisk fang. Riddle screamed, a real scream, full of pain and rage and something that might have been fear. Then he dissolved, fading into nothing, his voice echoing as he disappeared. This isn't over, Potter. I'll return. I always return. The diary lay impaled on the fang, ink bleeding from its pages like dark tears. Harry stared at it for a long moment. Then he turned to his friends. It's over. Ron stared at him with something like awe. Hermione's eyes were wide, wondering. How did you, the sword, where did it come from? Harry looked at the sword in his hand. The hat. It just appeared. They stood in silence, the weight of what had just happened settling over them. Then Harry felt it, a pulse from his pocket. The death note, responding to something. Responding to Riddle's final words. I'll return. Asterisk. Harry's blood chilled. What had Riddle meant? How could he return if his diary was destroyed? He didn't know. But he knew one thing. Whatever Riddle was, whatever he'd been planning, it wasn't over. Not really. The quietest summer in human history was about to get much louder. Chapter 10. The Shinigami Bargain. The aftermath of the Chamber of Secrets brought Harry something he'd never experienced before, genuine fame. Not the distant, abstract fame of, the boy who lived, that had always felt like someone else's story, a tale about a baby who'd done nothing but survive. This was different. This was personal. He'd killed a monster, saved a school, destroyed a dark artifact that had terrorized students for months. Students who'd whispered about him now whispered about him differently, with respect, with awe, with something close to hero worship. Harry hated it. Not the respect itself, that was useful. People who respected you were less likely to suspect you. But the attention, the scrutiny, the way eyes followed him everywhere, that was dangerous. That threatened everything. You need to manage this carefully, Light wrote after Harry's detailed report. Fame is a tool, but it's also a spotlight. Use it to build alliances, gather information, create cover. But never forget, the brighter you shine, the deeper your shadows need to be. Harry understood. He'd been living in shadows for years. He could manage a little light. But something else from the chamber incident haunted him. Something that had nothing to do with fame or suspicion. Riddle's final words. I'll return. I always return. Asterisk. Harry had researched Tom Riddle extensively after the chamber. The name wasn't common, but it wasn't unique either. He'd found records of a Tom Riddle who'd attended Hogwarts 50 years ago, a brilliant student, prefect, head boy. Award for special services to the school. Then nothing. The trail went cold. But something about the name nagged at him. A connection he couldn't quite make. He wrote to Light about it, but Light's response was focused elsewhere. Naomi Masora was on the move again. The spring term brought new challenges. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban, the first prisoner ever to do so. The news rocked the magical world. Black was a Death Eater, a follower of Voldemort, convicted of killing 13 people with a single curse. And he was coming for Harry. Or so the papers said. Harry read the reports with detached interest. Black had been spotted near Hogwarts. Dementors were stationed at every entrance. Students were warned never to go alone, never to wander, never to take risks. Ron was terrified. Hermione was practical. She researched Dementors, their weaknesses, their history. Harry observed, catalogued, planned. But beneath the surface, something else stirred. The Dementors. They affected him differently than others. When they approached, he heard screaming. A woman screaming. A woman who sounded like his mother. The memories the Dementors forced to the surface were always the same. Green light, a voice screaming, a feeling of falling. He'd never understood them, never known if they were real or just his mind's invention. But now, with Black's escape, with the past clawing its way into the present, Harry needed answers. And the only person who might have them was Sirius Black. The first Dementor attack happened in March. Harry was on the Quidditch pitch, practicing with the team, when the cold descended. The screaming started immediately, his mother's voice, raw with terror, begging someone to stop. He fell from his broom, would have died if Dumbledore hadn't been watching, hadn't conjured a saving charm at the last moment. He woke in the hospital wing, shivering, the screams still echoing in his mind. Patronus charm, Lupin said later, visiting him. That's what you need. It's the only thing that works against Dementors. Can you teach me? Lupin smiled, that sad, kind smile. I can try. They met in the empty staff room twice a week. Lupin explained the theory. The Patronus was a positive force, powered by happy memories, impossible to conjure with dark thoughts. Harry tried. Again and again. His Patronus manifested as silver mist, nothing more. You're holding back, Lupin observed one evening. There's something you're not letting yourself feel. Harry didn't answer. How could he explain that his happiest memories were tangled with the Death Note? With light. With the work that defined his existence. The memory needs to be pure, Lupin continued. Completely happy, without shadow. What makes you truly happy, Harry? Harry thought about it. Ron's laughter. Hermione's fierce intelligence. The warmth of the common room fire. Light's rare smile of approval. The moment of satisfaction when a plan came together. All of them had shadows. All of them were complicated. I don't know, he admitted. Lupin studied him with those kind eyes. Then we'll keep practicing. Eventually, you'll find it. April brought a letter from Light that changed everything. Misora has found a witness. Not Yamamoto, someone else. A man named Ito who worked for Nakamura's network and survived. He's agreed to testify anonymously about what he saw. She's closer than ever. I'm implementing contingency plans, but I need you to understand. If these fail, we may need to make difficult choices. Come home at Easter. We need to talk face to face. Harry read the letter 3 times, then burned it. Difficult choices. He knew what that meant. Naomi Misora's name, written in the Death Note. The ultimate solution to the threat she posed. But she wasn't a criminal. She wasn't causing suffering. She was just doing her job, trying to find truth, trying to make the world better in her own way. If he killed her for that, what was he? Easter break found Harry back in Tokyo. The apartment felt smaller than he remembered, or maybe he'd just grown. Light was waiting at the desk, surrounded by files, Misora's investigation, mapped in excruciating detail. She's made progress, Light said without preamble. Ito's testimony gives her a direct link between Nakamura's death and the network's collapse. She doesn't know about the Death Note, she thinks it was internal power struggles, rival gangs eliminating each other. But she's close to proving that the deaths weren't natural. Harry studied the map. Red strings connected names, dates, locations. Misora's work was meticulous, almost artistic in its precision. Can we discredit Ito? Already tried. He's solid, no criminal record, no obvious motive to lie. The only way to stop his testimony is to stop him. Light met Harry's eyes. And that brings us back to the question, what are we willing to do? Harry was silent for a long moment. Then, Ito's not innocent. He worked for Nakamura. He was part of the network. Low level. No direct involvement in crimes. By your standards, Light paused. By our standards, he's borderline. Not clearly guilty, not clearly innocent. Then we don't kill him. Light nodded slowly. I expected you to say that. Which is why I've been exploring alternatives. He pulled out another file. Ito has a weakness. His son. The boy is sick, nothing life-threatening, but expensive to treat. If someone were to offer to cover those expenses in exchange for his silence. Bribery. Influence. Light's voice was calm. We're not asking him to lie. Just to reconsider. To decide that his family's well-being matters more than testimony about events he barely witnessed. Harry thought about it. About Ito's son. About the choice a father would face. It might work. It might. It also might fail. Ito might be principled enough to refuse. Light leaned back. If he does, we're back to the original question. Harry stared at the files. At Ito's photograph, ordinary face, worried eyes. At his son's photograph, young, smiling, unaware of the danger circling his family. When do we approach him? Now. Tonight. I've arranged a meeting. Light stood. You'll come with me. Not to speak, to watch. To see what this looks like in person. They met Ito in a small restaurant in a quiet neighborhood. He was smaller than his photographs suggested, a thin man with nervous hands and eyes that darted constantly toward the door. He'd agreed to the meeting expecting something else, payment for his testimony, maybe, or threats to make him reconsider. When Light explained the actual offer, Ito's expression shifted through several emotions before settling on confusion. You'll pay for my son's treatment. All of it. All of it. Light's voice was smooth, reasonable. In exchange, you reconsider your testimony. Not retract it, just reconsider. Ask yourself whether speaking about things you barely witnessed is worth the risk to your family. Ito's hands trembled. That's blackmail. It's an offer. You're free to refuse. Light's expression didn't change. If you do, you give your testimony, Misora uses it, and nothing changes for your son. He still needs treatment. You still struggle to afford it. The world continues exactly as it was. And if I accept, your son gets the best care available. You focus on your family instead of the past. And Misora, Light shrugged. Misora finds another thread to pull. Ito was silent for a long moment. His eyes moved between Light and Harry, assessing, calculating. Why should I trust you? Because we've already arranged the first payment. Light slid an envelope across the table. Receipts from the hospital. Your son's next 3 months of treatment, paid in full. The rest will follow if you agree. Ito opened the envelope. His face crumpled as he read, relief, guilt, hope, all fighting for dominance. He's just a boy, Ito whispered. He doesn't deserve to suffer because of what I did. No one's asking him to suffer. Light's voice was gentle. We're asking you to choose. Your son's health, or testimony about events that happened years ago. That's all. Ito looked at Harry, really looked, for the first time. You're just a child. What are you doing here? Harry met his gaze steadily. Learning. Ito stared at him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly, collected the envelope, and stood. I'll think about it. He left without looking back. Harry watched him go, then turned to Light. Will he accept? I don't know. But we've given him the option. That's all we can do. Light signaled for the check. Come, we have other work. They walked through Tokyo's night streets, the city glittering around them. Harry's mind was full of Ito's face, the conflict, the hope, the guilt. He'd seen that expression before, on victims and criminals alike. The moment when a person realized they had to choose between two wrongs. That was manipulation, Harry said quietly. What we did back there. Yes. Was it wrong? Light was silent for a moment. Was it wrong to give a father the means to save his son? Or was it wrong to use that need to control his choices? I don't know. Neither do I. Light stopped walking, turning to face Harry. That's the heart of it, isn't it? We operate in spaces where right and wrong blur. Where every choice has consequences we can't fully predict. The best we can do is choose thoughtfully, act deliberately, and accept that we'll never know if we were right. Harry absorbed this. Do you ever get tired of not knowing? Every day. Light smiled, that rare, genuine smile. But I get up anyway. Because the alternative, stopping, giving up, letting the world sort itself out, that's worse. That's accepting that suffering is inevitable, that nothing we do matters. It does matter. What we do. Yes, it matters. Light resumed walking. That's why the choices are so hard. The next morning, word came. Ito had accepted. His son's treatment would continue. His testimony would be reconsidered, delayed, then withdrawn, then forgotten. Misora would have to find another thread. Harry felt relief, and guilt. They'd manipulated a desperate father, used his love for his son as leverage. It wasn't murder. It wasn't even illegal. But it was something. Something that would linger. You did the right thing, Light said, reading his expression. The least wrong thing. Remember that. I'll try. They worked through the day, planning next moves, reviewing new targets. But Harry's mind kept returning to Ito's face. To the moment of choice. To the way hope and fear had warred in his eyes. Was that what people saw when they looked at him? A figure of hope and fear combined. A choice between wrongs. He didn't know. But he suspected the answer was yes. Dash dash dash. That night, Harry dreamed of a figure he'd never seen. It stood in shadows, tall, gaunt, with eyes that glowed red in the darkness. Around it, names swirled like leaves in wind. Thousands of names. Millions. You carry my notebook, the figure said. Its voice was ancient, dry, like paper crumbling. You write names in my pages. You think you understand. Harry couldn't move, couldn't speak. You don't understand. Not yet. But you will. The figure stepped closer. I am Ryuk, and I've been watching you for a long time. Harry woke gasping, the death note warm against his chest. Dash dash dash. The Shinigami appeared 3 nights later. Harry was in the Gryffindor common room, alone late at night, when the air shifted. Grew heavy. Grew cold. And then the figure from his dream materialized from nothing, tall, gaunt, with wings that folded like shadows and eyes that glowed red in the firelight. You've been expecting me, Ryuk said. It wasn't a question. Harry's hand moved toward his pocket, toward the death note, but he forced it still. Light said you might come. Light. Ryuk's mouth stretched in something like a smile. That one's interesting. Bored me eventually, but interesting while it lasted. He drifted closer, studying Harry with obvious curiosity. You're different. Younger. More conflicted. I'm not conflicted. Ryuk laughed, a dry, papery sound. You're soaked in conflict. I can smell it on you. The guilt. The questions. The doubts. He circled Harry slowly. Light didn't have doubts. That's why he bored me. You. He stopped, meeting Harry's eyes. You might be entertaining after all. Harry's heart pounded, but his voice stayed steady. What do you want? Want. Nothing. Everything. Entertainment. Ryuk shrugged, a strange gesture on his gaunt frame. I dropped my death note in the human world because I was bored. Light found it. Used it. Interested me for a while. Then he became predictable, always the same calculations, the same justifications, the same cold logic. He tilted his head. You're not cold. You're warm. Conflicted. Interesting. You're not going to take the notebook back. Can't. Once dropped, it's yours until you die or give it away. Ryuk's eyes gleamed. But I can watch. And I can offer deals. Harry's blood chilled. The ideal. Half your remaining lifespan. In exchange, the ability to see any human's name and lifespan just by looking at them. Ryuk's smile widened. Useful, yes. No more research. No more waiting. Just look, right, done. Harry remembered Light's warning. No, I won't trade my life for convenience. Ryuk's expression flickered, surprise, maybe, or respect. Quick answer. No hesitation. Light took 3 days to decide. You took 3 seconds. I know a trap when I see one. Do you? Ryuk drifted closer. The trap isn't the ideal. The trap is thinking you understand what you're dealing with. The trap is believing you're in control. He gestured at the notebook in Harry's pocket. That thing has rules you haven't discovered. Limitations you haven't tested. Possibilities you haven't imagined. What kind of possibilities? Ryuk's smile was ancient and hungry. That's for you to find out. If you're brave enough. Dash dash dash. The Shinigami became a presence in Harry's life. Not constant, Ryuk came and went as he pleased, appearing at odd hours, offering cryptic observations, then vanishing into shadows. He never threatened, never demanded, never did anything but watch and comment. But his presence changed something. Deepened the weight Harry carried. You're different, Ron observed one evening. Since Easter. Quieter. Like you're thinking about something all the time. I'm always thinking. Yeah, but this is different. Ron frowned. If something's wrong, you'd tell us, right? Harry looked at his friend, at the concern in his eyes, the genuine care behind the clumsy words. I'd tell you if I could. Ron didn't understand, but he nodded anyway. Okay. Just, don't forget we're here. Harry didn't forget. He couldn't. Their trust was a weight too, but a different kind, the kind that reminded him why the work mattered. Why the choices were worth making. Dash dash dash. Ryuk appeared again during exam week. Harry was in an empty classroom, reviewing notes, when the air chilled. The Shinigami materialized on the desk, folding his wings like a bat settling to rest. Bored, Ryuk announced. The human world is so boring when nothing's happening. Exams are happening. Exams. Ryuk's voice dripped disdain. Papers. Questions. Anxiety about the future. Compared to death, it's nothing. Harry set down his notes. Why do you care about death? You're a death god. God of death, not god of life. Death is my domain. Watching humans die is entertainment. Ryuk's eyes gleamed. You've given me some good entertainment. The Yamamoto choice. The Ito negotiation. Watching you struggle with right and wrong, he laughed. Better than any human drama. You're saying you enjoy watching me suffer. I'm saying I enjoy watching you choose. The suffering is just flavor. Ryuk leaned closer. Light stopped suffering long ago. He became efficient. Predictable. You're still suffering. Still questioning. Still human. Harry absorbed this. Is that why you came to me? Because I'm still human. Partly. Also because, Ryuk paused, considering. Also because you have something Light didn't. Connection. To other humans, to their pain, to their lives. Light saw people as pieces on a board. You see them as, he searched for words. As people. Even when you kill them, you see them. Is that good or bad? Ryuk's smile was unreadable. That's for you to decide. The summer before third year brought a new phase of training. Harry returned to Tokyo, to Light, to the work that defined him. But something had shifted. Ryuk's presence had changed the dynamic, not between Harry and Light, but within Harry himself. He saw the work differently now. Saw the choices more clearly. Light noticed immediately. You're different, Light observed their first evening. More focused. Less conflicted. More conflicted, actually. I've just gotten better at hiding it. Light studied him. The Shinigami. He visits. Watches. Comments. Harry shrugged. He says I'm more entertaining than you were. Light smiled slightly. Ryuk always did have strange tastes. He followed me for years, then got bored and left. If he stayed with you this long, he paused. That means something. What? It means you're more interesting. More complex. More worth watching. Light's eyes were serious. That's dangerous. Interesting people attract attention. And attention can lead to exposure. Exactly. Light leaned forward. You need to decide how much of yourself to show. To Ryuk. To your friends. To the world. The more they see, the more they'll question. And questions lead to answers we don't want found. Yes. Light nodded slowly. You're learning. The summer work was intense. They identified new targets, magical criminals this time, people who'd escaped justice through wealth or influence. Harry researched them through Hogwarts connections, through Light's network, through the slow, patient accumulation of information that preceded every death. By August, they had a list of 12 names. By September, 5 were dead. Each death was carefully planned, carefully executed, carefully made to seem natural. Heart attacks, strokes, accidents that couldn't be traced. The magical world barely noticed. 5 deaths among thousands was nothing. But Harry noticed. He wrote each name, visualized each face, carried each weight. Ryuk watched it all with obvious enjoyment. You're getting efficient, the Shinigami observed one night. Faster, cleaner, less hesitation. I'm getting practiced. Same thing. Ryuk floated near the ceiling, his red eyes gleaming. But you're still conflicted. I can see it. Every name, you pause. Just a moment. Just long enough to feel. Harry didn't deny it. Should I stop feeling? Can you? The question hung in the air. Harry thought about it. About the names he'd written. About the faces that haunted his dreams. About the weight that never lifted. No, he said quietly. I don't think I can. Ryuk smiled. That ancient, hungry smile. Good. That's what makes you interesting. Third year began with a shock. Sirius Black had been captured. Harry read the news in the Daily Prophet, his breakfast forgotten. Black had been found near Hogwarts, trying to get into Gryffindor Tower. He'd been subdued, arrested, returned to Azkaban without a trial. But something about the story bothered Harry. Details that didn't fit, a timeline that seemed wrong. Why would Black try to get into the tower during the feast? He asked Ron. Everyone was there. He'd have been seen. Ron shrugged. Maybe he's crazy. He was in Azkaban for 12 years. Maybe. But Harry wasn't convinced. He wrote to Light about it, but Light's response was distracted. Masora was active again, chasing new leads. The investigation was heating up. Harry's questions about a captured criminal would have to wait. November brought a new development, the firebolt. An anonymous gift arrived for Harry, a racing broom, the best money could buy. Ron was ecstatic. Hermione was suspicious. Harry was calculating. Who would send you something this expensive? Hermione demanded. It could be from Black. It could be cursed. It's from someone who wants me to have it. Harry ran his hand along the broom's sleek surface. The question is why. They argued about it for weeks. Hermione reported it to McGonagall, who confiscated it for testing. Ron was furious. Harry watched the drama unfold with detached interest. But beneath the surface, he was thinking. An anonymous gift. A gesture of goodwill. Who would want him to have the best broom available? The answer came weeks later, when the broom was cleared and returned. Sirius Black had escaped Azkaban to find Harry, not to kill him, but to protect him. The firebolt was from Black. A gift from his godfather. Harry's godfather. The man who'd been convicted of betraying his parents was actually innocent. Had been framed. Had spent 12 years in hell for a crime he didn't commit. Harry learned this from Lupin, in the aftermath of events he still didn't fully understand. Pettigrew. The rat. The real traitor. All of it spilled out in a single night of revelations. And then Black was gone again, escaped, fleeing into the night, a wanted man once more. Harry sat in the hospital wing, processing everything. His godfather was alive, was innocent, was free, but hunted, always hunted. He pulled out his journal and wrote, "Sirius Black is my family. Real family. The first I've ever had. Asterisk. And I can't help him. Can't protect him. Can't do anything but watch from a distance. Asterisk. The death note could solve this. One name, Pettigrew, and the truth would come out. Black would be free. Asterisk. But Pettigrew is hidden. I don't know his face. Don't know his name. Don't know where he is. Asterisk. Powerless. Again. Asterisk. I hate this feeling. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. That night, Ryuk appeared. You're brooding, the Shinigami observed. I can smell it. Harry didn't look up. I'm thinking. Same thing. Ryuk drifted closer. About your godfather. About the rat. About all the names you can't write. Yes. Ryuk was silent for a moment. Then, the ideal would solve that. One look at anyone, and you'd know their name. Their lifespan. Everything. Harry looked up sharply. I told you, I won't trade my life. Not even for your godfather's freedom. The question was a knife, precisely aimed. Harry thought about it. About Black. About the chance to have family, real family, for the first time. About what he'd give to make that possible. No, he said finally. Not even for that. Ryuk's expression flickered, surprise again, or something like it. You're sure? If I trade half my life, I have less time to do the work. Less time to save people. Less time to make the world better. Harry's voice was steady. Black would understand. He's spent 12 years in hell. He wouldn't want me to shorten my life for him. Ryuk studied him for a long moment. Then he laughed, that dry, papery sound. You really are different. Light would have taken the deal in a heartbeat. Would have calculated the cost and decided it was worth it. He shook his head. But you think about more than numbers. You think about meaning. Is that bad? Not bad. Just human. Ryuk's eyes gleamed. That's why I'm still watching. Still interested. You're not becoming a god like Light wanted. You're becoming something else. What? Ryuk smiled. That's for you to find out. He vanished, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the weight of choices yet to come. Chapter 11. The Perfect Veil. The summer before 4th year was the hottest in recorded Tokyo history. Heat shimmered off concrete. Air conditioners strained and failed. The city sweltered under a sun that seemed determined to remind everyone of its power. Harry spent most of June in Light's apartment, curtains drawn, studying files and writing names. 12 more criminals died that month. 12 more networks crumbled. 12 more threads in the web of global silence. But something had changed in the pattern of their work. Something subtle but significant. The magical world was noticing. Not the deaths themselves, those remained carefully hidden, carefully natural. But the absence of certain people. The sudden gaps in networks that had operated for decades. The quiet collapse of organizations that had seemed invincible. The ministry is investigating, Light reported, spreading documents across the desk. Not officially, they don't know what to investigate. But there's a task force. Unspeakables, mostly. They're tracking the disappearances. Harry studied the documents. Names of investigators. Departments involved. Resources allocated. How close are they? Not close at all. They're looking for magical causes, curses, rituals, dark artifacts. It hasn't occurred to them that the deaths might be natural. Light's expression was satisfied. Their assumptions are our best protection. For now. Light leaned back. But assumptions can change. And when they do, we need to be ready. Harry nodded slowly. What do you suggest? 2 things. First, we slow down. Fewer deaths, more carefully spaced. Let the magical world's attention drift elsewhere. Light pulled out another file. Second, we create distractions. Problems that demand their attention. Investigations that lead nowhere. Problems like what? Light smiled, that sharp, calculating smile. Problems like Sirius Black. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. Sirius Black was already wanted, already hunted, already a focus of ministry attention. If he were to be spotted near certain locations, coincidentally, of course, the resulting manhunt would consume resources and attention that might otherwise be directed elsewhere. We don't need him caught, Light explained. We just need him seen. Enough to remind the ministry that he's still out there. Enough to make them prioritize his capture over abstract investigations. Harry's stomach turned. You want to use my godfather as a distraction. I want to use the existing manhunt as cover. Black doesn't have to know. He doesn't have to be involved. We just need to arrange sightings, anonymous tips, carefully placed evidence, that keep him in the ministry's thoughts. Harry thought about it. About Black, alone and hunted, unaware that he was being used. About the morality of manipulating even someone he cared about. He's innocent, Harry said quietly. He's suffered enough. Yes. Light's voice was gentle. And using him this way doesn't increase his suffering. It just redirects attention that might otherwise find us. Attention that, if it succeeded, would end our work entirely. Harry stared at the files. At Black's photograph, wanted, desperate, alone. At the faces of criminals whose deaths had saved thousands. Okay, he said finally. Do it. Light nodded. I already started. The first sighting will be reported next week. The plan worked perfectly. Ministry resources shifted. Aurors redeployed. Investigators who'd been tracking abstract patterns suddenly had a concrete target, an escaped convict, visible and dangerous. The task force on unexplained deaths lost funding, then personnel, then priority. By September, the magical world's attention was firmly fixed on Sirius Black. Harry watched it happen from Hogwarts, reading reports in the Daily Prophet, listening to whispers in common rooms. Black had been seen in Hogsmeade. Black had been spotted near the castle. Black was coming for Harry, everyone believed it, everyone prepared for it. Only Harry knew the truth. Black wasn't coming for him. Black was being used, his name and face deployed as cover for something much larger. The guilt sat heavy in his chest. You're brooding again, Ryuk observed one night, materializing from the shadows of the astronomy tower. I'm thinking. Same thing. Ryuk drifted closer. About your godfather. About the choice you made. Yes. Ryuk was silent for a moment. Then, you know what Light would say. The greater good. The thousands saved. The calculus of consequence. I know. And you know what your heart says. That he's suffered enough. That using him is wrong. I know that too. Ryuk's eyes gleamed. So which voice wins? Harry stared out at the night sky, at the stars wheeling slowly overhead. Neither. Both. I carry both. I make the choice and carry the weight of making it. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have. Ryuk laughed, that dry, papery sound. You really are interesting. Light had answers for everything. Certainty for everything. He shook his head. You live in the questions. That's harder. That's braver. Harry didn't feel brave. He felt tired, heavy, trapped between 2 worlds, 2 philosophies, 2 versions of himself. But he kept going, because stopping wasn't an option. Because the work mattered. Because somewhere out there, children were being saved, networks were crumbling, and the world was becoming slightly less cruel. One name at a time. October brought a new challenge, the Triwizard Tournament. Hogwarts was hosting, the first time in centuries. Students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang filled the castle with new faces, new languages, new dynamics. The age limit for competitors was 17, which meant Harry was too young to enter. He should have been relieved. Instead, He felt something else, a prickle of unease, a sense that something was coming. The tournament would draw attention, would create chaos, would provide cover for things that needed to remain hidden, or would expose things that needed to stay dark. I don't like it, he wrote to Light. Too many variables, too many strangers, too many opportunities for something to go wrong. Light's response was measured. Chaos is opportunity. Watch, learn, be ready to adapt, and remember, the best veil is the one no one notices. Asterisk. Trust your instincts, but don't let fear blind you to possibility. Asterisk. Harry tried to follow that advice. He watched the other schools arrive, studied their students, catalogued their dynamics. Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster, made his skin crawl. Something wrong there, something hidden. Maxime, the Beauxbatons headmistress, was easier to read, proud, ambitious, protective of her students. The champions were selected at Halloween. Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons, Victor Crumb for Durmstrang, Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts. And Harry Potter. The Goblet of Fire spat out his name despite the age line, despite the rules, despite everything. Suddenly he was a champion, the youngest, the least experienced, the most controversial. Harry stood in the Great Hall, feeling hundreds of eyes on him, and thought, this is a trap. Asterisk. But whose? And why? The days that followed were chaos. Students who'd respected him now whispered accusations. He'd cheated. He'd sought attention. He'd found a way around the rules. Even Ron turned away, convinced that Harry had entered without telling him. Only Hermione stayed. Only Hermione believed. You didn't put your name in, she said flatly. Someone else did. Someone who wants you in this tournament. Harry nodded slowly. The question is who? And why? They researched together, late nights in the library, combing through books about tournament history, about magical contracts, about the binding power of the goblet's choice. The information was sparse, the tournament had been discontinued for centuries, its secrets buried. What I don't understand, Hermione said one evening, is why anyone would want you in the tournament. It's dangerous. The tasks are lethal. If someone wants you dead, then the tournament is the perfect cover. Harry's voice was cold. Accidents happen. Champions die. No one would suspect murder. Hermione's face paled. Harry, I know. He met her eyes. Someone's trying to kill me. The question is who, and how do I stop them? The first task was dragons. Harry learned about it from Hagrid, who'd always been terrible at keeping secrets. 4 dragons, 4 champions, 1 egg to retrieve. Simple in concept, terrifying in execution. He wrote to Light immediately. The tournament's first task is dragons. I have 3 weeks to prepare. Any suggestions? Asterisk. Light's response came within hours. Dragons are creatures, not people. The Death Note won't help. But your magic will, if you're brave enough to use it. Asterisk. Focus on speed and misdirection. Don't try to fight the dragon, it's bigger, stronger, faster. Get the egg and get out. That's all that matters. Asterisk. And Harry, trust yourself. You've survived worse. Asterisk. Harry read the letter 3 times. Survived worse. Had he? The Dursleys, cruelty. The Death Note's weight. The endless choices. But a dragon was different. A dragon could kill him in seconds. He spent the next 3 weeks practicing summoning charms, fire shields, every spell that might help. Hermione found books on dragon species, their weaknesses, their behaviors. Ron, slowly warming again, shared stories from his brother Charlie, who worked with dragons in Romania. By the morning of the first task, Harry was as ready as he'd ever be. The dragon was a Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous breed. Harry stood at the edge of the enclosure, watching it guard its golden egg, and felt fear like he'd never known. This wasn't the cold fear of discovery, the heavy fear of choice. This was primal terror, the kind that lived in bones. Then he remembered Light's words, trust yourself. Asterisk. He raised his wand. Accio Firebolt. The broom streaked toward him. From the castle, he mounted, kicked off, and flew. The dragon roared. Fire erupted. Harry dove, swerved, climbed, all the skills he'd learned on the Quidditch pitch compressed into minutes of life or death flight. The egg gleamed below. He dropped, snatched, soared away as the dragon's tail whipped past inches from his face. The crowd roared. Harry landed, gasping, the egg clutched to his chest. He'd done it. He'd survived. But as he looked up at the stands, at Dumbledore's approving smile, at the students cheering his name, he felt something else, a prickle of awareness, a sense that someone was watching with more than casual interest. He scanned the crowd until he found them. A man in the shadows near the top of the stands. Pale skin, dark robes, eyes that gleamed red in the torchlight. Their eyes met for just a moment. Then the man was gone, melting into darkness as if he'd never been. Harry's blood chilled. He knew that face. Had seen it in dreams, in visions, in the swirling chaos of his nightmares. Lord Voldemort. Or something like him. Something wearing a borrowed body, waiting for the right moment to strike. Harry clutched the egg tighter and thought, the trap is closing. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. That night, he wrote to Light with shaking hands. He's here. Voldemort. I saw him in the stands during the task. Asterisk. He's weak, using someone else's body, I think. But he's here. Watching. Waiting. Asterisk. The tournament is his trap. I'm the bait. And I don't know what he's planning. Asterisk. Light's response was immediate. Leave. Now. Before it's too late. Asterisk. I can't. The tournament contract is binding. If I run, I lose my magic. Lose everything. Asterisk. Then fight. But don't fight alone. Use your resources. Your friends. Your skills. And Harry. Use the notebook if you have to. Voldemort is a criminal. A murderer. His name deserves to be written. Asterisk. Harry stared at the words. Use the notebook. Kill Voldemort. If only he knew Voldemort's real name. If only he had his face. He had neither. The man in the shadows had been too distant, too hidden. The name, Voldemort, was an alias, his true name was unknown, lost to history. The one enemy who truly deserved death, and Harry couldn't deliver it. The irony was bitter. Dash dash dash. The second task came too quickly. Harry spent Christmas at Hogwarts, training, researching, preparing. Ron and Hermione stayed too, Ron because his family was visiting Romania, Hermione because her parents were traveling. They worked together, the old rhythm restored, the rift healed. But Harry couldn't tell them the truth. Couldn't explain about Voldemort, about the trap, about the death note hidden in his trunk. Their trust was precious, and fragile. One revelation would shatter it. So he trained alone, planned alone, carried the weight alone. The second task required him to rescue something he'd missed from the Merpeople's village. He didn't know what until he stood on the platform, watching the other champions prepare, and realized, Ron was missing. They'd taken Ron, used him as leverage. Harry dove into the freezing water without hesitation. The lake was dark, cold, full of creatures that brushed past in the gloom. He swam deeper, following the current, until he found the Merpeople's village, and there, tied to a statue, were 4 figures, Ron, Hermione, and 2 others he didn't recognize. The other champions arrived. Fleur stopped when she saw her sister, frozen by the task's magic. Cedric freed his hostage and swam upward. Krum did the same. Harry cut Ron free. Then he looked at the others, still tied, still waiting. The task only required him to save his own. But if he left the others, he couldn't. He cut Hermione free. Then the others. All 4 floated unconscious, waiting to be rescued. Harry gathered them, kicked upward, and swam. He broke the surface gasping, the 4 bodies floating around him. Merpeople surfaced too, chattering in their strange language. The crowd roared. He'd saved them all. Broken the rules. Won anyway. But as he climbed onto the platform, wrapped in blankets, accepting congratulations, he felt it again, those red eyes, watching from shadows. Voldemort was still there. Still waiting, still planning, and Harry still didn't know what came next. Dash dash dash. The third task was a maze. Hedges 20 feet high, shifting corridors, creatures hidden in the darkness. The Triwizard Cup waited at the center, whoever reached it first would win. Harry entered the maze with the other champions, his wand ready, his senses sharp. The hedges closed around him, blocking sound, blocking light, blocking everything but the path ahead. He moved carefully, spell at the ready. Scrooge scuttled past. A sphinx posed a riddle he solved without breaking stride. Somewhere in the distance, he heard Fleur scream, then silence. The cup was close. He could feel it. Then Cedric appeared, stumbling from a side passage. They looked at each other, competitors, but also allies. In the maze, the real enemy wasn't each other. It was the maze itself. Together, Cedric said. Whoever reaches it first. Together. They moved forward, side by side, until the cup gleamed ahead on its pedestal. They broke into a run. And something grabbed Harry from behind. He fell, rolled, came up fighting. A spider, giant, hairy, with eyes that gleamed in the dim light. It lunged. Harry dodged, cast a stunning spell, watched it ricochet off the creature's carapace. Cedric was there suddenly, casting too. Together they drove it back, into the hedges, into darkness. Then they ran. The cup was right there. They reached it together, hands outstretched. And the world dissolved. Dash dash dash. Harry landed hard on stone. Cedric was beside him, gasping, confused. They were in a graveyard, old headstones, twisted trees, a church visible in the distance. The cup lay nearby, its magic spent. What happened? Cedric whispered. Where are we? Harry didn't answer. He was already scanning, searching, knowing what he'd find. A figure emerged from the shadows. Short, hooded, carrying something, a bundle, wrapped in cloth. Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew. Kill the spare, a voice hissed from the darkness. Wormtail raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light. Cedric fell. Harry stared, frozen, as the boy who'd been alive moments ago crumpled to the ground. Dead. Just like that. Dead. Bind him, the voice said. Wormtail advanced, ropes shooting from his wand, wrapping Harry tight. He couldn't move, could barely breathe, and then the ritual began. A cauldron, bubbling with something dark. Bones from the grave beneath Harry's feet, his father's bones, he realized with horror. Flesh from Wormtail's own hand. Blood from Harry's arm, drawn by a silver knife. The mixture boiled, bubbled, transformed, and from the cauldron rose a figure, pale, snake-like, with red eyes and no nose and a voice that had haunted Harry's nightmares for years. Robe me, Voldemort said. Wormtail scrambled to obey. Harry watched, helpless, as the Dark Lord clothed himself, tested his new body, reveled in his resurrection. Harry Potter, Voldemort breathed. We meet again. Harry said nothing. His mind was racing, cataloging, planning. He had no wand, no way to fight, no way to escape, but he had the Death Note. Hidden in his robes, shielded by magic, waiting. If he could reach it, if he could write Voldemort's name. But he didn't know Voldemort's name. The true name. The name that would work. You've been a thorn in my side for too long, Voldemort continued. The boy who lived. The boy who defeated me as a baby. The boy who destroyed my diary, my memory, my chance at early return. He smiled, a terrible, cold smile. But now, finally, we end this. He raised his wand, and Harry's hand closed on the Death Note. Dash dash dash. The graveyard dissolved into chaos. Not literally, but Harry's mind, freed from paralysis by sheer desperation, began working at impossible speed. Voldemort's name. He needed Voldemort's name, but he didn't have it. Couldn't get it. Unless. The ideal, Ryuk whispered, appearing from nowhere, visible only to Harry. Half your life. In exchange, his name. His true name. Right there, floating above his head. Harry looked. And there it was, shimmering letters, visible only to those who'd made the deal. Tom Marvolo Riddle. The name from the diary. The name from the chamber. The name of the boy who'd become a monster. Half my life, Harry breathed. Half your remaining years. You could die tomorrow, or in 50 years. The deal doesn't guarantee length, just halves whatever you have left. Harry thought about it. About the work unfinished. About the people who needed him. About Light, alone in Tokyo, waiting for letters that might never come. Then he looked at Voldemort, at the wand raised to kill him, at the red eyes gleaming with triumph. Done, Harry said. Ryuk's smile widened. Done. And suddenly Harry could see them, names floating above every head in the graveyard. Wormtails. The Death Eaters emerging from shadows. And Voldemort's. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Asterisk. He pulled out the Death Note. Opened it to a fresh page. Wrote with hands still bound, letters forming despite the ropes. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Asterisk. 40 seconds. He specified cause. Heart failure, immediately. Asterisk. Voldemort's wand lowered. His eyes widened. His hand went to his chest. What is? He crumpled. The Death Eaters stared. Wormtail screamed. Harry closed the notebook, tucked it away, and watched as the most dangerous wizard in history gasped his last breath on cold graveyard soil. Dead. Just like that. A name. A face. 40 seconds. The Dark Lord was no more. Dash dash dash. The backlash was immediate. Death Eaters scattered, apparating into the night. Wormtail vanished, clutching his silver hand. The graveyard emptied, leaving only Harry, bound and bleeding, and the body of Tom Riddle cooling on the ground. And Cedric. Always Cedric, dead before the ritual even began. Harry freed himself with a whispered spell and stumbled to the cup. One touch, and he was gone, back to the maze, back to the crowd, back to the chaos of a tournament that had just become a massacre. He emerged with Cedric's body in his arms. The screaming started immediately. Dash dash dash. The days that followed were a blur. Questions. Investigations. Accusations. Some believed Voldemort had returned. Others refused, couldn't accept that the Dark Lord was alive again, even briefly, even dead again. The Ministry launched an inquiry. Dumbledore launched a counter-campaign. The magical world split along familiar lines. Harry answered questions until his voice gave out. He told the truth, most of it. The ritual, the resurrection, the death. He left out only one detail, how Voldemort had died. He just collapsed, Harry said. His heart stopped. I don't know why. It was true, technically. He didn't know why the heart failure had occurred. He only knew he'd caused it. The death note remained hidden, its secret safe. But Ryek's laughter echoed in his dreams. Half your life, the Shinigami whispered. You paid the price. Was it worth it? Harry didn't know, couldn't know, would never know how many years he'd sacrificed, how much time he'd lost. But Voldemort was dead, really dead, forever dead, and Harry had killed him. Dash dash dash. He wrote to Light from the hospital wing. He's gone. Voldemort. I killed him with the notebook. Asterisk. I had to make the ideal. I didn't have his name. Now I've lost half my remaining years. Asterisk. Was it worth it? I don't know. But he's dead. The world is safer. Asterisk. I'll come home when I can. Asterisk. Harry. Light's response came the next morning. You did what needed to be done. The cost is real, but so is the victory. Asterisk. Come home. We have work to do. The world still needs us. Asterisk. And Harry. I'm proud of you. Asterisk. Harry read the words 3 times, tears blurring his vision. Proud. Light was proud. It didn't erase the weight. Didn't bring back the years he'd lost. Didn't make Cedric alive or Voldemort's victims whole. But it was something. Something to hold onto in the darkness. He folded the letter, tucked it away, and waited for morning. The war was over. But the work never ended. Chapter 12. The Power Debate. The summer after Voldemort's death was the strangest of Harry's life. He spent it in Tokyo, in Light's apartment, watching the magical world tear itself apart through newspapers and letters and whispered reports from contacts. The Ministry denied Voldemort's return. Dumbledore insisted it was real. Factions formed. Lines were drawn. A war of words escalated while the actual war's victor sat in a small apartment half a world away, reading about it with detached fascination. They're arguing about whether he existed, Harry said one evening, throwing down the Daily Prophet in disgust. I watched him die. I held his body. And they're arguing about whether he was really there. Light looked up from his own documents. Denial is powerful, especially when the truth is inconvenient. Inconvenient. Harry's voice rose. He killed Cedric. He tried to kill me. He would have killed thousands if he'd succeeded. How is that inconvenient? Because it requires action, preparation, sacrifice. Light's voice was calm, measured. If Voldemort didn't return, the Ministry can continue as before. If he did, everything changes. People fear change more than they fear death. Harry stared at him. You sound like you understand them. I do. That's how I've survived this long. Light set down his pen. The key to manipulation is understanding. Not agreeing, understanding. Once you know why people believe what they believe, you can shape those beliefs. Harry absorbed this. Is that what we do? Shape beliefs. We shape outcomes. Beliefs are just tools. Light leaned forward. And speaking of tools, we need to talk about the future. Dash dash dash. The future, as Light laid it out, was ambitious. Voldemort's death had created a vacuum in the magical world. His followers were scattered, leaderless, uncertain. Some would reform under new leadership. Others would fade into obscurity. A few might even seek redemption. We have an opportunity, Light explained, spreading documents across the desk. The magical world is in chaos. Its attention is divided. Its resources are stretched. While they're arguing about the past, we can shape the future. Harry studied the documents. Names, networks, opportunities. You want to expand our operations. I want to accelerate them. Light's eyes gleamed. We've been careful, patient, measured. That was necessary when we were building foundations. But now we have the chance to make real progress. Real change. Harry's stomach tightened. How much acceleration? 10 times. Maybe 20. Light pulled out a list. These are targets I've identified. Death Eaters who escaped justice. Corrupt officials who protected them. Businessmen who funded their operations. 50 names, Harry. 50 deaths that would reshape the magical world. Harry stared at the list. 50 names. 50 faces. 50 lives. That's a lot. It's necessary. These people are dangerous. They'll regroup, reorganize, rebuild. If we don't stop them now, we'll face another Voldemort in 10 years. Light's voice was intense. We have the power to prevent that. The question is whether we have the will. Harry thought about it. About the names he'd already written. About the weight he already carried. About the years he'd already sacrificed. I don't know, he admitted. 50 feels different from 5. From 15. From 50 scattered over years. Because it is different. Light's voice softened. I'm not asking you to agree lightly. I'm asking you to consider. To calculate. To decide what kind of justice you want to build. They sat in silence for a long moment. Then Harry asked the question that had been building for months. What if I don't want to build justice? What if I just want to live? Light's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes shifted. You can. You always could. The notebook doesn't force you to use it. I don't force you to stay. He paused. But if you walk away, the work continues without you. The names still need writing. The world still needs changing. By you. By me. By others, eventually. The work is bigger than any one person. Light leaned back. I'm not trying to guilt you into staying. I'm telling you the truth. If you leave, I'll understand. But I'll also keep going. Because stopping isn't an option for me. Harry absorbed this. The choice was real. He could walk away, go back to Hogwarts, be a normal student, leave the Death Note behind. Light would let him. But could he live with himself if he did? Knowing what he knew. Seeing what he'd seen. I need time, he said finally. To think. Light nodded. Take all the time you need. The thinking took weeks. Harry walked through Tokyo's streets, watching ordinary people live ordinary lives. He sat in parks, ate in restaurants, rode trains across the city. Everywhere he looked, he saw people who had no idea what lurked beneath the surface of their world. No idea about the names being written, the lives being ended, the justice being delivered. He also saw the results of that justice. Crime was down, dramatically, measurably down. Streets that had been dangerous were safe. Children played in parks that had once been gang territory. Old women walked home alone at night without fear. The work was working, but at what cost? He wrote to Hermione, carefully, vaguely, asking about life at Hogwarts without him. Her response was cheerful, full of news about classes and friends and the normal rhythm of school. She didn't mention Voldemort or the war or the chaos. She just lived. Harry envied her. He also loved her for it. For the normalcy she represented, the innocence she'd managed to preserve despite everything. Could I have that? He wondered. Could I be normal again? Asterisk. The answer came from somewhere deep inside. Number. You've seen too much. Done too much. You can never go back. Asterisk. But he could go forward. Could choose his path. Could decide what kind of person he wanted to become. The decision crystallized on a rainy afternoon in late August. Harry sat in a small cafe, watching water stream down the windows, when Ryuk materialized in the seat across from him. You're brooding, the Shinigami observed. I'm thinking. Same thing. Ryuk's eyes gleamed. About the choice. About Light's offer. About whether to accelerate or stop. Yes. And Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, I'm going to do it. The 50 names. But on my terms. Ryuk's expression flickered, curiosity, maybe, or respect. What does that mean? It means I won't just kill everyone on Light's list. I'll investigate each one, make sure they deserve it. Make sure there's no other way. Harry's voice was steady. Light sees efficiency. I see individuals. We'll work together, but I won't become him. Ryak laughed, that dry, papery sound. You really are interesting. Light would never compromise. Never question. You question everything. Someone has to. They sat in silence for a moment, watching the rain. Then Ryak said, the ideal, you're okay with it. With losing half your life. No. But I made the choice. I'll live with it. Harry met his eyes. How much time do I have left? Ryak shrugged. Don't know. Can't see human lifespans once the deal's made. You're a blank to me now. Harry nodded slowly. Good. I'd rather not know. Ryak studied him for a long moment. Then he said something unexpected. You're the best human I've ever watched. Not the most efficient, Light wins that. Not the most powerful, others have had more. But the most human. The most real. Harry didn't know what to say. Ryak vanished into the rain. Harry returned to the apartment that evening and told Light his decision. I'll do the 50. But I need to investigate each one first. Make sure they deserve it. Light considered this. That will take longer. Yes. It will reduce our efficiency. Yes. It might cost lives, people they hurt while we're investigating. Harry met his eyes. It might. But killing the wrong person costs something too. I've learned that. Light was silent for a long moment. Then he smiled. That rare, genuine smile. You've grown. More than I expected. Is that approval? It's recognition. Light stood, crossing to the window. I built you to think for yourself. To question. To choose. If you'd simply agreed to everything I suggested, I'd have failed. He turned back. We'll do it your way. 50 names, investigated thoroughly, each death justified. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank yourself. You earned this. The investigation phase took months. Harry threw himself into research with the intensity he'd once reserved for survival. Each name on Light's list became a project, background, history, connections, crimes. He interviewed witnesses through Light's network, gathered documents through magical and muggle channels, built profiles that would justify or condemn. Some names fell off the list. People who'd been accused falsely, or whose crimes were less severe than reported. Harry removed them without hesitation. Others stayed. Death Eaters who'd tortured and killed. Corrupt officials who'd protected them. Businessmen who'd profited from suffering. Each file grew thicker, more damning, until the only question was not if they deserved death, but when and how. Light watched the process with something like wonder. You're building a system, he observed one evening. Not just killing, judging, weighing, deciding. Someone has to. Yes. But most people wouldn't bother. Most would take the list and write the names and move on. Light's eyes were thoughtful. You're different. I know. They worked through the autumn, building cases, planning deaths. By November, the first 5 were ready. Harry wrote their names on a cold Tuesday morning. 5 deaths. 5 faces. 5 lives ended by his hand. He felt the weight of each one, but also the certainty. These people deserved it. The evidence was clear. The world was better without them. That certainty was new. Different from the doubt that had plagued him after Yamamoto, after Ito. It felt cleaner. More right. Is this what you feel? He asked Light that night. Certainty. Light considered. Sometimes. When the evidence is clear. When there's no doubt about guilt. He paused. But certainty is dangerous. It can become arrogance. Can blind you to your own mistakes. Harry nodded slowly. So I should stay uncertain. You should stay humble. Certainty about facts is fine. Certainty about your own righteousness, that's the trap. Harry filed the lesson away. Another piece of the philosophy he was building, piece by piece, choice by choice. December brought a new complication. The Ministry's investigation into Voldemort's death had stalled. Officially, the case was closed. Voldemort had died of heart failure, natural causes, despite the impossibility of a soulless wraith having a heart to fail. The official report was a masterpiece of bureaucratic obfuscation, designed to satisfy no one and offend everyone. But unofficially, questions lingered. Fudge, the minister, was convinced Dumbledore had fabricated the entire incident to seize power. Dumbledore was convinced Fudge was dangerously blind. The magical world split between them, and into the gap stepped people Harry had never heard of, ambitious politicians, opportunistic journalists, ordinary citizens terrified by uncertainty. It's chaos, Hermione wrote. No one knows what to believe. People are choosing sides based on who they trust, not what they know. Harry read her letter and thought about Light's teachings. Chaos was opportunity. While the magical world argued about the past, he could shape the future. The remaining 45 names waited. The deaths continued through winter. Each one was carefully planned, carefully timed, carefully made to seem natural. Heart attacks, strokes, accidents that couldn't be traced. The magical world noticed, how could it not, but attributed the deaths to stress, to age, to the general chaos of the times. No one suspected murder. No one except a handful of analysts who'd been tracking patterns for years. Naomi Masora. She'd resurfaced in December, chasing a new thread, a connection between deaths in the magical and muggle worlds. Her investigation had taken her to places Light couldn't monitor, witnesses he couldn't reach. She was closer than ever. She's a problem, Light said one evening. A growing problem. Harry studied the latest report on her activities. She'd interviewed 3 people who'd known Nakamura. 2 who'd known Takamura. 1 who'd known both, a connection that shouldn't exist, that proved the deaths were related. She's going to find us eventually. Yes. Light's voice was grim. Unless we stop her. Harry's stomach tightened. We've been through this. She's not a criminal. She's just doing her job. Her job is to find us. To expose us. To end everything we've built. Light met his eyes. I'm not saying we should kill her. I'm saying we need to consider all options. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then, what options? Misdirection. Disinformation. Making her doubt her own conclusions. Light pulled out a file. I've been working on a plan. It's risky. It might not work. But if it does, she'll spend years chasing shadows instead of us. Tell me. Light explained. The plan was elegant, feeding Masora false information about a conspiracy that didn't exist. A network of criminals who'd never been connected, a pattern that looked real but led nowhere. If she bit, she'd waste months, maybe years, following a trail that looped back on itself. And if she doesn't bite, then we're back where we started. And we make another choice. Light's voice was gentle. I'm not hiding from the hard decisions, Harry. I'm just trying to make them less hard. Harry studied the plan. It was good, clever, the kind of thing that might actually work. Let's try it. Light nodded. I already started. The false trail worked. Masora spent the spring chasing leads that led nowhere, interviewing witnesses who'd been fed scripts, analyzing documents that had been carefully planted. Her investigation stalled, then reversed, then collapsed into frustration. She's pulling back, Light reported in June. Scaling down. Focusing on other cases. Harry felt relief, and guilt. They'd manipulated her again. Used her dedication against her. Kept her from the truth through lies and misdirection. But she was alive. Still free to chase other truths, fight other battles. That mattered. You're thinking about her again, Ryuk observed one night. The investigator. Yes. You feel guilty. Yes. Ryuk laughed. You feel guilty about everything. It's exhausting to watch. Harry smiled slightly. Sorry to be so exhausting. Don't be. It's what makes you interesting. Ryuk floated closer. Light wouldn't feel guilty. He'd feel satisfied. Efficient. He'd see her as a problem solved. I know. That's the difference between you. Ryuk's eyes gleamed. Light solves problems. You carry them. Harry thought about that. About the weight he carried. About the guilt that never quite faded. Maybe that's okay, he said quietly. Maybe carrying is better than not caring. Ryuk considered this. Maybe. But carrying gets heavy. I know. Harry looked out at the night sky. I know. The summer before 5th year brought a new phase of the work. Light had identified another network, this one operating in Eastern Europe, trafficking magical artifacts stolen from historical sites. The artifacts were powerful, dangerous, and being sold to the highest bidders regardless of the consequences. This network has to go, Light explained. Not just the leaders, the whole structure. Distributors, buyers, everyone who profits. Harry studied the files. 37 names. 37 faces. 37 lives. That's a lot. It's necessary. These artifacts are ending up in the wrong hands. Dark wizards are arming themselves. If we don't stop the supply, then we'll face another war. Exactly. Light met his eyes. I'm not asking you to agree lightly. But I am asking you to see the stakes. Harry saw them. Clearly. Terribly. Okay, He said. Let's do it. Dash dash dash. The investigation took all summer. Harry traveled, through Light's network, using magical and muggle transportation, to track the network's members, document their crimes, build cases against each one. He interviewed victims, gathered evidence, created files that would justify every death. By September, he had 37 dossiers. 37 proofs of guilt. 37 names waiting to be written. He wrote them over 3 weeks, spaced carefully, timed to seem natural. Heart attacks, strokes, accidents. Each death tailored to the victim's life, their vulnerabilities, their habits. The network crumbled. Artifacts stopped flowing. Dark wizards lost their suppliers. The magical world became slightly safer. Harry felt the weight of each death, but also the satisfaction of work well done. These people deserved it. The evidence was clear. The world was better without them. Is this what certainty feels like? He asked Light. Light smiled. Part of it. The other part is knowing that tomorrow, there'll be another network. Another list. Another choice. Harry nodded slowly. It never ends. No, it doesn't. Light's voice was gentle. But you get better at carrying it. Dash dash dash. 5th year began with a shock. The Ministry had appointed a High Inquisitor to Hogwarts. Dolores Umbridge arrived like a pink toad in human clothing, all smiles and sweet voices and poison beneath the surface. Her mission was clear. Bring the school under Ministry control, discredit Dumbledore, and suppress any talk of Voldemort's return. Harry hated her instantly. Not because she was evil, though she was. Not because she was cruel, though that too. He hated her because she was stupid. Willfully, determinedly stupid. She refused to see the truth even when it stood before her. She punished students for asking questions. She made the world smaller, darker, dumber. She's dangerous, he wrote to Light. Not like Voldemort, not physically. But ideologically. She's poisoning minds, closing eyes, making people blind to reality. Light's response was measured. Ideological threats are the hardest to fight. You can't kill an idea. But you can kill the people who spread it. Asterisk. Is she worth a name? Asterisk. Harry thought about it. About Umbridge's pink cardigans and sweet smiles and venomous rules. About the students she tortured, the teachers she dismissed, the truth she buried. Not yet. But I'm watching. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The watching consumed the autumn. Umbridge's power grew. She became headmistress, though Dumbledore remained nominally in charge. She formed the Inquisitorial Squad, student spies who reported on their peers. She made Hogwarts a prison and called it protection. Harry watched it all, catalogued it all, waited for the moment when watching became action. Meanwhile, the work continued. He wrote names in secret, shielded by magic, hidden from detection. Death Eaters who'd escaped justice. Corrupt officials who'd protected them. Businessmen who'd profited from suffering. Each death was reported in the Daily Prophet, attributed to natural causes, accepted without question. The magical world was shrinking. Dying. Being remade. And Harry was the hand that shaped it. Dash dash dash. December brought a crisis. Umbridge caught him. Not with the death note, that remained hidden. But with something almost as dangerous, the truth about Voldemort's return. She'd called him to her office, offered him a choice, recant his story, accept Ministry propaganda, and be rewarded. Or refuse, and face consequences. Harry refused. The blood quill carved lines into his hand. I must not tell lies. Each stroke burned, scarred, healed into permanent marks. He sat in her office night after night, writing, bleeding, refusing to break. He didn't tell Light. Couldn't. The letters would be monitored. The risk too great. So he suffered alone, carrying the weight, waiting for the moment when the cost became too high. Dash dash dash. That moment came in February. Umbridge had pushed too far. Had fired Trelawney. Had tried to expel Hagrid. Had turned the school into a place of fear and silence. Harry stood in the common room, watching students whisper about the latest outrage, and felt something shift inside him. Enough. Asterisk. He wrote to Light that night, through channels so secure even Umbridge couldn't find them. I need a name. Dolores Umbridge. She's torturing students. Destroying the school. Poisoning minds. Asterisk. Can you find her? Her face. Her full name. Asterisk. Light's response came 3 days later. Dolores Jane Umbridge. Born October 8, 1965. Photograph attached. Asterisk. Use it wisely. Asterisk. Harry stared at the photograph. At the toad-like face, the sweet smile, the eyes that held nothing but cruelty. He wrote her name that night. Dolores Jane Umbridge. Heart failure. In her sleep. Painless. The next morning, the news spread through Hogwarts like fire. Umbridge was dead. Found in her bed, peaceful, untouched. Natural causes, the healers said. A tragedy. Students celebrated in secret. Teachers hid their relief. The inquisitorial squad dissolved overnight. And Harry sat in the common room, watching it all, feeling nothing but quiet satisfaction. One name, one face, one death. The world was better without her. That was necessary, Light wrote afterward. But also dangerous. Killing a ministry official draws attention. I know. Be careful, Harry. The more visible you become, the harder you are to hide. I know. And Harry, I'm proud of you. Not for the death, for the choice. For waiting until you were sure. That's growth. Harry read the words and felt something warm in his chest. Growth. Yes. He was growing. Into what, he still didn't know. But the path was clearer now. The choices were his own. And the work continued. Chapter 13, The Shadow Rewrite. The summer after Umbridge's death was the quietest Harry had experienced in years. Not because the work had stopped, it hadn't. 53 more names joined the Death Note's pages between June and August. Death Eaters, corrupt officials, traffickers in dark artifacts. Each death was carefully planned, carefully executed, carefully made to seem natural. But the feel of the work had changed. The urgency had faded. The panic that had driven him after Voldemort's resurrection had settled into something calmer. Something almost like routine. Harry didn't know if that was good or bad. You're becoming efficient, Light observed one evening. They sat on the apartment balcony, watching Tokyo's lights flicker in the heat. Faster. Cleaner. Less hesitation. I've had practice. More than practice. You've internalized the process. It's part of you now. Light's voice was neutral, neither praising nor criticizing. The question is whether that's what you want. Harry considered this. Do I have a choice? Always. Light turned to face him. You can stop anytime. Walk away. Live a normal life. The notebook doesn't own you. It feels like it does sometimes. Because you let it. Light's eyes were serious. Power is a tool, Harry. You're the wielder. If you forget that, the tool becomes the master. Harry absorbed this. Light was right, he knew that. But knowing and feeling were different things. I'll try to remember. Light nodded. That's all anyone can do. August brought a letter that changed everything. Not from Hogwarts, from an address Harry didn't recognize, written in handwriting he'd never seen. The envelope was plain, unmarked except for his name. No postmark. No return address. Inside, a single sheet of paper. Harry, I know what you are. I know what you've done. I've been watching for years. Asterisk. We need to talk. Asterisk. Come to the astronomy tower at midnight on September 1st. Come alone. Asterisk. A friend. Harry read the letter 5 times, his heart hammering. Someone knew. Someone had been watching. Years, the letter said, which meant before Hogwarts, before Light, before everything. Who? How? And why? A friend. He showed the letter to Light that night. Light studied it in silence, his expression unreadable. Then, this is dangerous. I know. Someone has been tracking you. Watching you. Possibly for years. Light looked up. If they know about the Death Note. Then everything ends. Yes. Light set the letter down. But the tone isn't threatening. A friend. We need to talk. This isn't an exposure, it's an invitation. To what? That's what you need to find out. Light met his eyes. You'll go, of course. Harry nodded slowly. I have to know. Yes. But not alone. Light pulled out a small device, Muggle technology, but modified with magic. Wear this. It transmits audio and location. If anything goes wrong, I'll know. Harry took the device, tucking it into his pocket. And if it's a trap, then we adapt. We always do. September 1st arrived too quickly. Harry spent the day at Hogwarts, going through the motions of arrival feast, house greetings, all the normal rituals of a new term. His mind was elsewhere, on the tower, on the stranger, on the unknown. At 11:30, he slipped away. The astronomy tower was empty, as always. Wind whipped through the open arches. Stars wheeled overhead. Harry waited in the shadows, heart pounding, hand close to the death. Note in his pocket. Midnight struck. Footsteps on the stairs. A figure emerged from the darkness, tall, cloaked, hooded. It stopped at the top of the stairs, facing Harry but not approaching. You came. The voice was female. Familiar, somehow, though Harry couldn't place it. You said you were a friend. I am. The figure lowered its hood. Harry stared. Professor McGonagall. Dash dash dash. They stood in silence for a long moment, the wind howling between them. You, Harry finally managed. You've been watching me. For years. McGonagall's voice was gentle, gentler than he'd ever heard it. Since you arrived at Hogwarts. Since before that, actually. How? I have my sources. She stepped closer. I know about Light Yagami. I know about Tokyo. I know about the notebook. Harry's blood chilled. His hand tightened on the death note. I'm not here to expose you, McGonagall continued quickly. If I wanted that, I'd have done it years ago. I'm here because, she hesitated. Because I think you need help. Guidance. Someone who understands. Understands what? The weight you carry. Her eyes were piercing. I've carried similar weights, Harry. Different circumstances, but similar weight. I know what it does to a person. What it can become. Harry stared at her, mind racing. McGonagall, stern, severe, by the rules McGonagall, was confessing to, what? Murder. Justice. The same thing he did. I don't understand. No, you wouldn't. She moved to the railing, looking out at the grounds. During the First War, I did things. Terrible things. Necessary things. Things that kept people alive while others died. She turned back. I used a different tool than yours. But the result was the same. Deaths that couldn't be explained. Enemies who simply stopped. Harry's world tilted. You killed people. I ended threats. Protected the innocent. Made choices that haunt me still. Her voice was steady, but something flickered in her eyes. I understand you, Harry. Better than anyone. Better than Light, even. How? Because Light sees strategy. I see cost. She stepped closer. He teaches you to calculate. I'm here to teach you to remember. To carry the weight without being crushed by it. Harry's hand loosened on the notebook. Why now? Why reveal yourself now? Because you're changing, growing, becoming something new. McGonagall's eyes were serious. I've watched you struggle with the work. With the choices. With the line between justice and vengeance. You need someone who's walked that path before. Harry thought about it. About all the nights he'd lain awake, questioning. About the weight that never lifted. About Light's cold certainty and his own endless doubt. Can you help? I can try. McGonagall smiled. A rare, genuine expression. That's all any of us can do. Dash dash dash. They talked until dawn. McGonagall told him about the First War. About the choices she'd made, the lives she'd ended, the nightmares that still visited her decades later. She didn't name names or give details, but the shape of her story was clear. She'd done what Harry did, for similar reasons, with similar results. The key, she said as the sky began to lighten, is never forgetting why you started. Never letting the work become routine. Never losing sight of the individuals behind the names. Harry nodded slowly. Light says efficiency matters. Speed. Impact. Light isn't wrong. But efficiency without humanity becomes tyranny. McGonagall's voice was firm. You have to balance both. The strategy and the soul. Harry thought about the names he'd written. About the faces that haunted him. About the certainty he sometimes felt and the doubt that always followed. How do you balance? McGonagall was quiet for a moment. Then, you remember, that every name is a person. Every death is a tragedy, even when necessary. You let yourself feel the weight, and then you keep going anyway. That sounds exhausting. It is. She smiled sadly. But it's the only way to stay human. Dash dash dash. The school year continued, but something had shifted. Harry still did the work, wrote names, planned deaths, tracked consequences. But McGonagall's words echoed in his mind. Every name was a person. Every death was a tragedy. He forced himself to remember that, to feel it, to carry the weight consciously. It made the work harder. Slower. More painful. But also more real. You're different, Light observed in a letter. Slower. More deliberate. What happened? Harry wrote back honestly. Someone showed me another way. Not better, different. More focused on the weight than the work. Asterisk. I'm trying to balance both. Asterisk. Light's response came quickly. Balance is good. Just don't let it paralyze you. The world still needs changing. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. I trust you. Asterisk. Those last 3 words meant more than Light probably knew. Dash dash dash. October brought a new challenge. The Death Eaters were regrouping. Not openly, they'd learned from Voldemort's mistakes. But whispers reached Harry through his network, through McGonagall's sources, through the careful accumulation of information that had become second nature. Meetings were happening. Plans were being made. A new leader was emerging. The name is Selwyn, McGonagall told him one evening in her office. Not one of the inner circle during the war, but connected. Wealthy. Patient. He's been building alliances for years. Harry studied the file she provided. Selwyn. 53. Pureblood. Extensive business interests across Europe. No direct evidence of Death Eater activity, but plenty of indirect connections. He's careful. Very. That's what makes him dangerous. McGonagall's eyes were serious. If he succeeds in uniting the remaining Death Eaters, we'll face another war. Sooner than anyone expects. Harry thought about it. About the names he'd need to write. About the lives he'd need to end. I'll handle it. McGonagall nodded slowly. I know you will. But Harry, she paused. Be careful. Selwyn isn't like your other targets. He's smart, connected, protected. If you go after him, you need to be sure. I will be. Dash dash dash. The investigation took 3 months. Harry threw himself into research with the intensity of someone who understood the stakes. Selwyn's business interests, his political connections, his family history, his daily routines. Every detail was catalogued, analyzed, fitted into a growing picture. By January, Harry knew Selwyn better than he knew himself. The picture that emerged was disturbing. Selwyn wasn't just a Death Eater sympathizer, he was the architect of the entire post-Voldemort resurgence. He'd been funding operations, recruiting followers, building infrastructure for years. His death would cripple the movement. But his death would also be noticed. Investigated. Scrutinized. He has to look natural, Harry told Light during Christmas break. Heart attack, stroke, accident. Nothing suspicious. Light nodded. Can you do it? I can try. They planned for weeks. Selwyn's schedule, his health, his vulnerabilities. He had high blood pressure, a weakness that could be exploited. If Harry wrote, stroke, at the right moment, with the right circumstances, it would seem inevitable. The challenge was timing. Selwyn was rarely alone, rarely vulnerable. His security was extensive, both magical and muggle. One wrong move and the investigation would begin. Harry waited. Dash dash dash. The opportunity came in February. Selwyn was attending a business conference in Zurich, a rare public appearance, with media coverage and crowds and chaos. In that chaos, Harry saw his chance. He traveled to Zurich through Light's network, arriving the night before the conference. He spent hours studying the venue, the security, the flow of people. By morning, he had a plan. Selwyn would give a keynote address at 10 a.m. He'd be on stage for 45 minutes, visible to hundreds. If Harry wrote the name at the right moment, with the right visualization, the stroke would happen during the speech. Witnessed by dozens. Impossible to trace. At 9:55, Harry found a position near the stage. Close enough to see Selwyn's face clearly. Far enough to avoid notice. At 10 o'clock, Selwyn began to speak. Harry watched, waited, visualized. The face he'd studied for months. The life he was about to end. At 10:17, he wrote. Selwyn, Marcus Aurelius. Heart attack, no, stroke. Cerebrovascular accident, massive, immediately fatal. 40 seconds. Selwyn paused mid-sentence. His hand went to his head. His mouth opened, but no words came out. Then he collapsed. Chaos erupted. Security rushed the stage. Medics appeared from nowhere. The crowd screamed and pushed and panicked. Harry slipped away, unseen. Dash dash dash. Selwyn died at 10:23 a.m., never regaining consciousness. The news spread quickly. Business leaders mourned. Politicians issued statements. The magical world, which had known nothing of Selwyn's plans, accepted his death as tragedy. Only a handful of people knew the truth. The Death Eater resurgence had died with him. Clean work, Light wrote. Efficient. Invisible. Harry stared at the letter, feeling nothing. Just the weight. Just the memory of Selwyn's face as the stroke hit. McGonagall's words echoed. Every death is a tragedy, even when necessary. Asterisk. This death was necessary. Harry believed that. Selwyn would have caused thousands of deaths if he'd succeeded. The war he'd planned would have torn the magical world apart. But he was still dead. Still gone. Still a person who'd had a life, a family, a future. Harry carried the weight and kept moving. March brought another letter from McGonagall. You did well. Selwyn's network is collapsing. His followers are scattering. You've prevented a war. Asterisk. But Harry, there are others. Always others. Selwyn was one architect. There will be more. Asterisk. Be ready. Asterisk. Harry was ready. He was always ready. But sometimes he wondered what it would feel like to not be ready. To just live. Without the weight. Without the work. Without the endless calculus of who lived and who died. He wrote to Light about it. Light's response was gentle. You're asking if there's another life. Another path. The answer is yes, there's always another path. But you chose this one. And choices have consequences. Asterisk. You can still walk away. Any time. I've told you that before, and I mean it. Asterisk. But I think you won't. Because you've seen what happens when people like us stop. The world doesn't stop needing us. It just suffers without us. Asterisk. So you'll keep going. We both will. And we'll carry the weight together. Asterisk. Harry read the letter and felt, for the first time in months, something like peace. Together. He wasn't alone. Light was there. McGonagall was there. Even Ryuk, in his strange way, was there. The weight was heavy. But he didn't carry it alone. April brought a new phase of the work. With Selwyn gone and his network crumbling, the magical world entered a period of relative calm. Death Eaters went to ground. Dark artifact trafficking slowed. The daily reports of violence and corruption that had filled Harry's files began to thin. We've made progress, Light observed. Real progress. Harry nodded. It feels strange. Quiet. Enjoy it while it lasts. Light's eyes were knowing. It won't last forever. Harry knew that. There would always be new threats, new names, new choices. The work never ended. But for now, just for now, he allowed himself to rest. The rest of the school year passed in a blur of normalcy. Classes, Quidditch, laughter with Ron and Hermione. Late nights in the common room, talking about nothing. Harry let himself be a student, a friend, a normal teenager. The Death Note stayed hidden, but its presence faded to a background hum. McGonagall watched him with knowing eyes but said nothing. She'd given him what he needed, perspective, balance, a reminder of his humanity. The rest was up to him. You've changed, Hermione observed one evening. This year, I don't know. Calmer. Harry smiled. Maybe I'm growing up. Maybe. Hermione studied him with those sharp eyes. Or maybe you've found something you were looking for. Harry didn't answer. Couldn't. But inside, he knew she was right. He'd found balance. Between Light's strategy and McGonagall's humanity. Between the work and the life. Between the names and the people behind them. The shadow rewrite was complete. Not of the world, that was ongoing. But of himself. The person he'd become. And that, Harry thought, was the most important rewrite of all. Chapter 14, The Final Strategy. The summer before 6th year brought a heat wave that made even Tokyo's climate-controlled apartments unbearable. Harry spent most of June lying on cool floors, drinking iced tea, and reviewing files that seemed to multiply overnight. The magical world was changing, slowly, subtly, but undeniably. Death Eater activity had dropped to near zero. Dark artifact trafficking had collapsed. Even the Ministry, still in denial about Voldemort's return, had noticed the shift. They're calling it a generational change, Light said, tossing a newspaper onto the desk. Younger wizards rejecting old prejudices. New leadership emerging. No one suspects the truth. Harry scanned the article. It was full of hopeful quotes and optimistic predictions. The kind of story people told themselves when they couldn't face reality. They'll figure it out eventually. Eventually. But not soon. Light leaned back. And by the time they do, we'll be ready. Harry looked up sharply. Ready for what? Light's expression was unreadable. For whatever comes next. The whatever materialized in August. Harry was in the apartment, sorting through new intelligence, when Light entered with an expression he'd never seen before, something between concern and anticipation. She's back, Light said. Harry didn't need to ask who. Misora. Misora. Light spread files across the desk. She's been quiet for 2 years. Building something. Preparing. And now, he tapped a photograph. Now she's ready. The photograph showed Misora in a conference room, surrounded by analysts and computers. She looked older, sharper, more determined. The softness Harry remembered from earlier photos was gone, replaced by something steel-hard. What's she doing? She's built a network. Independent investigators across 12 countries. All focused on one thing: unexplained deaths of criminals. Light's voice was grim. She's connected over 200 of our operations. Not individually, not yet. But as a pattern. A global pattern. Harry stared at the photograph. 200. That was almost half their work. How close is she to us? Not close at all. She doesn't have names or faces. But she has proof that the deaths aren't natural. That someone is behind them. Light met his eyes. If she publishes her findings, the world will start looking. And eventually they'll find us. Yes. The room was silent for a long moment. Then Harry asked the question that had been building for years: what do we do? Light was quiet. Then, I've been thinking about that. For months. Years, actually. And I've come to a conclusion. He pulled out a file, thicker than the others, marked with red. This is my final strategy. The culmination of everything we've built. Harry opened the file. Inside were plans. Detailed, intricate, beautiful plans. Not for more deaths, for something else entirely. She's too good to stop, Light explained. We've tried misdirection, disinformation, false trails. Nothing works permanently. She always comes back, always finds new threads, always gets closer. He paused. So we don't stop her. We redirect her. How? By giving her what she wants. Light's eyes gleamed. We let her discover the truth. But not the whole truth. A version of it. A version that serves our purposes. Harry read deeper. The plan was elegant: hide in plain sight. Create a persona, a identity, a face for the investigation to find. Let Misora expose that persona, declare victory, and move on. While the real work continued, hidden behind the mask. You want to create a decoy. A scapegoat. A false solution that satisfies her need for answers. Light nodded. She's brilliant, but brilliance has a weakness: it needs closure. Give her closure, and she stops looking. Harry thought about it. About the complexity, the risk, the sheer audacity. Who's the decoy? Light smiled. That's the beautiful part. Someone who's already dead. Someone who can't be questioned. Someone whose confession can be manufactured. He pulled out a photograph. Tom Riddle. The plan consumed the rest of August. Harry and Light worked 18-hour days, building the framework of a deception that would fool one of the world's best investigators. They created a persona, a shadowy figure who'd orchestrated the deaths, who'd operated from the shadows, who'd died in the final confrontation with Voldemort. They planted evidence. Documents, witnesses, financial records, all pointing to Riddle as the mastermind. All carefully crafted to withstand scrutiny. The key, Light explained, is consistency. Every piece has to tell the same story. Every detail has to reinforce the others. One inconsistency, and she'll start pulling threads. Harry understood. He'd been pulling threads his whole life. They worked through nights, through weekends, through the haze of exhaustion that came from total focus. By September 1st, the plan was ready. It's beautiful, Light said, surveying the final product. She'll find the first thread within weeks. Within months, she'll have the whole picture. And then she stops looking. Yes. Light met Harry's eyes. And we continue. Hidden. Safe. Invisible. Harry nodded slowly. It's perfect. It has to be. Sixth year began with a weight Harry couldn't name. Hogwarts was different now, quieter, stranger. Dumbledore was distant, distracted. The Ministry's denial had created a strange atmosphere, like everyone was pretending everything was normal while knowing it wasn't. Harry pretended along with them. Attended classes. Ate meals. Laughed with Ron and Hermione. All while carrying the knowledge that halfway around the world, a trap was closing on Naomi Misora. You're distracted, Hermione observed one evening in the common room. More than usual. Harry forced a smile. Just thinking about Newts. They're closer than they seem. Hermione's eyes narrowed. You never worry about exams. First time for everything. She didn't believe him, he could see it in her face. But she let it go, returning to her book. That was one of the things Harry loved about Hermione, she knew when to push and when to wait. Ron was less subtle. Something's up with you, mate. You've got that look. What look? The look you get when you're planning something. Ron's voice was quiet. I've seen it before. Before the chamber. Before the tournament. Before, he shrugged. Before a lot of things. Harry stared at his friend. Ron noticed more than he let on. Much more. I'm not planning anything, Harry said. Just thinking. Ron held his gaze for a long moment. Then, okay. But if you ever need to talk about anything, I'm here. Harry felt something shift in his chest. Gratitude. Love. The weight of trust he hadn't earned. Thanks, Ron. Ron nodded and returned to his Quidditch magazine. October brought news from Tokyo. Light's letters arrived weekly, tracking Masora's progress. She'd found the first thread, a document linking Riddle to a death in Eastern Europe. She was excited, energized, convinced she was close to a breakthrough. She's exactly where we want her, Light wrote. The trap is working. Harry felt relief and guilt. They were manipulating a good person, using her dedication against her. But what choice did they have? Let her find the truth. Let everything end. You're doing what's necessary, he told himself. The work matters more than one woman's satisfaction. But the guilt remained. November brought a complication. Harry was in the library, researching for a potions essay, when a shadow fell across his table. He looked up to find Draco Malfoy standing there, older now, sharper, with something haunted in his eyes. Potter. Malfoy's voice was different, less arrogant, more urgent. We need to talk. Harry set down his quill. About what? Malfoy glanced around, ensuring they were alone. Then he slid into the seat across from Harry and lowered his voice. About the Dark Lord. About what's coming. Harry's blood chilled. Voldemort's dead. Is he? Malfoy's eyes were intense. My father thinks otherwise. He's been meeting with people. Planning. They say the Dark Lord isn't gone, just waiting. Biding his time. Harry stared at him. Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, was warning him. Why are you telling me this? Malfoy's expression flickered, fear, maybe, or desperation. Because I don't want to be part of it. I never did. But my father, he stopped. He's in too deep. And if the Dark Lord really is coming back, he's not. Harry's voice was firm. I saw him die. I held his body. He's gone. Malfoy studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Okay. But if you're wrong, if he does come back, he stood. Just remember I tried to warn you. He walked away, leaving Harry staring after him. That night, Harry wrote to Light about Malfoy's warning. He says Voldemort might return. That his father is planning something. I told him Voldemort was dead, but now I'm wondering. What if he's right? What if there's more we don't know? Light's response came quickly. Voldemort is dead. You watched him die. The notebook doesn't fail. But that doesn't mean his followers have given up. They're desperate. Searching for meaning. Some may even believe he can return. Watch them. Monitor them. But don't let fear cloud your judgment. Harry tried to follow that advice. But Malfoy's words echoed in his mind, planting seeds of doubt he couldn't fully suppress. December brought the first snow and the first sign that Masora's investigation was reaching its climax. She's found Riddle's headquarters, Light wrote. An abandoned property in Albania. We planted enough evidence to convince her it was the operational center. She's preparing a final report. 6 months, maybe less, and she'll publish. Then it's over. Harry read the letter in the astronomy tower, snow falling softly around him. 6 months. Then Masora would declare victory, close her investigation, and move on. And they would be free. He should have felt triumphant. Instead, he felt empty. Used. Wrong. She's a good person, he said to the empty air. She's spent years chasing truth. And we're giving her a lie. The wind didn't answer. But Ryuk materialized from the shadows, as he always did when Harry was troubled. You're thinking about her again. Yes. The investigator. Yes. Ryuk floated closer. You know what Light would say. The greater good. The thousands saved. The calculus of consequence. I know. And you know what your heart says. That she deserves better. I know that too. Ryek's eyes gleamed. So which voice wins? Harry stared out at the snow. At the castle below, full of sleeping students who had no idea what he really was. At the world beyond, full of people whose lives he'd shaped and ended. Neither, he said finally. Both. I carry both. Ryek laughed, that dry, papery sound. You always say that. Because it's always true. January brought a new year and a new phase of the plan. Light's letters became more frequent, more detailed. Masora was close, very close. She'd assembled a timeline, a geography, a complete picture of the Riddle conspiracy. All that remained was the final report. She'll publish in March, Light wrote. The international community will celebrate. And we'll watch from the shadows, invisible as always. Harry read the letter and felt nothing. Just the weight. Just the endless, grinding weight. He'd stopped feeling triumph months ago. Stopped feeling satisfaction. All that remained was the work, the endless, necessary work, and the knowledge that it would never end. Is this what you feel? He asked Light during Christmas break. This emptiness. Light considered the question. Sometimes. When the work is going well. When there's no crisis, no emergency, nothing to fight against. He paused. Emptiness is the price of stability. The alternative is chaos. Harry nodded slowly. I think I preferred chaos. Light smiled, that rare, genuine smile. You're still human, then. Good. February brought a crisis Harry hadn't anticipated. Malfoy found him again, this time in an empty corridor, late at night, looking like he hadn't slept in days. They know, Malfoy whispered. About you. About everything. Harry's blood froze. What? My father. His contacts. Someone's been tracking the deaths, the same way your investigator has been tracking them. But they're closer. They know about Tokyo. About Light. He stopped, swallowing hard. About the notebook. Harry stared at him. How? I don't know. But they're planning something. A strike. Before you can stop them. Malfoy's eyes were desperate. You have to leave. Now. Tonight. Harry's mind raced. If the Death Eaters knew, if they had proof, everything was at risk. Light. The work. The years of careful planning. Why are you telling me this? He asked again. Malfoy's face crumpled. Because I don't want to be like them. I don't want to spend my life serving monsters. He met Harry's eyes. You're not a monster. Whatever you've done, you're not like them. I've watched you. For years. You care. You feel. He shook his head. Just go. Please. Harry held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. Thank you, Malfoy. Malfoy nodded back, then disappeared into the shadows. Harry wrote to Light immediately, using every encryption they'd developed. They know. Death Eaters. They're planning a strike. I'm coming home. Light's response came within hours. I've activated contingency protocols. The apartment is secure. But Harry, be careful. If they know about you, they know about me. We're both targets now. Come quickly. We have work to do. Harry left that night, slipping out of Hogwarts under cover of darkness. He didn't say goodbye to Ron or Hermione, couldn't risk it. He just left. The portkey deposited him in Tokyo at dawn. Light met him at the apartment, looking older than Harry remembered. Tired. Worn. They're closer than I thought, Light said without preamble. Malfoy's information was accurate. A cell of Death Eaters has been tracking the deaths for months. They don't have proof, not yet, but they're close. Harry's heart pounded. How close? Close enough. Light spread documents across the desk. They've identified Tokyo as the origin point. They're narrowing down locations. If we don't act, then we act. Light met his eyes. Yes, but not with the notebook. This is different. These aren't names on paper, they're armed wizards, prepared for attack. We need a different strategy. Harry thought about it. About the years of training. About the magic he'd mastered. About the Death Note, always present, always ready. Then we fight. Light smiled, that rare, genuine smile. I was hoping you'd say that. The next 3 weeks were a blur of preparation. They fortified the apartment, set wards, prepared escape routes. Harry practiced combat spells until his arm ached, until he could cast them in his sleep. Light coordinated with contacts, gathered intelligence, tracked the Death Eater's movements. By mid-March, they were ready. And on a cold Tuesday night, the attack came. They hit at midnight, 6 figures in black, wands blazing. Harry was ready. The first ward caught 3 of them, freezing them in place. The second deflected a killing curse that would have ended Light. The third, Harry didn't wait to see. He moved through the apartment like water, casting, dodging, surviving. Stunners, shields, disarmament. Every spell he'd learned at Hogwarts, compressed into minutes of life or death combat. Light fought beside him, not with magic, but with strategy. Directing, coordinating, feeding Harry information about positions, movements, vulnerabilities. Together, they held. The attack lasted 17 minutes. By the end, 4 Death Eaters were down, 2 had fled, and the apartment was a wreck of shattered furniture and scorched walls. Harry stood in the rubble, breathing hard, his wand still raised. "It's over," Light said quietly. "For now." Harry nodded slowly. Then he lowered his wand and let himself breathe. The aftermath was chaos. Death Eaters captured. Ministry involved. Investigations launched. Harry and Light spent days giving statements, answering questions, deflecting suspicion. Their cover story, that they'd been targeted by dark wizards for unknown reasons, held. The captured Death Eaters, terrified of Azkaban, confirmed nothing. By April, the immediate danger had passed. But something had shifted. The Death Eaters knew about them, not the notebook, not the full truth, but enough to connect them to the deaths. If they talked, if they shared that information. "We need a new strategy," Light said one evening. "A permanent solution." Harry looked up. What kind of solution? Light's eyes were grim. "The kind that ends this forever." The plan took shape over weeks. Not more deaths, something else. Something bolder. They would use the captured Death Eaters as messengers. Feed them information, then release them, carefully, deliberately, to spread that information through the remaining network. The information would be false, of course. A carefully constructed lie that would send the Death Eaters chasing shadows while Harry and Light worked in peace. "It's risky," Light admitted. "If they see through it." "They won't." Harry's voice was confident. "They're desperate. Desperate people believe what they want to believe." Light studied him for a long moment. "You've changed. Grown. You're not the boy I found in that alley. Anymore." Harry met his eyes. "No, I'm not." "What are you?" Harry thought about it. About the years of work. About the names written. About the lives saved and ended. "I'm whatever the world needs me to be." Light smiled. "Good answer." May brought word from Hogwarts. Dumbledore was dead. Harry read the news in Tokyo, his breakfast forgotten. Dumbledore, killed by Snape, according to reports. The magical world was in shock. The war that had never officially begun was suddenly, terribly real. "I need to go back," Harry said. Light nodded. "I know. There's going to be a war. Voldemort's followers, they'll rise again. Without Dumbledore, you need to be there." Light's voice was steady. "The work here can wait. The work there can't." Harry stared at him. "You're letting me go." "I'm not letting you do anything. You're your own person, Harry. You always have been." Light's eyes were soft. "Go. Fight. Win. And when it's over, I'll come back." Light nodded. "I'll be here." Harry returned to Hogwarts in the chaos of Dumbledore's funeral. The castle was different now, mourning, fearful, preparing for war. Ron and Hermione met him at the gates, their faces pale with grief and relief. "You're back," Hermione whispered. "We didn't know if." "I'm back." Harry hugged them both, feeling the weight of everything they didn't know. "I'm here." They stood together in the crowd at Dumbledore's funeral, watching the white tomb rise from the lake. Harry thought about all the things Dumbledore had known, or suspected. About the Death Note, about Light, about the work. Had he known? Had he been watching too? The question would never be answered. But as the sun set over Hogwarts, Harry made a vow: he would finish this war. He would protect his friends. He would do whatever it took. And when it was over, he would return to Tokyo. To Light. To the work that never ended. The final strategy was just beginning. Chapter 15. The Silent Sovereign. The war lasted 3 years. Harry spent them fighting, not with the Death Note, but with his wand, his friends, his life. The Horcrux hunt. The flight from the wedding. The months in the forest, in the cold, in the endless waiting. Ron's departure and return. Hermione's unwavering strength. Dobby's death. The torture at Malfoy Manor. The escape. The final march on Hogwarts. Through it all, the Death Note remained hidden in his pocket, a silent witness to a war it couldn't touch. Voldemort's name wasn't in it, couldn't be, not after the Ideal had revealed it. But Harry never wrote it. Some battles had to be fought with magic, not murder. Some victories had to be earned. The final confrontation in the Great Hall was the hardest thing Harry had ever done. Walking to his death, letting Voldemort strike him down. The moment of darkness, then the golden light of King's Cross, then the choice to return. To fight. To finish it. When he finally faced Voldemort in the Great Hall, surrounded by the bodies of friends and enemies, Harry understood something he'd never understood before. The Death Note was power. But this was something else. This was choice. Sacrifice. Love. You won't kill me, Voldemort hissed, his red eyes gleaming. You don't have it in you. Harry looked at him, at the monster who'd taken everything, who'd never understood anything, and smiled. You're right, he said quietly. I won't kill you. Voldemort's eyes widened. Someone else will. And in that moment, as Voldemort raised his wand for the final time, Harry wrote in his mind, not on paper, but in the space where the Death Note lived, the name he'd carried for years. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Asterisk. Voldemort's wand hand faltered. His eyes went wide. His mouth opened, but no words came out. Then, he crumpled. The Death Eaters stared. The fighters froze. The Great Hall fell silent. Voldemort lay on the stone floor, dead. Really dead. Forever dead. And only Harry knew why. The aftermath of the war was chaos and celebration mixed together. Funerals first, so many funerals. Fred, Remus, Tonks, Colin, 50 more names carved into stone. Harry stood at each service, silent and grieving, carrying the weight of survivors' guilt alongside everything else. Then celebrations. The Dark Lord was gone. The war was over. The world could heal. Harry healed alongside it, slowly, painfully. He returned to Hogwarts for 8th year, not because he needed the education, but because he needed the normalcy. The routine. The chance to be a student instead of a soldier. Ron and Hermione came too. They'd all earned a rest. But the Death Note never left his pocket. The year passed in a blur of classes and laughter and quiet moments. Harry studied, learned, grew. He spent evenings in the common room with his friends, playing chess and complaining about homework. He visited Hogsmeade on weekends, drank butterbeer, watched couples hold hands in the snow. He let himself be normal, or as normal as someone like him could ever be. At night, alone in his dormitory, he wrote letters to Light. The war is over. Voldemort is dead. The magical world is healing. Asterisk. I'm healing too, I think. It's slow. But it's happening. Asterisk. I'll come home in June. There's work to do. Asterisk. Light's responses were warm, patient, full of news about Tokyo and Misora and the quiet progress of their ongoing work. She'd published her findings, the Riddle conspiracy, exposed, case closed, investigation ended. She was consulting for Interpol now, chasing new mysteries, unaware that the biggest mystery of all still walked free. She's happy, asterisk Light wrote. Satisfied. She thinks she solved it. Asterisk. We're safe, Harry. Safer than we've ever been. Asterisk. Harry read the words and felt, peace. Real peace. For the first time in years. Graduation came in June. Harry stood with his classmates, wearing robes and a mortarboard, listening to speeches about the future and hope and the power of unity. McGonagall, now headmistress, beamed at them from the staff table. The Great Hall, rebuilt and beautiful, glowed with enchanted candles. When his name was called, Harry walked forward, accepted his diploma, and shook McGonagall's hand. Well done, Mr. Potter, she murmured, for everything. Their eyes met, and Harry knew she meant more than just school. Thank you, Professor, for everything. She nodded slightly, then released his hand. The celebration that night was loud and joyous. Harry danced with Hermione, drank butterbeer with Ron, laughed with Neville and Luna and all the friends who'd survived. For one night, he let himself forget the weight. Forget the work. Forget everything but the simple joy of being alive. At midnight, he slipped away. The astronomy tower was empty, as always. Harry stood at the railing, looking out at the castle he'd called home for 7 years, and felt something he couldn't name. Footsteps behind him. "You always did like this tower," McGonagall said, joining him at the railing. "Even when you shouldn't have been here." Harry smiled. Some habits die hard. They stood in silence for a moment, watching the stars. "What will you do now?" McGonagall asked. "After Hogwarts." Harry considered the question. "Go back to Tokyo, probably. There's work there. Unfinished business." McGonagall nodded slowly. "The work never ends." "No, it doesn't." She turned to face him. "You've grown, Harry. More than anyone expected. More than I expected, if I'm honest." Her eyes were serious. "You've carried weights that would have broken most people. And you're still here. Still human. Still good." Harry felt something tighten in his chest. "I don't know about good." "I do." She held his gaze. "Good isn't about being perfect. It's about trying. About caring. About carrying the weight and still choosing to help others carry theirs." She paused. "You do that, Harry. Every day." He didn't know what to say. McGonagall smiled, that rare, genuine expression. "Take care of yourself. And if you ever need help." She pressed something into his hand. A small stone, warm from her pocket. "Use this. It'll find me." Harry closed his fingers around it. "Thank you. For everything." She nodded and walked away, leaving him alone with the stars. Harry left Hogwarts the next morning. He said goodbye to Ron and Hermione at King's Cross, hugged them both, promised to write, watched them disappear into the Muggle crowd. Then he slipped away to the same deserted corridor, pulled out the portkey, and let it carry him home. Light met him at the apartment. "You're back." Light's voice was warm. "Finally. I'm back." Harry set down his bag. "What did I miss?" Light smiled. "Nothing urgent. A few names. A few networks. The usual." He gestured at the desk, covered in files. "But it can wait. You just got here." Harry looked at the files, at the work waiting, the names needing writing, the endless cycle of justice and consequence. Then he looked at Light. At the man who'd found him in an alley, who'd taught him everything, who'd become something like family. "Let's get started," Harry said. Light nodded. "I was hoping you'd say that." The work resumed. Not with the urgency of before, those days were past. But with steady, quiet persistence. Names were researched. Networks mapped. Deaths planned and executed. The world continued to improve, one criminal at a time. Harry worked alongside Light, but differently now. As an equal. A partner. Someone who'd earned his place through years of sacrifice and growth. They talked often about philosophy, about strategy, about the future. Their debates were frequent but respectful, Light still favoring efficiency, Harry still advocating for mercy. Neither convinced the other, but both listened. Both learned. "That's what makes this work," Light said one evening. "Not agreement, tension. The push and pull of different perspectives." Harry nodded. "Balance." "Yes." Light smiled. "Balance. Months passed. Then years. Harry built a life in Tokyo, a small apartment near Light's, a job at a Muggle company that gave him cover, evenings spent on the work that mattered most. He visited the magical world occasionally, checking in with old friends, attending weddings and births and the slow, happy progression of normal lives. Ron married Hermione. Harry was best man. They had children, 2, then 3. Harry was godfather to all of them. Life was good, quiet, happy. But the work never stopped. Naomi Masora died in 2008. Harry read the news in Light's apartment, his breakfast forgotten. She'd passed peacefully, the article said, surrounded by family. A long and productive life, celebrated by colleagues around the world. He stared at the photograph, older now, gray-haired, but still with those sharp eyes that had once hunted him across continents, and felt something he couldn't name. "She never knew," Light said quietly. "All those years, and she never knew." "No." Harry set down the paper. "She didn't. Does that bother you?" Harry considered the question. Thought about all the lies, the misdirection, the years of careful deception. Thought about the life she'd lived, full, meaningful, dedicated to truth, and the truth she'd never found. "No," he said finally. "She lived well. She made a difference. She died happy." He met Light's eyes. "That's more than most get." Light nodded slowly. "You've changed. We've both changed. They sat in silence for a moment, honoring the woman who'd almost found them. Dash dash dash. The years accumulated like names in a notebook. Harry watched his friends age, have children, build lives. He watched the magical world heal and grow and forget the wars that had shaped it. He watched Light grow older, slower, more contemplative. Through it all, the work continued. Quietly, invisibly, endlessly. Some nights, Harry wondered how many names he'd written. Thousands, certainly. Tens of thousands, maybe. Each one a life ended, a network disrupted, a future changed. The math was impossible to calculate. The weight was impossible to measure. But every time he saw a child playing safely in a park, or read about a criminal network collapsing, or heard news of peace where war should have been, he knew. The work mattered. The choices were right, or right enough. Dash dash dash. Light died in 2025. Harry was there, holding his hand, watching the light fade from those falcon eyes. Don't regret, Light whispered. We did what needed doing. Harry squeezed his hand. I know. The world is better because of us. I know. Light smiled, that rare, genuine smile, and then he was gone. Harry sat with him for a long time, not moving, not speaking, just being. Feeling the weight of loss alongside all the other weights he carried. Finally, he stood, closed Light's eyes, and walked out of the apartment into a world that would never know what it had lost. Dash dash dash. The funeral was small, just Harry, a few of Light's old contacts, and Ryuk, visible only to those who'd made the deal. He was interesting, Ryuk said, watching the coffin lower into the ground. Bored me eventually, but interesting while it lasted. Harry nodded. He was. What will you do now? Without him. Harry thought about it. About the work. About the names still waiting. About the world that still needed changing. The same thing I've always done. Keep going. Ryuk's eyes gleamed. Alone. Not alone. Harry touched the death note in his pocket. I've never been alone. Ryuk laughed, that dry, papery sound. You really are the best one. The most human. The most real. He faded into shadow, leaving Harry alone with his grief and his purpose. Dash dash dash. The years after Light's death were different. Harry continued the work, but more quietly now. More selectively. He'd learned, over decades, that mass deaths created chaos as often as order. That true justice wasn't about volume, it was about precision. About choosing the right names at the right times for the right reasons. He became something new. Not a god, as Light had wanted. Not a hero, as the magical world believed. Something in between. Something quieter. An architect. The world shaped by his hand, but no one knowing whose hand it was. Dash dash dash. In 2040, Harry returned to Hogwarts. The castle hadn't changed, it never did. Students still hurried through corridors. Teachers still stood at podiums. The Great Hall still glowed with enchanted light. McGonagall was long gone, retired, then passed. But her memory lingered in every stone. Harry walked through the halls, remembering. The chamber. The tournament. The war. The friends who'd lived and died and shaped him. He ended at the astronomy tower, where so much had begun. The stars were the same. Always the same. Harry stood at the railing, the death note in his pocket, and thought about everything. About Light. About McGonagall. About Ron and Hermione, long gone now, their children grown and having children of their own. About the thousands of names he'd written and the millions of lives those names had saved. Was it worth it? He still didn't know. Still couldn't calculate the balance. But standing there, under the stars, he felt something he hadn't felt in years. Peace. Not resolution. Not certainty. Just peace. The work would continue. The names would keep coming. The world would always need changing. But for now, just for now, Harry allowed himself to rest. Dash dash dash. The final name came in 2055. Harry was old now, older than he'd ever imagined becoming. The ideal had taken half his life, but the half that remained had been full. Rich. Meaningful. He lay in his Tokyo apartment, the death note beside him, Ryuk hovering in the corner. It's time, Ryuk said. I can feel it. Harry nodded slowly. I know. He looked at the notebook, at all those pages filled with names, all those lives ended by his hand. It felt heavy. Not physically, it had never been physical. Heavy with meaning, with memory, with choice. One last name, he whispered. Ryuk's eyes gleamed. Who? Harry smiled. He picked up the pen, the same pen he'd used for decades, and turned to a fresh page. He wrote his own name. Harry James Potter. Asterisk. 40 seconds. He specified cause, peacefully, in his sleep, surrounded by memories. Asterisk. Then he set down the pen, closed the notebook, and lay back on his pillow. Ryuk drifted closer. You're sure? Perfectly. Why? Harry thought about it. About the work. About the wait. About the endless cycle of names and faces and choices. Because it's time, he said. Because I've done enough. Because the world doesn't need me anymore. Ryuk was silent for a long moment. Then, you're wrong, you know. The world will always need people like you. People who care enough to carry the weight. Maybe. Harry's eyes were closing, but someone else will have to carry it now. He smiled, one last time, and let go. The world learned of Harry Potter's death through the usual channels. Obituaries, memorials, tributes from those who'd known him. They remembered the war hero. The boy who lived. The man who defeated Voldemort and saved the magical world. They didn't know the rest. They didn't know about the Death Note. About the thousands of names. About the quiet, invisible work that had shaped their world for decades. They didn't know that the greatest hero of their age had also been its most secret weapon. And maybe that was right. Maybe some truths were too heavy to carry. Harry opened his eyes in a place he didn't recognize. White light. Soft grass. A sky that seemed to go on forever. Light was there. And McGonagall. And Ron and Hermione, young again, smiling. Took you long enough, Ron said. Harry laughed, really laughed, for the first time in years. I'm here now. They stood together, looking out at whatever came next. Behind them, the world continued. Spinning, breathing, living, unaware of the hand that had shaped it. Unaware of the silent sovereign who'd finally, peacefully, laid down his crown. The end.